The final part is here. As always, don't forget to support the video with a like and a comment. It really helps the channel. Enjoy watching.
At the same time, he broke free from Yi Chen's restraint and rushed towards the Yi clan disciples, trying to save them from Yi Chen. However, what he didn't realize was that Yi Chen deliberately let him go, intending to use this opportunity to collect their corpses. Facing Yi Tianquan's provocation, Yi Chen sneered disdainfully and said, "Who's courting death here? Yi Tianqian, don't you understand by now? I'm not just going to kill them, I'm going to exterminate your entire Yi clan. Let's go. Let's head to the Yi clan and finish off the rest of you." Yi Chen's voice was calm, but those who heard it felt as if they were hearing a call from hell, sending shivers down their spines. The crowd around them turned pale upon hearing Yi Chen's words, their faces filled with shock. Too powerful, absolutely terrifying. Yi Chen defeated them all in one move, and those were elite fighters from the Yi clan. Look at Yi Tianquan's expression, he's no match for Yi Chen at all. Killing these people isn't enough for Yi Chen? He even wants to destroy the entire Yi clan and take Yi Tianqian along? What is he planning to do? Crazy. He's insane. Does he really think he can wipe out the Yi clan by himself? The Yi clan is the #1 hidden family in Sacred Capital. Nobody knows how strong they really are, and yet he dares to confront them. It's extremely dangerous. If it were me, I'd quit while I'm ahead to avoid even greater trouble. The surrounding crowd discussed the matter intensely. Chang Xiuqi frowned, his face filled with confusion as he said, "Destroy the Yi clan? Why? Why not become stronger first and then act against the Yi clan? Or build up our Chang family as a weapon in his hands?" Chang Shiqing frowned deeply and said earnestly, "No, I must stop him. The Yi clan is far stronger than he imagines. There's no need to confront them head-on now." With that thought, Chang Shiqing moved swiftly toward Yi Chen. Reaching Yi Chen, she earnestly said, "Yi Chen, you can't go to the Yi clan. It's too dangerous. Why not return with me to the Chang family? We will definitely help you." Chang Shiqing's words were sincere, her demeanor showing deep concern for Yi Chen. But Yi Chen didn't even glance at her, his voice icy cold as he said, "Get lost." Yi Chen was highly vindictive, and he despised opportunistic women like Chang Shiqing. Now she was here trying to gain attention? He only felt disgust. Chang Shiqing's face turned pale, then flushed with embarrassment after hearing Yi Chen's words. She never expected Yi Chen to treat her so harshly in front of so many people. Taking a deep breath, Chang Shiqing's face showed grievance as she said, "Yi Chen, I'm only concerned about you. Even though we're no longer engaged, aren't we still friends?" Yi Chen was speechless at Chang Shiqing's insincere words. He had no time to waste on her and bypassed her to rush toward Yi Tianqian. Yi Tianquan's expression turned to panic. Instinctively, he wanted to run, but Yi Chen caught him anyway. "How dare you? Even if you're a discarded member of the Yi clan, you still carry our bloodline. If you're so capable, kill yourself too." Yi Tianqian shouted angrily, his face filled with rage. At that moment, Yi Tianqian was utterly shaken. He couldn't believe Yi Chen was truly this ruthless. Was this guy insane? He struggled desperately but realized it was futile. Fear grew in his heart. He couldn't comprehend why someone so young as Yi Chen possessed such terrifying strength. As Yi Chen dragged Yi Tianqian toward the Yi clan, the onlookers erupted into chaos. My God! Am I dreaming? Why does this feel so unreal? Yi Chen hid his strength too well. His power is terrifying. The Yi clan's patriarch, Yi Tianqian, looks like a chick in his grasp. Horrifying. Such a powerful figure was cast out by the Yi clan as a discarded member, and now they want to kill him? The Yi clan is destroying its own future. Even if the Yi clan isn't wiped out, they'll surely be crippled this time. They might not remain the top family in Sacred Capital. What is Chang Shiqing thinking? She already broke off the engagement with Yi Chen, and now she's trying to get his attention? She must regret it. If she hadn't broken off the engagement, Yi Chen would be her family's son-in-law, with limitless potential. What a pity! You all know how ruthless the Chang family was to Yi Chen. Even if someone like Chang Shiqing tried to give herself away, I wouldn't want her. The crowd's discussions were unrestrained, and Chang Shiqing naturally heard them. Her face turned livid with embarrassment. Chang Xiuqi also frowned, his face darkening. He didn't expect Yi Chen to treat Chang Shiqing this way. Chang Xiuqi approached Chang Shiqing to comfort her. "Shiqing, don't take it to heart. You said everything that needs to be said. If he doesn't listen, there's nothing we can do. We still have Shiyu, don't we? As long as she stays by his side, our family will grow stronger eventually. Chang Shiqing frowned, her face full of dissatisfaction. She you again. She's mediocre and unworthy of Yi Chen. Dad, I'll handle my affairs. You don't need to interfere. With that, Chang Shiqing quickly chased after Yi Chen. Chang Xiuqi looked helpless and followed reluctantly. Mu Wanqing watched Yi Chen's interaction with Chang Shiqing and smirked. Chang Shiqing regrets it now. After treating him so cruelly, Yi Chen is right to reject her. If it were me, Yi Chen would surely listen to me. After all, we were married for 3 years. At that moment, Mu Wanqing felt a surge of confidence. She believed Yi Chen rejected Chang Shiqing because he still thought of her. Mu Wanqing prepared to head to the Yi clan with Zhao Lan and Mu Bo. Meanwhile, Li Zhengling's group also prepared to go to the Yi clan. However, Li Shawan looked indignant. Chang Shiqing is so shameless. She humiliated Yi Chen in front of everyone at the engagement cancellation, and now she regrets it? She just wants to get his attention. How can she be so brazen? Li Shawan said angrily. Chang Shiyu looked embarrassed and sighed inwardly. I warned my father and sister before that they'd regret this, but no one listened to me. Now Yi Chen has lost all hope in our family. Even if they regret it, it's useless. Li Shawan patted Chang Shiyu's shoulder and said, You've got good judgment. You stuck to your decision, otherwise, you'd end up like your sister. At this moment, Yi Chen entered the Yi clan with Yi Tianxian in tow, unleashing his divine sense to scan the entire Yi clan without any concealment. Yi Tianxian, standing beside Yi Chen, felt the terrifying mental power emanating from Yi Chen and was utterly shocked. He was the head of the Yi clan, the leader of the most powerful family in Sacred Capital. He had encountered many gifted individuals, but he had never seen anyone as young as Yi Chen with such overwhelming strength. Having such terrifying strength was already extraordinary, but what was more shocking was Yi Chen's youth. If Yi Chen were given another 10 years, Yi Tianxian couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Chen stood up and brought him to the Yi clan. Yi Chen had complete confidence in himself. He truly intended to destroy the Yi clan. Yi Chen, you can't do this. You can't destroy the Yi clan. Don't forget, you are also from the Yi clan. If you want, I can hand over the position of clan leader to you. From now on, you can be the head of the Yi clan, Yi Tianxian said, his throat dry. Although he was unwilling, he understood that this was not the time to confront Yi Chen directly. The Yi clan needed to survive if there was any hope of turning things around in the future. But Yi Chen had long since lost all hope in the Yi clan. He remained unmoved by Yi Tianxuan's pleas, his face showing contempt as he said, Do you think I care about being the head of the Yi clan? When you tried to kill us back then, why didn't you remember that we share the same blood? And now you talk to me about family ties? Don't you find that ridiculous? Yi Tianxuan's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to hold such a deep grudge. Back then, all he wanted was to secure the position of clan leader, never considering the consequences. Yi Chen, so much time has passed already. There's no need to dwell on the past. With your talent, your future is limitless. Why go to war with the Yi clan and risk mutual destruction, only to benefit others in the end? Don't you agree? Yi Tianxian continued, refusing to give up. Yi Chen's expression grew even more mocking. Without replying, he gave Yi Tianxian a disdainful glance. At this moment, the other members of the Yi clan, awakened by Yi Chen's reckless spiritual scan, came out one by one with angry expressions. Who dares to recklessly spy on the Yi clan? Do you want to die? Absolutely reckless. Someone has a death wish. This is the Yi clan. Who dares to act so arrogantly? To cause trouble here is to court death. This is outrageous. One after another, the Yi clan members stormed out, their faces filled with anger. Their aggressive demeanor suggested they were ready to act at any moment. Before long, all the Yi clan disciples appeared, including several elders who looked highly esteemed. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Yi Tianxian, they frowned. What is going on, clan leader? One of the elders, Yizi Wu, asked coldly. As an elder of the Yi clan, Yizi Wu naturally didn't feel the need to lower himself before Yi Tianxian. Instead, he looked at him with a hint of reproach. Yi Tianxuan's heart leapt with joy upon seeing Yizi Wu, and he quickly responded respectfully, Elder, it was this outcast of the Yi clan who caused this commotion. Just now, he killed many of our clan's experts, and now he has come to the Yi clan, saying he wants to destroy us. I have tried to reason with him, but he refuses to listen. Yizi Wu's expression turned icy upon hearing this. His eyes filled with killing intent as he said, "An outcast of the Yi clan? And he dares to return and act so arrogantly? Does he think he's strong enough to make a name for himself here? Do you realize you're courting death?" By this time, many spectators had gathered. Hearing the exchange between Yizi Wu and Yi Chen, their faces showed shock. Wow! Yi Chen is incredible. He really means it. I heard that's Yizi Wu, an elder of the Yi clan who hasn't been seen in years. His strength is unfathomable. Yi Chen wants to destroy the Yi clan? That's wishful thinking. Exactly. Yi Chen is too arrogant. Now that he's caught Yi Tianxian, he should be negotiating for benefits instead of wasting time here. Yi Chen is still too young. Who knows how many other powerful figures the Yi clan is hiding? Destroying them would be nearly impossible. The spectators' expressions grew serious upon Yizi Wu's arrival. Even though Yi Chen had captured Yi Tianxian, no one believed he could single-handedly destroy the Yi clan. At this moment, Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing also arrived. Seeing the scene before them, their faces turned grave. Especially Chang Xiuqi, who, as the head of the Chang family, naturally knew of Yizi Wu. I didn't expect Yizi Wu to still be alive, and it seems his cultivation has improved. Who knows how many more experts like Yizi Wu the Yi clan is hiding? Yi Chen's recklessness will only lead to his downfall, Chang Xiuqi said with a serious expression. Chang Shiqing nodded coldly. Yi Chen's earlier attitude had deeply hurt her, but she wasn't willing to give up on him just yet. Seeing Yizi Wu appear, she felt slightly pleased, believing her attempts to stop Yi Chen from coming to the Yi clan were justified. Yi Chen should have listened to me. Does he really think he can destroy the Yi clan? He should focus on cultivation while he's young and take revenge when he's stronger, Chang Shiqing said. Meanwhile, Wanqing was completely captivated by Yi Chen, her face full of excitement. Yi Chen is amazing. Why didn't I notice before? I must find an opportunity to apologize to him. He'll definitely forgive me. Wanqing was full of confidence in herself. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo exchanged glances, their hearts filled with unease. The stronger Yi Chen appeared, the more dangerous they felt he was. This guy's strength is terrifying. We should avoid him in the future, Zhao Lan said, nudging Mu Bo. Mu Bo nodded but stayed silent, noticing Wanqing's glowing admiration for Yi Chen. Li Zhengling and Su Yingfeng had also arrived. Li Zhengling frowned slightly upon seeing Yizi Wu and murmured, "The Yi clan truly hides dragons and tigers. I only heard of Yizi Wu's fame when I was young. I didn't expect him to still be alive, and it seems his cultivation has advanced. Who knows how strong he really is or how many experts like him the Yi clan has?" Su Yingfeng and Li Shawan looked serious as well. At this moment, Yi Chen faced Yizi Wu without any sign of tension. Coldly scanning the Yi clan members, he said, "Who else is there? All of you, come out." He completely disregarded Yizi Wu and naturally saw no need to respond to his words. When Yizi Wu and Yi Tianxian saw Yi Chen's attitude, their expressions turned exceedingly grim. He clearly wasn't taking them seriously. "Yi Chen, standing before you is an elder of the Yi clan and your senior. How can you be so disrespectful?" Yi Tianxian said in a tone that mimicked that of a senior admonishing a junior. Yi Tianxian desperately wanted to reconcile with Yi Chen and even began addressing himself as Yi Chen's elder, hoping this would prompt Yi Chen to back down and abandon his plan to destroy the Yi clan. If Yi Chen could be persuaded to serve the Yi clan, that would be even better. Yizi Wu, in turn, looked at Yi Chen with a condescending expression and said, "An outcast of the Yi clan who dares to kill Yi clan experts and speak so arrogantly here, are you rebelling? Kneel and apologize immediately, or today will be the day of your death." As a powerful elder of the Yi clan, Yizi Wu didn't take Yi Chen, an outcast, seriously at all. To protect the Yi clan's honor, Yi Chen had to be made to kneel and apologize in front of everyone. "Yi Chen, hurry up and apologize to the elder. If you do, I can plead for you and let you return to the Yi clan," Yi Tianxian quickly added. But just as they finished speaking, Yi Chen made his move. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen slapped Yi Tianxian across the face and said disdainfully, "Answering questions with nonsense, do I need your forgiveness? Facing death, you're still trying to make yourself important? You're the ones courting death." The next second, Yi Tianxian felt a searing pain on his face as he was sent flying. Half of his face swelled up like a pig's head, and he looked utterly pathetic. This time, Yi Tianxian was truly humiliated. He was the head of the Yi clan, always high and mighty. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Now, being slapped by Yi Chen in front of so many people, How could he ever hold his head up again? Yi Chen's actions shocked the onlookers. Is he for real? Yi Chen actually hit him. But Yi Tianxian is the head of the Yi clan. How will he survive in sacred capital after this? He'll be a laughingstock forever. Yi Chen had the chance to reconcile with the Yi clan, but now he's completely enraged them with this slap. This is the point of no return. Their conflict has reached the level of mutual destruction. Is Yi Tianxian really that weak? Couldn't he dodge the slap? It seems Yi Chen is completely serious. But does he have the strength? Yizi Wu alone is unfathomably strong, not to mention the other hidden experts of the Yi clan. The crowd's expressions grew solemn as they watched Yi Chen. They felt he was too young and impulsive. By slapping Yi Tianxian, he wasn't just humiliating him but the entire Yi clan. The Yi clan wouldn't tolerate this. Chang Xiuqi's face also darkened. The slap reminded him of the one Yi Chen had given him before, and he couldn't help but touch his own face. This brat is truly insolent. Does he think Yi Tianxian is like me and won't retaliate against a junior? What good will come from angering the Yi clan? Chang Shiqing frowned slightly, adopting a condescending tone as she said, if it were me, I would have stopped Yi Chen. While his talent is impressive, he can't possibly contend with the entire Yi clan. His fate will soon be miserable. Father, when chaos breaks out, we'll help him, and Yi Chen will be endlessly grateful to us. Chang Xiuqi's eyes lit up at her suggestion and nodded in agreement. Good idea. Let's do that. Yi Chen needs to see who truly cares for him. Look at the Li family, they haven't even said a word. Chang Xiuqi cast a disdainful glance at Li Zhengling's group. Li Zhengling noticed Chang Xiuqi's look, smirked slightly, and said, Master Chang, what's with that look? You seem very concerned about Yi Chen. Regretting the broken engagement, are you? Chang Xiuqi's face darkened at the comment, and he coldly replied, Humph. That's a matter for our Chang family. It's none of the Li family's business. Li Zhengling nodded earnestly. Of course, Master Chang. But let me remind you, after all the things your Chang family did to Yi Chen, it's impossible for him to forgive you. Then Li Zhengling laughed. Chang Xiuqi opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words as memories of everything his family had done to Yi Chen surfaced. His face grew even darker, as did Chang Shiqing's. They had both assumed Yi Chen would forgive them, but Li Zhengling's words forced them to recall their actions. Li Shawan smirked and said, Chang Shiqing, do you remember what you said during the engagement cancellation? Now that you've seen Yi Chen's strength, you're trying to get his attention again? Don't you have any shame? I bet Yi Chen feels disgusted just seeing you. Li Shawan showed no mercy, her words aimed to infuriate Chang Shiqing. Chang Shiyu stood to the side, looking helpless as she sighed deeply. She had warned her father and sister countless times that they would regret their actions, but they never listened. They had pushed Yi Chen away, and now, what could she do? Chang Shiqing trembled with rage at Li Shawan's words, her face growing pale. Meanwhile, Wanqing was stunned to see Yi Chen slap Yi Tianxian away. Yi Chen, he's the head of the Yi clan. How could you hit him? You're provoking someone you can't afford to. Wanqing exclaimed. She instinctively imagined herself as Yi Chen's wife, believing he should agree to Yi Tianxuan's proposal. If he joined the Yi clan, she would naturally become part of it and have everything she wanted. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo exchanged glances, their faces filled with worry. Wanqing, if Yi Chen can leave the Yi clan alive, we'll agree to your remarriage with him, Zhao Lan said firmly. Mu Bo nodded. That's right. If he survives this, we'll allow it. Otherwise, it's out of the question. The Yi clan members, seeing Yi Tianxian slapped away by Yi Chen, grew increasingly furious, their faces dark with anger. You dare! You're digging your own grave. It seems there's no avoiding action this time. Who gave you the courage to slap the face of our clan leader? Daring to attack our clan leader, are you looking for death? You worthless trash! You've completely enraged me. Seize him. I want him to live a life worse than death and be ground into dust. An insignificant outcast dares to cause trouble in the Yi clan, you're courting death. The Yi clan members were instantly enraged. They were the #1 family in sacred capital, accustomed to being revered wherever they went. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Yi Tianxian was not only the head of the Yi clan but also the face of the family. Yi Chen's actions were equivalent to trampling on their dignity. Almost simultaneously, they charged at Yi Chen, intent on tearing him to pieces. Yet, facing them, Yi Chen didn't even lift his gaze. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished, weaving through the crowd. Before the attacking Yi clan members could react, they collapsed to the ground one after another. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tianquan's initial anger turned into a bad premonition. His face darkened as he shouted, "Elder, stop him. Stop him quickly. None of them are his match." Yizi Wu had already realized the situation but was too late by the time he moved. All the Yi clan members had already fallen, killed by Yi Chen in one move. Yi Chen looked at Yizi Wu and Yi Tianxian with a mocking expression and said, "Yi Tianxian, they died because of you. You should feel fortunate." Yizi Wu was furious. He never expected Yi Chen to actually kill people, let alone in front of him, and provoke him so blatantly. "Outcast of the Yi clan. You've successfully enraged me. Today will be your death." Yizi Wu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful killing intent and charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, unfazed, glanced at Yi Tianxian with a smirk and said, "Another one fighting for you. Your popularity isn't bad." After saying this, Yi Chen showed no mercy and counterattacked. Yi Tianxian, trembling with rage, clenched his fists but could do nothing. Half his face was still swollen like a pig's head. Feeling Yi Chen's indifference, Yizi Wu's expression turned increasingly grim. His fury reached its peak, and he unleashed all his spiritual power, determined to kill Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Yizi Wu clashed instantly. The onlookers were stunned by Yi Chen's series of actions. Is Yi Chen really here to destroy the clan? What kind of strength does he have? So many Yi clan experts fell at his hands in an instant. Who said Yi Chen was trash before? Where did that rumor come from? This is no trash, he's a super strongman. Terrifying. It's a good thing I didn't offend Yi Chen, or I'd be done for. With such strength, the Chang family still treated him as worthless and insisted on breaking the engagement. They must regret it deeply now. They must be regretting it so much. If I had a fiancé like Yi Chen, I'd feel blessed for generations. How could they have driven him away? The Chang family couldn't grasp such fortune. They're done for now. Even if Yi Chen doesn't destroy the Yi clan, it will be severely weakened, and the biggest family in sacred capital will become the Li family, supported by Yi Chen. Wow! Li Zhangling truly has good foresight. The onlookers were excited, and their opinions of Yi Chen completely changed. Hearing their words, Chang Xiuqi's face turned ashen, his heart filled with unease. "Shiqing, Yi Chen won't hold a grudge against us, right?" Chang Xiuqi asked nervously, suddenly doubting himself after hearing the onlookers' remarks. Chang Xiuqing's feelings were equally complicated, as she had said many harsh words to Yi Chen in the past. "I don't think so. He shouldn't be that petty. We can ask Shiyu to explain for us. He might forgive us," Chang Xiuqing said gravely, her confidence shaken. Li Zhangling, noticing Chang Xiuqi's troubled expression, smiled and said, "Master Chang, if you'd known this, why act like that in the first place? If you hadn't been so ruthless, Yi Chen would have surely helped your family. But alas, you've brought this upon yourselves. If Yi Chen doesn't act against you, consider it his mercy. Don't expect anything else." Su Yingfeng, now full of excitement, couldn't hide his elation. Seeing Yi Chen's strength, he envisioned his family, with Yi Chen as their ally, rising to the top of the medical world. "Master Chang, you'd better apologize to Yi Chen, or your family is finished," Su Yingfeng said bluntly. Chang Xiuqi frowned thoughtfully and turned to Chang Shiyu with a kind smile, saying, "Shiyu, since you've been close to Yi Chen, why not speak on behalf of your father and sister?" Chang Shiyu frowned and replied, "I told you before that you'd regret this. What's the point of saying this to me now? If it weren't for your agreement with the Yi clan, none of this would have happened. It's already kind enough that Yi Chen doesn't blame you. Wanting to repair relations, don't you feel ashamed?" Chang Shiyu was furious. Chang Xiuqi only cared about her sister, Chang Shiqing, ignoring her feelings entirely. Even the marriage alliance wasn't something she had agreed to, it was all decided for her. Without Yi Chen, she would have been nothing but a tool for the alliance. Chang Shiqing frowned and scolded, "Shiyu, we did it for your sake. You should understand us." Her self-righteous words earned her glares from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Yizi Wu's fight was coming to an end. Yizi Wu, pale and trembling, stared at Yi Chen with fear. He thought killing Yi Chen would be as easy as crushing an ant. But Yi Chen was far stronger than he had imagined. Now, exhausted, he stood before Yi Chen, who showed no sign of fatigue. More importantly, Yi Chen had no intention of sparing him and continued his assault. Yizi Wu's face turned grim as he was forced to defend himself. Yi Chen, his face icy, looked at Yizi Wu as if staring at a corpse and said coldly, "I'm done playing. Die." Without hesitation, Yichen crushed Yizi Wu's dantian. Yizi Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with shock. With his current level of cultivation, it shouldn't have been easy to kill him. But now he could clearly feel the spiritual energy in his body draining away at a visible speed. In an instant, panic set in. He quickly swallowed a spiritual pill refined by the Yi clan in an attempt to stop the spread of the energy loss. Only then did he truly realize that Yichen had never been joking. Trembling in fear, he shouted, "You outcast! How dare you cripple my cultivation? How dare you?" But no matter what he tried, it was futile. With his dantian destroyed, he was now completely reduced to a cripple. In just moments, Yizi was back hunched, and his body visibly aged at an alarming rate. Before long, he was reduced to a frail, elderly man barely clinging to life. The sudden scene stunned the surrounding onlookers into silence. The air grew still as they stared in disbelief. What just happened? Wasn't Yizi Wu threatening to cripple Yichen just now? What's going on? My God! What happened to Yizi Wu? How did he become an old man in such a short time? What did Yichen do to Yizi Wu? Oh no! Yichen crippled Yizi Wu's cultivation. Crippled his cultivation? How is that even possible? Weren't they evenly matched in battle just moments ago? How did it end so abruptly? This is terrifying. Just how powerful is Yichen? Even Yizi Wu couldn't match him. So, Yichen is serious about destroying the Yi clan? The Yi clan has always been arrogant and self-righteous. They exiled a genius like Yichen and treated him as an outcast. Who knows how much they've wronged him? It's no wonder Yichen is showing no mercy in destroying them. And don't forget, Yichen is the son of Yi Hichu from 20 years ago. He's come back to take revenge on the Yi clan. He's Yi Hichu's son? That explains everything. But back then, it wasn't just the Yi clan who destroyed Yi Hichu and his wife, others were involved too. The onlookers were shaken to their core by what they had witnessed. Yi Chen's actions completely overturned their perception of him. No longer did they look at him with disdain, instead, their gazes were filled with solemnity. Many silently resolved that, no matter what, they must never provoke Yichen in the future. Chang Shochi, the head of the Chang family, stood frozen with his mouth agape, unable to recover from the shock. Who was Yizi Wu? He was an elder of the Yi clan, far stronger than any Chang family member. And yet, he had been reduced to this by Yichen? Shiqing, am I dreaming? Was that really Yichen? He actually crippled Yizi Wu? Chang Shochi's voice trembled as he spoke, his face pale. As memories of how he had treated Yichen resurfaced, he grew even paler. Only now did he realize that Yichen had shown restraint by not settling scores with him earlier. Otherwise, he might have died countless times over by now. Chang Shiqing's face was equally ashen as she muttered in disbelief, how is he this strong? I told Yichen before that he wasn't good enough for me, but now it's clear I'm not good enough for him. I even slandered him. In his eyes, I must be a complete joke. Her face twisted with bitterness. She fully understood what it meant for Yichen to defeat Yizi Wu so decisively. He was a peerless genius, and she had no confidence in herself anymore. Regret filled her heart as she thought back to everything she had said and done to Yichen. Chang Shochi let out a long sigh, his expression complicated as he said, Shiqing, after Yichen finishes dealing with the Yi clan, let's go and apologize to him. Even if he doesn't forgive us, I don't want him to hate us. Otherwise, our Chang family is finished. Initially, he had entertained the idea of having Yichen marry into their family again, but as Yichen's strength became increasingly apparent and after Li Zhengling's reminder, his confidence in the Chang family crumbled. Would Yichen forgive them after everything they had done to him? Chang Shochi doubted it. Chang Shiqing nodded with difficulty, her face darkening as she recalled the harsh words she had spoken to Yichen when they met. She now wished she could slap herself. I understand, but will he even agree to see us? When did he become so strong? How did we not know? Didn't he grow up in the Chang family? Father, didn't you know about this? Chang Shiqing asked, her brow furrowed. Chang Shochi shook his head helplessly. How would I know? He lived with the old master back then. He felt deeply regretful. A supreme talent like Yichen had lived in their family for so long, and not only had they failed to recognize his worth, but they had also treated him unfairly and driven him out. Anyone would be furious at such treatment. Chang Shiqing's brows furrowed even tighter. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and her family were equally stunned by what they had seen. What just happened? What did Yichen do? Mu Wanqing exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. Mu Bo, equally confused, shook his head and said, I don't know. How did Yizi Wu suddenly grow old? It's like some kind of magic trick. Mu Wanqing, knowing more than Zhao Lan and Mu Bo, looked grave as she said, these hidden family experts are different from ordinary people. Yi Chen must also be one of them. I think what happened is that Yi Chen destroyed Yizi Wu's cultivation. Though she had only heard of such things, this was her first time witnessing such terrifying methods. Her gaze toward Yi Chen grew increasingly heated. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's explanation, Zhao Lan's eyes lit up with excitement. If Yi Chen is that powerful, Wanqing, what if you remarry him? Couldn't you ask him to teach us these incredible techniques? Then our Mu family could become a hidden family too. Mu Bo's eyes also sparkled with excitement as he envisioned becoming someone like Yi Chen. Yes, yes. Wanqing, as long as Yi Chen agrees to teach us, we'll allow you two to remarry. Mu Wanqing's lips curled into a confident smile as she nodded. Let him finish with the Yi clan first. Once I ask, Yi Chen will definitely agree. He used to love me deeply and would do anything I said. She remained as confident as ever. In her mind, as long as she showed Yi Chen her sincerity, he would never refuse her. Li Zhangling and his group were filled with excitement as they watched Yi Chen cripple Yizi Wu. Suing Feng, beaming with enthusiasm, said, elderly, look. Yi Chen actually crippled Yizi Wu. This is incredible. Yi Chen truly is a god in my eyes. At this moment, Suing Feng's initial worries had completely vanished, replaced with indescribable excitement. He felt immensely fortunate that Yi Chen had approached him and allowed him to follow him. It was because of Yi Chen that the Su group had achieved its current success. Li Zhangling, equally thrilled, nodded and said, Yi Chen lives up to his name. There's nothing Yi Chen can't accomplish if he sets his mind to it. The Yi clan is finished. Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu both looked at Yi Chen with starry-eyed admiration, their reverence for him reaching its peak. A powerful man like Yi Chen perfectly fit their ideal of a knight in shining armor. Chang Shiyu exclaimed excitedly, Yi Chen is amazing. Now I have nothing to worry about. Li Shawan nodded eagerly and said, I never imagined Yi Chen was this strong. It looks like he's really going to destroy the Yi clan. Yi Tianxian, seeing Yizi Wu completely crippled, was filled with rage. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Yizi Wu and shouted, Yi Chen. How dare you? He is your elder, and you dared to cripple him. You're a traitor to the Yi clan. Elders, we must avenge Elder Ziwu. Otherwise, our Yi clan will become the laughingstock of the world. At that moment, Yi Tianxian felt as if he was about to explode with anger. He had been confident in Yi Ziwu's strength, thinking that defeating Yi Chen would be effortless for him. That was why he had initially tried to reason with Yi Chen, hoping to resolve things peacefully without resorting to violence. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect Yi Chen to completely ignore his attempts and directly engage in combat with Yi Ziwu. He had believed Yi Ziwu would easily kill Yi Chen. Yet, to his utter shock, not only was Yi Ziwu no match for Yi Chen, but he had also been defeated and crippled. At this moment, panic overtook Yi Tianxian. He realized that if the Yi clan's other hidden experts didn't step in, the Yi clan would truly be doomed. The Yi clan disciples, meanwhile, regarded Yi Chen with wary and fearful expressions. The power Yi Chen had displayed moments ago filled them with terror. But Yi Tianxuan's cries sent ripples throughout the Yi clan. It felt as though a slumbering beast was awakening. Within the Yi clan's inner sanctum, a massive and invisible aura began to spread rapidly. Those who felt this aura turned pale, their bodies growing heavy with an almost irresistible urge to kneel. What is this? What's happening? This pressure is overwhelming. Is this the Yi clan's hidden trump card? This power feels even stronger than Yi Ziwu's. Yi Chen is in trouble now. The Yi clan has hidden their strength too well. As expected of the number one family in sacred capital. Who would have known the Yi clan had such power if Yi Chen hadn't forced their hand? This time, Yi Chen has truly angered the Yi clan. The Yi clan won't let Yi Chen go. The surrounding crowd, overwhelmed by the pressure, grew solemn, doubting whether Yi Chen could stand against the Yi clan on his own. Chang Shochi, feeling the pressure, turned pale and said in a terrified voice, I never imagined the Yi clan was this strong. As expected of the number one family in sacred capital. Yi Chen has truly provoked them. Chang Shochi's heart pounded, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. This was the first time he had truly understood the Yi clan's strength. Compared to the Yi clan, the Chang family was utterly insignificant. Now, his confidence in Yi Chen wavered. After all, Yi Chen was just one person, while the Yi clan was an entire family. The odds were not in his favor. Chang Shiqing's face grew heavy with concern as she said, I never thought the Yi clan's hidden strength would be this terrifying. Yi Chen is in trouble now. As a former member of the military and the number one on the Qianlong list, she believed she had a good understanding of various forces. While Yi Chen had defeated Yizi Wu, she thought his strength was far from enough to take on the entire Yi clan. Chang Xiuqi nodded in agreement and said, exactly. Yi Chen should have quit while he was ahead after crippling Yizi Wu. Now, even running away might not be an option. Yi Chen is still too young. It's not necessarily a bad thing. He needs to experience the gap in strength and learn a lesson. That way, he won't act so recklessly in the future, Chang Shiqing said seriously. Chang Xiuqi nodded, seemingly regaining some of his confidence. Meanwhile, on the other side, the immense power radiating from the Yi clan forced Mu Wanqing, Zhao Lan, and their group to their knees. Zhao Lan, her eyes filled with panic, said, What's happening? I can't stand up. What's going on? Mu Bo, equally pale, said with fear in his eyes, I don't know. It feels like I can't even stand. What's happening here? Mu Wanqing, looking confused, shook her head and said, Only Yi Chen might know. Let's sit down so we don't embarrass Yi Chen. As ordinary people, they couldn't comprehend the invisible pressure emanating from the Yi clan. However, Mu Wanqing, having witnessed Yi Chen's power, once again imagined herself as Yi Chen's wife. Zhao Lan nodded hurriedly and said, Yes, we mustn't embarrass Yi Chen. We're still hoping he'll teach us those incredible cultivation techniques. Daughter, the Mu family's future depends on you. Mu Bo said excitedly. Of course, all of this was just wishful thinking on their part. Yi Chen had long since lost all hope in them. The Yi clan members, feeling the powerful aura, were filled with excitement. This is great. Our Yi clan still has a trump card. Yi Chen, you outcast, we will never forgive you. Ancestor, avenge our fallen clan members. Ancestor, this Yi clan outcast wants to wipe out our entire family. Such a rebellious and unfilial son must pay the price. The Yi clan disciples knelt on the ground, wailing in unison. At this moment, their hatred for Yi Chen reached its peak. They wished they could tear him apart and ensure he could never rise again. Yi Tianxian, holding Yizi Wu, wailed bitterly and said, Ancestor, the Yi clan outcast Yi Chen has betrayed the clan, killed his elders, and slaughtered our disciples. You must avenge the fallen Yi clan members. However, Yi Chen's expression remained calm. The immense pressure that overwhelmed everyone else didn't affect him in the slightest. Yi Chen revealed a faint smile and said, Wouldn't it have been better if you'd come out earlier? Now that you're here, his death is meaningless. And why are all of you so confident that he could kill me? His expression was calm, and his face still carried a smile, but to the Yi clan disciples, it was full of provocation. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the Yi clan disciples' faces turned sour and helpless. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have been torn apart thousands of times. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't make a single move before their ancestors appeared. Yi Chen, you will regret everything you've done. Outcast of the Yi clan, you're a disgrace to us all. To be so arrogant in front of our ancestors, you must have a death wish. You'll be silenced soon enough. Yi Chen, you'll die a miserable death. The Yi clan members shouted angrily. At that moment, the powerful spiritual fluctuations emanating from the depths of the Yi clan began to calm. Under everyone's watchful eyes, several figures emerged, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, some old, and some young. A total of 10 people appeared. Their cold gazes locked onto Yi Chen, who stood not far away. So, you're the outcast who wants to destroy the Yi clan, one of them said in an emotionless and icy voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 9 simultaneously unleashed overwhelming killing intent, pressing down on Yi Chen. Their anger was evident, they looked like they couldn't wait to tear Yi Chen to pieces. These 10 individuals were the Yi clan's ultimate trump card. They remained in slumber to conserve their strength and avoid the toll on their spiritual energy. Awakening them consumed immense resources, and returning to slumber required even more preparation. They had warned the younger generation of the Yi clan never to wake them unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, because of this outcast, they had all been awakened. A surge of anger rose in their hearts, and they wanted to kill Yi Chen immediately. Yi Tianxian, seeing the ancestors appear, was overwhelmed with excitement. Ancestors, it's him. Just now, he crippled Elder Yizi Wu and killed so many of our disciples. He deserves to be torn apart. With the 10 ancestors present, Yi Tianxian regained his confidence and began complaining to them in a fit of indignation. The 10 ancestors frowned slightly as they looked at Yi Tianxian and the injured Yizi Wu in his arms. Their gazes grew colder as they turned toward Yi Chen. In that case, you deserve to die 100 times over. We will ensure your soul never reincarnates and make you a slave to the Yi clan for eternity, one of them said coldly. As he spoke, he struck. A surge of powerful spiritual energy condensed into a rope and shot toward Yi Chen at an incredible speed, intending to bind him. The other 9 ancestors watched indifferently, confident that any one of them could easily capture Yi Chen. Of course, their assumptions were far from reality. As the rope of spiritual energy neared Yi Chen, it instantly disintegrated. Yi Chen glanced at them with disdain and said, "You decrepit old fools, with this level of power, you think you can kill me? Show me what you're really capable of, or your end will be miserable." Yi Chen made his move. With a casual wave of his hand, a spiritual sword appeared before him. In the next moment, an overwhelming sword aura radiated from Yi Chen. Countless spiritual swords materialized in front of him, seemingly alive, their tips aimed at the 10 ancestors of the Yi clan. It was as if, with one command from Yi Chen, these swords would launch an unstoppable attack. The sudden display caused the 10 ancestors' faces to grow solemn. They realized they couldn't underestimate Yi Chen. An outcast of the Yi clan? We truly underestimated you. To have reached such mastery of swordsmanship in this environment is unexpected. It seems we'll have to get serious. No wonder we were awakened. It appears the clan was truly at a dead end. An outcast filled with hatred for the Yi clan cannot be allowed to live. The 10 ancestors spoke one after another. They began to ready themselves, drawing their weapons and preparing for an all-out battle against Yi Chen. They didn't care about pride or fairness. To them, a genius like Yi Chen, with such talent and cultivation, had to die if he couldn't be used by the Yi clan. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled. The 10 ancestors attacking together aligned perfectly with his plans. Fighting them one by one would have been far too time-consuming. With another wave of his hand, the countless spiritual swords before him shot toward the 10 ancestors with terrifying speed. The sky filled with swords, as if a god of swords had descended. The sight alone sent chills down everyone's spines. And that wasn't all. Under Yi Chen's control, the number of swords increased, surrounding the 10 ancestors entirely. Wherever the swords passed, the land was left barren, as if locusts had ravaged it. The onlookers turned pale at the scene. Although they were cultivators, they had never witnessed anything like this. Gulp. This is terrifying. If all those swords hit me, there wouldn't even be a trace left of me. Not even a trace, there wouldn't even be ashes. I thought the Yi clan ancestors could take down Yi Chen, but I clearly underestimated him. Yi Chen is like a god, a sword god. I've never seen such powerful cultivation in my life. For the 10 ancestors to attack together, it's shameless. Yi Chen is just one person. Why don't they fight him one-on-one? One-on-one? Yi Chen could probably kill any one of them with a single strike. Yi Chen is a chosen one. The Yi clan must have been out of their minds to cast him out. What were they thinking? Who do you think will win this battle? The crowd was ecstatic. They had never witnessed such an intense fight, and it was a feast for their eyes. Chang Shouqi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the sight. Overwhelmed by the sheer sword aura, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. My goodness. What is this? Is this the legendary sword aura? When did Yi Chen cultivate such terrifying swordsmanship? Chang Shouqi's throat was dry, his face pale, and his eyes filled with shock. He had thought he understood Yi Chen, but witnessing Yi Chen's unending display of techniques, he realized he didn't know this Yi Chen at all. Such overwhelming strength had completely shattered his understanding of reality. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed what was happening in front of him. To him, Yi Chen didn't seem human, he seemed like a god. Only a god could possess such terrifying power. Chang Shouqi felt the same. She was completely stunned, her eyes wide open, filled with disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. Her gaze toward Yi Chen now carried a sense of unfamiliarity. She had never thought that someone could elevate their strength to such an incredible level. Chang Shouqi, overwhelmed, murmured to herself, "Is this really not a dream? How did he cultivate such terrifying strength? Why didn't I know anything about this?" At this moment, Chang Shouqi doubted herself deeply. She had always believed she knew Yi Chen well, but now she realized she knew absolutely nothing about him. She had believed what others said, that Yi Chen was a useless man living off women. Thinking back on her past behavior, she wished she could crawl into a hole and disappear. Chang Xiuqi looked at her seriously and said, Sure Qing, no matter what, you must find a way to earn Yi Chen's trust and stay by his side like Shiyu. Otherwise, you'll remain nothing more than a pawn for the family's marriage alliances. Having witnessed Yi Chen's power, Chang Xiuqi was determined not to let him go. He didn't care how many wrongs he had done to Yi Chen in the past, he wanted Yi Chen to unconditionally accept the Chang family again. Chang Shiqing snapped back to her senses at his words, her face turning grim. She used to scoff at the idea of having any connection with Yi Chen, but now, trying to reconnect with him seemed as difficult as climbing to the heavens. And thinking about what Chang Shiyu had told her before, she wanted to slap herself. With a deep sigh, her face full of helplessness, Chang Shiqing said, Dad, I know what to do. She also wanted to be a woman by Yi Chen's side, but this wasn't something that could be achieved with mere words. On the other side, Wanqing and her parents were so frightened by Yi Chen's display that their legs nearly gave out, and they almost collapsed to the ground. As ordinary people, such a fantastical scene felt unreal to them. Zhao Lan blinked repeatedly at the sight and said, Are we sure this isn't a dream? This is way too fake. Wanqing, are we sure this isn't a movie with special effects? Mu Bo was equally stunned and said, Are we watching a movie? These effects are way too realistic. Wanqing, what do you think? There's no way Yi Chen could have such mystical abilities. If he were this powerful, he wouldn't have agreed to such a humiliating divorce and left with nothing back then. Mu Wanqing slowly turned to Zhao Lan and Mu Bo, looking confused. Mom, Dad, this is my first time seeing this too. I have no idea. She looked at Yi Chen, who now seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. Back then, Yi Chen had obeyed her every word, even agreeing to a divorce without hesitation. She had thought of him as nothing more than a man dependent on women. A part of her even resented Yi Chen for not telling her everything about himself. If she had known he was this powerful, she would never have divorced him. Zhao Lan looked at Mu Wanqing, frowned, and said sharply, What's going on? Didn't you live with Yi Chen for 3 years? How could you know nothing about him? Mu Bo chimed in, Exactly. 3 years, and you didn't know anything? Wanqing, you've been so selfish, it's really disappointing. If you treated Yi Chen better, we might have known about his abilities sooner. We wouldn't have forced the divorce or done things to hurt him. This is all your fault. Zhao Lan nodded in agreement and said, Exactly. You're such a disappointment. All you cared about was your career. Couldn't you have focused on Yi Chen just a little? If you'd been good to him, you'd be more precious than anyone right now. She exchanged a look with Mu Wanqing and added seriously, Wanqing, Yi Chen is a supreme powerhouse. You must seize this opportunity. The future of the Mu family rests on you. Mu Wanqing's face darkened. She had divorced Yi Chen because of her parents' insistence. Now that Yi Chen had become so powerful, they were shifting all the blame onto her? Mom, Dad, don't forget, you were the ones who forced me to divorce Yi Chen. Later, when I wanted to reconcile, you did everything to stop me. The way things are now is all because of you. Mu Wanqing's blunt words made Zhao Lan and Mu Bo's faces turn pale with anger. They hadn't expected the usually obedient Mu Wanqing to turn on them, and their faces flushed red with fury. Meanwhile, Li Zhangling and his group were staring at Yi Chen with glowing eyes, filled with admiration. Suing Feng, full of excitement, said, Amazing. As expected of Yi Chen. If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I'd never believe it. This is like something out of a movie. Li Zhangling, equally excited, said, This is Yi Shen's power. Not even the Yi clan can rival him. Who could possibly stand against Yi Shen in the future? Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu were thrilled, their eyes fixed on Yi Chen. At this moment, nothing else existed in their world. Yi Chen is incredible. I'll work harder from now on. Chang Shiyu said, determination in her voice. She had resolved to train and grow stronger so she could stand beside Yi Chen one day. The more she saw his strength, the more unworthy she felt to be near him. A seed of ambition had sprouted in her heart. Li Shawan felt the same way. Her initial disdain for Yi Chen had turned into a deep admiration. Yi Chen, I want to stay by your side forever, Li Shawan murmured to herself, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Once, she had wanted to marry Yi Chen and spend her life with him. Now, Yi Chen had risen to a level in her heart that seemed almost divine, so far beyond her reach that she would do anything to stay by his side. Meanwhile, the 10 ancestors of the Yi clan were utterly shocked by Yi Chen's display of power. Their pupils contracted simultaneously, and their faces showed disbelief. They had never taken Yi Chen seriously before, but now, seeing his strength, they felt a sense of danger they had never experienced before. Is he really the outcast of our clan? A person with such talent was cast out of the Yi clan? No matter. If he is no longer one of us, then he must be eliminated. It's time to end this. Kill. Boy, even though your talent is extraordinary, you are nothing more than an outcast of the Yi clan. You dare to destroy the Yi clan? You deserve to die. Die now. The 10 elders of the Yi clan spoke calmly, but their attacks showed no mercy. In Yi Chen, they saw a severe threat to the Yi clan. These were the 10 great ancestors of the Yi clan, who had never encountered a genius as terrifyingly talented as Yi Chen. If Yi Chen hadn't been cast out, hadn't killed the Yi clan's disciples, and hadn't borne such hatred for the clan, they would have treated him as the clan's greatest treasure. But now, Yi Chen stood firmly against them. To ensure the Yi clan's survival, Yi Chen had to die. As Yi Chen launched his sword attack, the 10 ancestors simultaneously attacked him. The scene was spectacular, and the battle was intense. Sword lights and blade shadows filled the air, with the elders occasionally appearing, but Yi Chen's figure remained elusive. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned, their faces filled with shock. Although many of them were cultivators, it was their first time witnessing such a battle, a sight they would never forget. Even the noble families of Sacred Capital, who thought themselves comparable to the Yi clan, now dared not make a sound. So this is the true strength of the Yi clan? How can they be this powerful? Just one elder could destroy an entire family like ours. This is terrifying. The Yi clan's foundation is far beyond any ordinary family. We must avoid provoking the Yi clan, and Yi Chen too. Stay as far away as possible. If it were me, I'd be dead the moment I stepped into that fight. But Yi Chen is incredible, he's facing the 10 great ancestors of the Yi clan. No wonder Yi Chen is so confident. He has every reason to be. The Chang family must be furious. They treated Yi Chen like trash, forcing a divorce and publicly humiliating him. If I were Yi Chen, I'd have destroyed them without hesitation. Exactly. Yi Chen's temper is far too forgiving. The onlookers were filled with excitement, wishing they could record everything they were witnessing. The battle between Yi Chen, who rivaled the 10 great ancestors, became the center of all their discussions. Even if Yi Chen didn't win, his reputation would spread far and wide. Their chatter carried no restraint, and every word stung the Chang family like a thorn. Chang Shouqi, initially regaining some confidence, now turned pale as his anger boiled over. You're asking for death. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Having witnessed Yi Chen's strength, Chang Shouqi believed the past should be forgotten, but the crowd's constant reminders of their actions toward Yi Chen made him feel suffocated. Chang Shiqing, pale and uneasy, said, "Dad, ignore them. Yi Chen should understand our intentions. After all, our family raised him." Her heart ached terribly. Yi Chen, who should have been her perfect husband, was now a stranger to her. It felt as though fate itself was playing a cruel joke. Chang Shouqi, displeased, nodded and said, "Shiqing, why don't you return to the war division? As the number 1 on the Qianlong list, if you sincerely apologize, you might get back in." Although he wanted Shiqing to reconnect with Yi Chen, he understood that Yi Chen might not even acknowledge them after everything they had done. He suggested Shiqing try her luck. Chang Shiqing bit her lip and sighed, relieved yet conflicted. She decided to return to the war division but couldn't shake her complex feelings about Yi Chen. "I understand, Dad. But I don't want to give up on Yi Chen either," she said, her tone resolute. For someone from a noble family like hers, admiration for a partner was always grounded in personal benefit. Having lost her chance with Yi Chen once, she was determined not to lose it again. Chang Shouqi smiled, satisfied with her response. Good. Some opportunities, once missed, are almost impossible to regain. Meanwhile, Wanqing and her parents were overwhelmed by shock as they watched the battle unfold. Zhao Lan, incredulous, said, "Are we dreaming? This can't be real. How is this not some special effect from a movie?" Mu Bo nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's too unbelievable. Is that kid Yi Chen even human? The sheer intensity of the scene made their scalps tingle, and they found it hard to accept as reality. Wanqing felt the same, but anger simmered in her heart as she listened to Zhao Lan and Mu Bo. She felt she had a connection with Yi Chen, but everything had fallen apart because Zhao Lan and Mu Bo had constantly called Yi Chen a useless man who depended on her. She said seriously, "Do you still think my divorce from Yi Chen was the right choice? If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't be in this situation. I've already decided, once this is over, no matter what happens to Yi Chen, I'm remarrying him." Zhao Lan and Mu Bo exchanged uneasy glances, too afraid to argue. Wanqing vented her frustration, pointing at them and saying, "You can't blame me entirely. You two kept saying he was useless, and I listened. Now you want to push all the blame onto me?" Zhao Lan, looking aggrieved, said, "Wanqing, we can't be blamed for everything. You were the one who complained he never did anything at home. That's why we told you to divorce him. How can you blame us now?" Mu Bo nodded, adding, "Exactly. If you liked him enough, how could we have influenced your decision? Think carefully before accusing us." Mu Wanqing's face darkened, and she looked at Yi Chen, unsure how to proceed. At this point, the figures of Yi Chen and the 10 great ancestors were no longer visible, but the sounds of the battle proved Yi Chen was still alive. The 10 ancestors, while deeply troubled, showed no signs of stopping their attacks. How did this boy cultivate? How is he this strong at such a young age? Mu Bo said with admiration. Neither Zhao Lan nor Mu Bo dared to underestimate Yi Chen anymore. At this moment, all they wanted was for Mu Wanqing to remarry Yi Chen. If they remarried, with Yi Chen's strength, would the Mu family still struggle to establish themselves in sacred capital? Would they still need to go around seeking investments like they did now? Absolutely not. By then, even the Li family might try to curry favor with them. Just imagining this prospect filled them with excitement. Zhao Lan, with a serious expression, said, "Wanqing, if you want to remarry Yi Chen, how could we object? Here's what we'll do, once this is over, we'll go talk to Yi Chen and tell him about this. He'll definitely be thrilled." Zhao Lan could barely contain herself. She knew that Yi Chen wasn't just being sought after by them. Li Shawan from the Li family and Chang Shiyu from the Chang family were also close to Yi Chen. She didn't want to lose out to others. Mu Bo nodded repeatedly, saying, "Exactly, exactly. We can't just stand by and let someone else take Yi Chen away. Once you two remarry, it will be the rise of the Mu family." Zhao Lan and Mu Bo grew increasingly excited, as if they were already imagining their success. Meanwhile, the battle between Yi Chen and the 10 great ancestors of the Yi clan was nearing its end. Yi Chen stood there, his eyes filled with killing intent. On the other side, the group of 10 ancestors had been reduced by more than half. The once arrogant and confident elders now looked grim and alert as they stared at Yi Chen. They could never have imagined that Yi Chen would be this powerful. Each of them alone could dominate sacred capital, and yet, even with all 10 of them, they were still defeated by Yi Chen. Now, their concern wasn't about losing but about how they could escape. The Yi Chen before them was beyond anything they could handle. This wasn't a normal man, it was a crushingly powerful being. And worst of all, he had come from the Yi clan itself. It was a humiliating slap in the face. One of the elders took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, said, "Yi Chen, I apologize for everything the Yi clan has done to you. Whatever conditions you have, we'll meet them. Can we end this now?" Having witnessed Yi Chen's overwhelming power, the elder dared not put on any airs. He humbled himself as much as possible. They had no desire to continue this fight, doing so would risk total annihilation. The other elders had no objections either. Yi Chen was not a man, he was a force of destruction. Yi Chen's face remained icy as he listened to their plea for peace. He replied indifferently, "If an apology were enough, would I have come all the way here to slaughter the Yi clan? Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Don't you agree?" Yi Chen had never planned to spare the Yi clan. Since they had dared to act as they did in the past, they had to face the consequences. If apologies sufficed, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. The elders of the Yi clan were truly laughable. Hearing Yi Chen's response, the elders' faces turned grim, and they glared at Yi Tianxian as though they wanted to kill him. They now understood the general sequence of events. If Yi Tianxian and the others had acted, they should have finished the job and eradicated all threats. But now, they had left Yi Chen alive long enough to grow into a formidable powerhouse who threatened the entire clan. What were they supposed to do now? The younger generation of the Yi clan turned pale with fear and despair. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Yi clan was doomed. How can this be? Aren't we the strongest? How can we not even defeat Yi Chen? What do we do? Are we going to die here? Even the ancestors can't beat Yi Chen. We're finished. Those are our 10 great ancestors. How can Yi Chen be this strong? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless outcast? Useless? If he's useless, then what are we? He must have spread that rumor himself to lower our guard. The disciples of the Yi clan were in full panic. Yi Tianxian was utterly stunned, his face pale with terror. He could never have imagined that Yi Chen would surpass even Yi Hichu. This was beyond human capabilities. How can this be? How can this be? Yi Tianxian muttered, overwhelmed by despair. The surrounding crowd also took in the scene, and anyone could see the current situation clearly. Only 5 of the 10 great ancestors are left? Where are the other 5? What's going on? Did 5 of them escape? No way. Were those 5 killed by Yi Chen? This is terrifying. Even the 10 great ancestors aren't a match for Yi Chen? So powerful. Is this Yi Chen's true strength? The Yi clan has really run into a wall this time. They might actually be wiped out. What did the Yi clan do to make Yi Chen hate them so much? I don't know. Maybe it has to do with his background. After all, Yi Chen was cast out by the clan. How ironic. A genius like Yi Chen was treated as an outcast? Ridiculous. The onlookers were all visibly shaken. That Yi Chen alone could take on and defeat the 10 great ancestors of the Yi clan was nothing short of legendary. One of the surviving ancestors took a deep breath as if making a crucial decision. Shaking his head, he said, Yi Chen, you cannot destroy the Yi clan. This branch of the Yi clan is just a small offshoot. If you destroy us, you will forever be branded as an outcast. With your talent, you could go to the main branch of the Yi clan, where you would receive their full support. The other ancestors frowned at this but remained silent. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but maintained a calm expression as he replied, You're talking about the outer domains? Does the Yi clan still have connections to the outer domains? At this, the ancestors all turned to look at Yi Chen, their expressions growing serious. They had never mentioned the outer domains to anyone. How did Yi Chen know? Could someone from the outer domains have already arrived? If so, where did Yi Chen get his terrifying cultivation? Perhaps their visitor was an enemy of the Yi clan, which would explain why Yi Chen was targeting them. The elders considered many possibilities, and their faces grew darker with every thought. One of the ancestors finally spoke, his tone grave, If you know about the outer domains, then you should understand the strength of the true Yi clan. While you may be an outcast, we do not wish to see you used by others. Let us end this here, and we will not pursue the matter further. Yi Chen sneered coldly upon hearing this, disdainfully saying, What a great excuse. But no matter how strong the Yi clan is, it can't compare to becoming strong on your own. These arguments are meaningless to me. What must be destroyed will be destroyed. After speaking, Yi Chen didn't waste any more words and charged at the 5 remaining ancestors once again. The expressions of the Yi clan ancestors immediately turned grim. They had thought that mentioning the Yi clan's headquarters in the outer domains would tempt Yi Chen, but they never expected him to attack them without hesitation. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Damn it! Yi Chen! You'll regret this. Yi Chen, the Yi clan won't let you go. Yi Chen, you'll regret the choices you've made. The ancestors panicked. They didn't want to die, but against Yi Chen, they had no choice but to give it their all. Yi Chen, unwilling to waste any more time, summoned his sword formation again. In the next moment, countless sword energies appeared once more. The expressions of the Yi clan ancestors changed dramatically, becoming even more grim. They couldn't believe that Yi Chen's sword energy could be used repeatedly. In no time, they were engulfed by Yi Chen's sword energy. But that wasn't all. Yi Chen directed some of the sword energy toward the other disciples of the Yi clan. This sudden attack left Yi Tianxian and the others utterly terrified. Many of the Yi clan disciples were so frightened that they lost the will to resist. In an instant, the entire Yi clan was in chaos. The remaining ancestors looked on, their faces growing darker. One of them, filled with rage, shouted at Yi Chen, Yi Chen, are you really going to wipe us out completely? You'll face retribution for this. One of the ancestors then took advantage of the chaos to flee. Yi Chen didn't stop him. If the so-called headquarters of the Yi clan in the outer domain sought revenge, he wouldn't mind wiping them out as well. This time, Yi Chen was even more ruthless than before, and soon the Yi clan was completely annihilated. In the end, only Yi Chen stood amidst the ruins. The events had unfolded too quickly, leaving the surrounding onlookers dumbfounded. The shock on their faces was indescribable. They had thought the battle between Yi Chen and the ancestors would take some time to conclude. But they never expected Yi Chen to crush the Yi clan so decisively. What? What just happened? Is Yi Chen even human? He's like the god of death. He really destroyed the Yi clan? That was the Yi clan. How could he be so powerful? This is terrifying. He's not human, he's monstrously strong. To single-handedly wipe out the entire Yi clan. Only Yi Chen could achieve this. Am I dreaming? Did someone really destroy the Yi clan? This feels so unreal. How terrifying. What is Yi Chen's level of strength? To kill the entire Yi clan without resistance, Yi Chen has done it. This is a monstrous existence. It seems sacred capital is about to change. The onlookers felt a shiver of fear run down their spines. If even the Yi clan couldn't stand against Yi Chen, what chance would they have? The Yi clan was gone. Yi Chen was now the strongest, and they resolved to maintain good relations with him. Meanwhile, at the Chang family, Chang Shouqi stared at the scene before him, his face filled with shock and his heart torn between fear and excitement. Yi Chen really did it. He actually destroyed the Yi clan. Chang Shouqi said, his voice trembling. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed Yi Chen's strength could be so terrifying that he could effortlessly annihilate the Yi clan. If Yi Chen wanted to destroy the Chang family, wouldn't it only take an instant? Remembering everything he had done to Yi Chen, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chang Shiqing was equally shocked, her gaze at Yi Chen filled with complex emotions. Such a powerful Yi Chen had once been her fiancé, yet she had pushed him away. Her heart ached. If only we hadn't divorced, Chang Shiqing murmured instinctively. Chang Shouqi immediately said, then let's hurry and apologize to Yi Chen. We can tell him everything before was just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Chang family head, don't you think that's a bit too hurtful of a misunderstanding? Li Zhengling raised an eyebrow, sneering as he glanced at Chang Shouqi before hurrying toward Yi Chen with a respectful expression. Chang family head, you better think this through. Yi Chen repays both kindness and grudges in kind, Su Yingfeng added, smiling as he followed Li Zhengling. Li Shawan quickly followed suit, while Chang Shiyu sighed deeply and followed behind her. She had warned the Chang family many times that Yi Chen wasn't a useless freeloader, but they had refused to listen and had done so many things to hurt Yi Chen. Now that they saw Yi Chen's strength, they wanted to wipe the slate clean? How was that possible? Meanwhile, Wanqing and her parents were terrified by Yi Chen's ruthlessness. Especially Zhao Lan and Mu Bo, who couldn't help but imagine what would happen if those swords had pierced them. This is terrifying. Yi Chen. How can he possess such fearsome abilities? Killing people is as easy as cutting melons. He's not human. Zhao Lan said, her face pale. Mu Bo nodded, equally shaken. Exactly. There were so many swords, too many to count. How did he do it? How did we know so little about Yi Chen? Mu Wanqing's eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, filled with regret. This was the man she had been married to for 3 years. If only they hadn't divorced, she would be the one standing by his side now. Seeing Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu approach Yi Chen, Mu Wanqing snapped out of it and hurried toward him as well. She wanted to seize this chance to remarry Yi Chen. By now, Li Zhengling had reached Yi Chen and said, congratulations to Yi Chen for destroying the Yi clan. Su Yingfeng also bowed respectfully and said, congratulations to Yi Chen for destroying the Yi clan. Having witnessed Yi Chen's strength, they no longer dared to act disrespectfully, treating Yi Chen as a deity. Yi Chen nodded indifferently and said, Li Zhengling, Su Yingfeng, I'll leave this place to you. Though the Yi clan was gone, its belongings remained. They were useless to him but a treasure trove for Li Zhengling and Su Yingfeng. Hearing Yi Chen's words, both of their faces lit up with excitement. Thank you, Yi Chen, they said in unison. Yi Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu immediately followed him. As for Mu Wanqing, an ordinary person, how could she keep up with Yi Chen? She could only watch as he disappeared from sight. The news of Yi Chen's destruction of the Yi clan quickly spread throughout Xinjiang. Everyone in Xinjiang was stunned. Many people refused to believe what they had heard and went to the Yi clan to see for themselves. When they saw the scene with their own eyes, they finally believed that the Yi clan had truly been wiped out. Oh my god! It's actually true! That's the Yi clan! How could they just be wiped out like that? Yi Chen? Isn't he a useless man living off women? How could he destroy the Yi clan? Stop joking. Yeah. You must have made a mistake. This can't be real. The number one family in Xinjiang, destroyed by Yi Chen? I feel like I'm dreaming. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. But this is the truth. So all the rumors were false. Yi Chen's strength is so terrifying that he could destroy the Yi clan. What else can't he do? This is unbelievable. The surrounding crowd was full of shock and heated discussion. This sudden news completely changed their perception of Yi Chen. For a time, Yi Chen became the subject of everyone's conversations. At the Chang family residence, Chang Xiuqi rushed toward the Li family with a group of people, his face full of anxiety. Looking at Chang Shiqing beside him, Chang Xiuqi said seriously, "Shiqing, this time we must properly apologize to Yi Chen until he forgives us." Chang Xiuqi felt extremely uneasy but was also eager to know Yi Chen's attitude. Chang Shiqing nodded and said, "Dad, I know. You've said it many times already." Chang Shiqing was even more nervous than Chang Xiuqi, fearing that Yi Chen wouldn't forgive her. Soon, the two arrived at the Li family's gate. But just as they were about to enter, they were stopped. Both Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing frowned immediately. "What is the meaning of this?" "I'm here to see Yi Chen," Chang Xiuqi said with displeasure. Chang Shiqing also frowned and said, "I'm Chang Shiyu's sister. Please inform her that we have something important to discuss." The person blocking them glanced at Chang Shiqing, showing a look of disdain, and said, "Wait here." Then, the person turned and left. Chang Shiqing's face turned extremely unpleasant. As someone who always thought of herself as above others, she had never been treated like this. If not for wanting Yi Chen's forgiveness, she would have already confronted that person. Chang Xiuqi quickly realized that while he had been focused on meeting Yi Chen, he had forgotten that his other daughter, Chang Xiyu, was already at the Li family, close to Yi Chen. Feeling satisfied, Chang Xiuqi nodded and said, "Shiqing, you're thoughtful at critical moments. I completely forgot that your sister Xiyu is already here." Before long, Chang Xiyu walked out of the Li family's gate. Chang Xiuqi's face lit up with joy, and he hurried to greet her, smiling as he said, "Xiyu, it's so good to see you. How have you been here? Are you used to it? If you need anything, just let me know." Chang Shiqing followed, smiling as she said, "Xiyu, you've been away for so long without coming back to see Dad. Dad had to bring me to find you. Are you doing well here?" Chang Xiuqi nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right. Xiyu, your father has always favored you the most, yet you just left like that and made us worry for so long." Hearing their words, Chang Xiyu frowned and showed an unprecedented cold expression as she said, "Dad, sis, there's no need for you to feign sincerity with me. I'm well aware of how you've treated me over the years. I also know why you're here. Let me tell you this, Yi Chen won't see you, and he definitely won't forgive the Chang family. So give up." Chang Xiyu looked at Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing with disappointment written all over her face. She clearly remembered how resolute Chang Shiqing had been in breaking off the engagement with Yi Chen. And now, after just a short time, she was trying to reverse it? With her strong sense of pride, Chang Shiqing could never accept an ordinary Yi Chen. It was only now, after realizing his strength, that she was willing to consider him. Hearing Chang Shiyu's words, Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing's faces turned pale. They hadn't expected Chang Xiyu to reject their request so outright, disregarding family ties. Moreover, what did she mean by Yi Chen wouldn't see them? And that he wouldn't forgive the Chang family? Could Yi Chen be planning to take action against the Chang family? The more they thought about it, the darker their expressions became. Chang Xiuqi, clearly uneasy, said, "Xiyu, what do you mean by this? When have your sister and I ever been insincere to you? We truly care about you. Don't you understand? You're also a member of the Chang family. With your relationship with Yi Chen, all you need to do is say a few words to him, and he'll surely forgive us." Chang Shiqing also frowned and said impatiently, "Xiyu, we know we were wrong and came here specifically to apologize to Yi Chen. Let us in so we can explain everything to him." Their true goal wasn't to see Chang Xiyu but to use her as a way to meet Yi Chen. Chang Shiyu's attitude made them deeply dissatisfied. Chang Xiyu shook her head and said helplessly, "I've told you, Yi Chen won't see you. Go back." After speaking, she turned to leave, only to be stopped by Chang Shiqing. Chang Shiqing frowned, her expression troubled, and said, "Xiyu, I truly know I was wrong. Can you help me this once? Tell Yi Chen that I'm willing to restore the broken engagement. As long as he agrees, I'll marry him immediately." Chang Xiyu frowned, showing a look of disbelief, and said, "Sis, are you insane? Back then, you were the one who insisted on breaking off the engagement. I tried to dissuade you, but you refused to listen, claiming you'd never regret your decisions. And now you want to restore the engagement? Do you think Yi Chen would agree? Why should he agree? Sis, do you still not understand your position?" Chang Xiyu nearly laughed at how absurd Chang Shiqing's request was. How could she be so confident that Yi Chen would forgive her? Not wanting to waste any more time, Chang Xiyu turned and left. Chang Shiqing's face turned pale, knowing that Chang Shiyu's attitude reflected Yi Chen's feelings toward her. Chang Xiuqi, also looking grim, quickly said, "Shiqing, don't listen to Shiyu's nonsense. She's just afraid of you taking Yi Chen away. As long as you get a chance to meet him, he'll surely forgive you. At this moment, Chang Xiuqi had lost his composure entirely. The Yi clan was destroyed, leaving Yi Chen as the undisputed ruler of Xinjiang. Having offended Yi Chen, the Chang family wouldn't even need Yi Chen to act personally, others would step in to crush them. Eager to resolve things, Chang Xiuqi desperately wanted to meet Yi Chen. Chang Shiqing wore a bitter expression, fully understanding her father's thoughts. But what can I do, Dad? Yi Chen doesn't want to see us. What can we do? She said despondently, her face pale. Just as they were about to leave, Mu Wanqing arrived hurriedly with Shawan and Mu Bo. Both parties froze for a moment upon seeing each other, particularly Mu Wanqing and Chang Shiqing, whose faces were filled with complex emotions. Chang Shiqing's expression turned sour as she said, Mu Wanqing, you're the one who claimed Yi Chen was a useless man living off women, and I believed you. What are you here for now? Regretful, are you? Chang Shiqing's resentment toward Mu Wanqing burned fiercely. If not for her influence, Chang Shiqing wouldn't have harbored such disdain for Yi Chen or pushed for the engagement's annulment. Mu Wanqing's face also darkened. Looking at Chang Shiqing, she retorted, what I'm here for has nothing to do with you. She had come to reconcile with Yi Chen, and she would never admit to her earlier claims that Yi Chen was dependent on women. Chang Shiqing glanced at Mu Wanqing and sneered, of course, it has nothing to do with me. I just didn't expect you to be so shameless, coming here to find Yi Chen. She decided not to leave, choosing instead to stand by and watch Mu Wanqing's embarrassment. Mu Wanqing's face alternated between pale and flushed as she turned to the guard at the door and said, I'm Yi Chen's ex-wife. I have something to discuss with him. Please pass on the message. The guard frowned and replied coldly, wait here. Soon, the guard approached Yi Chen, but before he could speak, Yi Chen's voice rang out. I won't see them. If they come again, don't bother asking me, just tell them I won't meet with them. Yi Chen was no saint. He remembered every slight from the Chang family and Mu Wanqing. Their attempts to seek forgiveness now were useless. A belated apology meant nothing to him. The guard's heart trembled at Yi Chen's words, and he quickly responded respectfully, understood, Yi Chen. Then, bowing, he retreated. Chang Xiu, who had been sitting nearby, wore a conflicted expression. Yi Chen-ji, I'm really sorry to trouble you with all of this. Yi Chen shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. It's nothing. These are minor issues. With the Yi clan dealt with, it's about time for me to leave. Hearing this, Chang Xiu frowned, confused. Leave? Where will you go? Didn't you wipe out the Yi clan to stay in Xinjiang? To her, with the Yi clan gone, all the other families in Xinjiang would bow to Yi Chen. He could easily establish his power. Why was he talking about leaving? Of course, I'm leaving this world to seek a different realm, Yi Chen said with a smile. Chang Xiu froze, thinking she must have misheard. Full of doubt, she asked, a different world? Yi Chen Ge, are you joking? Although Yi Chen had hinted at this before, none of them had taken it seriously. Was he actually serious? Of course, I'm serious. Once everything here is settled, it'll be time for me to go, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Chang Xiu's heart clenched, and she quickly decided that if Yi Chen was leaving, she would follow him. Her only concern now was whether Yi Chen would take her along. Yi Chen-ji, can you take me with you? She asked courageously, her tone serious. Afraid that she might never get another chance, she spoke up immediately. Yi Chen looked at her in surprise and said, of course, but you need to think it through. Once you leave, returning will be very difficult for you. Chang Xiu nodded without hesitation. I've thought it through. I just want to follow you and never come back. She had long been disappointed with the Chang family, so why would she want to return? At the gate, the guard returned. Mu Wanqing's face lit up with joy. Dad, Mom, we can go in now. She grabbed Zhao Lan and Mu Bo and moved toward the entrance, only to be stopped by the guard. The guard frowned and said coldly, Yi Chen said he won't see you, now or ever. Don't come again. At these words, the people at the gate wore dark expressions. Mu Wanqing couldn't believe it. She stopped and said, I'm his wife. How could he not see me? Do you know how he treated me during our 3 years of marriage? He did everything I asked. Let me in. I need to talk to him. I want to reconcile. Mu Wanqing's words spilled out, filled with grievance, as though Yi Chen had wronged her. The guard remained silent. Since Yi Chen had explicitly said he didn't want to meet them, he wouldn't let anyone in. Hearing this, Chang Shiqing rolled her eyes and sneered, Mu Wanqing, if you knew Yi Chen treated you so well, how can you shamelessly talk about reconciling now? You tried to divorce him for 5 million back then, insulted him afterward, and never heard him say a bad word about you. That's character. You don't deserve Yi Chen. Zhao Lan exploded with anger at this. Don't spout nonsense. Back then, Yi Chen did nothing at home, he was a useless man. Our Wanqing was a CEO, he was never good enough for her, Zhao Lan said indignantly, her face darkening. Mu Bo nodded repeatedly and added, that's right. Wanqing gave him 5 million, enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Chang Shiqing shot the trio a disdainful look before turning to leave. She knew that with Yi Chen's strength, the Mu Corporation Mu Wanqing had built must have had his support behind the scenes. Yet Mu Wanqing still believed all the credit was hers. It was utterly laughable. Still, she decided not to reveal this. Mu Wanqing watched Chang Shiqing leave, her mind suddenly blank. Remembering how good Yi Chen had been to her, she wondered why she had never cherished it. Now that she saw how extraordinary Yi Chen was, she wanted to reconcile. Was she just like everyone else, trying to cling to Yi Chen? Or was she simply unwilling to let go of someone as exceptional as him? Wanqing, don't listen to her nonsense. Yi Chen was never good enough for you before, Zhao Lan said quickly. She was eagerly awaiting Mu Wanqing and Yi Chen's remarriage, hoping to ride on their success. But now, after just a few words from Chang Shiqing, she was retreating? How could she accept this? Mu Bo also grew anxious and quickly said, exactly, daughter, you're the best. Think about how much Yi Chen cared about you before. How could he just forget you? You should meet him properly. When he hears about the possibility of remarriage, he'll definitely be thrilled. Mu Wanqing frowned, doubt flashing in her eyes as she looked at the guard and asked, did Yi Chen say he doesn't want to see me himself? Or did someone else say it? The guard frowned, displeased, and replied, of course, Yi Chen said it himself. You should leave quickly. The guard began ushering them away. Mu Wanqing's face darkened, her heart full of unease. She couldn't understand. She had already come to apologize and admitted her mistakes. Why wouldn't Yi Chen forgive her? Did he intend to avoid her for the rest of his life? Seeing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo became even more desperate. Taking advantage of a moment when the guard wasn't paying attention, they tried to force their way in but were still blocked. Left with no choice, Mu Wanqing had to leave with Zhao Lan and Mu Bo. At this point, the three of them regretted their decisions deeply. Especially Zhao Lan, she had been the one to sow discord in front of Mu Wanqing, saying so many bad things about Yi Chen, which had ultimately led to the divorce. Now that Yi Chen refused to acknowledge them, she was naturally in a panic. Mu Bo's face was full of regret as he said, how could this happen? That guy seemed so easygoing before. Now he won't even meet us. Mu Wanqing, looking heartbroken, shook her head and said, how would I know? If he had told me earlier that he had such abilities, how could I have divorced him? This isn't entirely my fault. The guard, watching their departing figures, sneered and muttered, always making excuses for themselves. Clearly, they just want to take advantage of Yi Chen, yet they come up with all these high-sounding reasons. Do they ever think about how they treated Yi Chen when he hadn't revealed his strength? He may not hold a grudge, but that doesn't mean everything can be swept under the rug. His voice was loud enough for Mu Wanqing and her family to hear. Their faces alternated between pale and flushed as they left in disgrace. Meanwhile, Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing had returned to the Chang family. Chang Shiqing, her expression grim and her heart heavy, said, Dad, I want to return to the War Department now. I want to become stronger, I don't want to marry just anyone. Having made up her mind, she looked earnestly at Chang Xiuqi. Yi Chen had already reached a height she couldn't touch. She wanted to grow stronger so that one day Yi Chen would see her value and regret rejecting her apology today. Chang Xiuqi wanted to dissuade her, but seeing the determination in her eyes, he nodded with a complicated expression and said, all right, but if the War Department doesn't take you back, you have to come home immediately. Chang Xiuqi also felt conflicted. Originally, their engagement with Yi Chen was supposed to elevate their family to unimaginable heights. But now, they had fallen to such a state. Chang Shiqing left Shengjing immediately. Chang Xiuqi, meanwhile, made repeated trips to the Li family to meet Yi Chen, only to be turned away every time. Mu Wanqing was equally unwilling to give up. Aside from coming with Zhao Lan and Mu Bo, she also made several solo attempts to see Yi Chen, but she was always denied. This made her finally realize that Yi Chen truly would not reconcile with her. Mu Wanqing spent her days in regret. At the same time, Chang Shiqing arrived at the War Department. Commander Yao, seeing her return, frowned slightly, disappointment evident in his eyes. She had had a bright future but had thrown it all away. Chang Shiqing, why have you returned to the War Department? Commander Yao asked coldly. Chang Shiqing, nervous, replied, Commander, I want to return to the War Department. I hope you can give me this chance. Raising an eyebrow, Commander Yao glanced at her and hesitated before saying, It's not impossible to give you a chance, but I doubt you'll accept it. Chang Shiqing's eyes lit up. She nodded earnestly and said, I will accept it. Whatever conditions you set, I will agree to them. She understood this might be her only opportunity to return to the War Department, and as the foundation of the Dragon Nation, the department's conditions were always reasonable. Commander Yao smiled faintly and said, It's actually quite simple. We have a mission that requires you to scout the Outer Realms. If you agree, you can join. But it comes with risks as well as opportunities. Exploration of the Outer Realms had long been in preparation, especially with recent changes in the world portals. The mission was about to begin. Hearing this, Chang Shiqing froze in shock, even doubting her ears. Her face full of confusion, she asked, Commander, are you talking about the Outer Realms? What are the Outer Realms? Commander Yao smiled faintly and said, Exactly what you're thinking. This world isn't as simple as it seems. Beyond this world, there are other worlds, possibly many. The War Department will dispatch teams to explore these realms, gather useful information, and strengthen the Dragon Nation. As Commander Yao explained, Chang Shiqing's worldview was turned upside down. Shocked and intrigued, she couldn't help but become curious about these unknown worlds. Given the opportunity, she agreed without hesitation. Commander, I'll go. I want to explore the Outer Realms. Chang Shiqing said firmly. She was confident that going to the Outer Realms would make her stronger, perhaps even surpass Yi Chen. Commander Yao nodded with a smile and said, Then it's settled. Work hard on your cultivation. Before departure, we'll help you improve your skills. Remember, the Outer Realms are both dangerous and full of opportunities. Always think of the Dragon Nation. Chang Shiqing nodded seriously, her resolve burning brightly. For the first time, she felt her decision to return to the War Department was the right one. As for Yi Chen, she thought she might never see him again. Meanwhile, a rumor began spreading in Shengjing. The Yi clan is destroyed. Unusual phenomena appear. The Dragon Nation is in danger. At first, no one believed it. But one day, strange phenomena appeared in Xinjiang's skies. A crimson glow filled the heavens, as if the sky itself was about to be torn apart. This sight persisted for 10 whole days. Only then did the people of Xinjiang realize the rumor was true. Panic spread, and fear took hold. Li family. Li Zhangling gazed at the sky, his face full of worry. Yishin, is this really okay? Li Zhangling asked worriedly. Suing Feng, equally tense, said, Exactly. Especially with the rumors outside claiming that the celestial phenomena were caused by Yishin destroying the Yi clan, angering the gods. Yishin, what should we do now? Suing Feng was extremely anxious. He had believed that with the Yi clan destroyed, his Su family would soon rise to prominence in the medical world. But such an event so soon after had left him deeply unsettled. Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan also furrowed their brows, their faces full of concern. Only Yi Chen remained calm, glancing at the sky and saying, Ignore the rumors. These phenomena are just because someone from outside is trying to enter. At those words, everyone present froze in shock, their faces filled with disbelief, almost doubting their ears. Yishin, what do you mean by someone from outside? Li Zhangling asked, puzzled. The others looked equally curious. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and swept his gaze across the crowd before explaining, It's exactly what it sounds like. Someone is trying to forcibly break through the spatial barrier to enter our world. In other words, people from another world are attempting to come here. I call them extraterrestrial beings. I didn't plan to tell you so soon, but it seems I have no choice. From now on, all of you should use the cleansing elixir to strengthen yourselves. When I leave, you'll need the power to protect yourselves. Hearing Yi Chen's explanation, everyone drew a sharp breath, their hearts filled with shock. If Yi Chen hadn't said it himself, they would have dismissed it as fantasy. Extraterrestrial beings? Another world? People coming from beyond? It all felt surreal. But if Yi Chen said they were coming, what should they do now? Would these beings from another world go on a rampage here? Could Yi Chen even stand against them? The mere thought filled them with fear. Suing Feng couldn't help trembling as he asked, Yishin, why are they coming here?
What if they start killing indiscriminately? Can we even fight them? Su Yingfeng voiced his inner fears aloud. Li Zhangling also looked serious, his worry for the impending unknown evident. Li Shawan anxiously added, Yishan, could these extraterrestrials be connected to the Yi clan? Could they be coming for us? The timing of the extraterrestrials' arrival, so soon after the Yi clan's destruction, coupled with the rumors, forced her to associate the two. Yi Chen, seeing the tension in everyone's faces, said, whether they're targeting us or not, I can't say. But as long as we're strong enough, they won't be able to act recklessly even if they come. Use the time we have left wisely. Li Lao, lower the price of the cleansing elixir and sell as much as possible. Make it accessible to the entire Dragon Nation. Initially, Yi Chen had planned to leave, but the current situation left him no choice but to intervene. He aimed to maximize the elixir's impact. Hearing this, both Li Zhangling and Su Yingfeng looked at Yi Chen, their eyes filling with admiration. They knew the value of the cleansing elixir. It was a miraculous medicine, powerful enough to shake even the Yi clan. Lowering its price to make it widely available was a gesture of unparalleled selflessness, offering cultivators across the nation a chance to rapidly enhance their strength. Understood, Yi Shen. We'll take care of it immediately, the two said in unison. Yi Chen waved his hand, signaling them to leave. At this moment, Li Shawan eagerly asked, Yishan, you mentioned earlier that you plan to leave. Can you tell us where you're going? She was now Yi Chen's most fervent admirer, hanging on his every word. While the others were focused on the extraterrestrial beings, her concern was entirely on Yi Chen's destination. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. You've been paying attention, haven't you? I'll be leaving this world soon, heading to another. For now, this is the best I can do for the Dragon Nation. Li Shawan's eyes lit up at his response, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Yi Chen with excitement. Yishan, can you take me with you? I promise I won't cause any trouble. She longed to stay by Yi Chen's side and couldn't bear the thought of being left behind. Chang Shiyu, overhearing this, grew anxious. Yi Chen had already promised to take her, would he agree to take Li Shawan too? Yi Chen, seeing their expressions, nodded helplessly. If you both want to follow, then come alone. When the time comes, you and Shiyu can leave with me. At his words, Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu's eyes lit up with joy. Thank you, Yi Shen. You're the best. Yi Chen chuckled at their excitement and said, use the time we have to improve your cultivation. He then handed them each a pill. Without hesitation, Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu swallowed them, knowing this was their only way to stay by Yi Chen's side. Meanwhile, Li Zhangling and Su Yingfeng quickly spread the cleansing elixir across the Dragon Nation. With its help, cultivators experienced rapid breakthroughs, their strength skyrocketing. At the Chang household, Chang Xiuqi's face glowed with excitement. With the help of the cleansing elixir, he had finally broken through, his cultivation reaching a new level and his strength undergoing a dramatic transformation. Excellent! I've finally advanced. Yi Chen, Li Zhangling, Su Clan, you fools. Instead of profiting from this opportunity, you foolishly lowered the elixir's price. How utterly stupid. Buoyed by his daughter Chang Shiqing's assignment to the War Department and his own breakthrough, Chang Xiuqi brimmed with confidence and hope for the Chang family's future. At Mu Wanqing's home. Although they were ordinary people, they too had acquired the cleansing elixir. The celestial phenomena above had made them take it seriously. Holding the elixir, Mu Wanqing looked conflicted. As an ordinary person, she was unsure what effects it might have on her. However, compared to Chang Shiqing and Li Shawan, she was already starting from a much lower point. If she didn't take it, she feared she would fall even further behind. How could she accept that? After a brief hesitation, Mu Wanqing drank the elixir in one gulp. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo watched nervously from the side. Moments after consuming the elixir, Mu Wanqing felt her pores open, a cool sensation spreading from the top of her head. Then, everything went dark as she fainted. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo's faces turned pale as they stared at the cleansing elixir, too scared to take it. Zhao Lan nervously glanced at Mu Bo, her voice trembling as she asked, Wanqing, is she okay? Mu Bo shook his head, his expression full of anxiety as he checked on Mu Wanqing. I don't know, but it looks like she's still alive. Zhao Lan's eyes turned slightly red, her face filled with despair. It's all because of that Yi Chen. If he hadn't destroyed the Yi clan, there wouldn't have been any celestial phenomena or angering the gods. We wouldn't need to take this elixir at all. 3 days later, Mu Wanqing finally woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling sticky all over but noticing no other discomfort. Shawan rushed to her side, exclaiming, Wanqing, you're finally awake. It's been 3 days. Do you feel any discomfort?
Wanqing frowned slightly and shook her head.
No, I don't feel anything, just that my body feels dirty. I'll go clean up.
She could sense that her body had changed, but she couldn't quite explain how. Hearing this, Shawan and Mubo both breathed a sigh of relief.
But they had no intention of taking the elixir themselves now.
Before buying it, they had heard that while the cleansing elixir was an incredible medicine for cultivators to break through realms, for ordinary people, the risks included their bodies being unable to withstand its effects, possibly resulting in death.
After seeing what happened to Wanqing, their fear outweighed their curiosity.
When Wanqing came out of the bathroom, Shawan and Mubo handed her their doses of the elixir.
Shawan, looking serious, said, Wanqing, your father and I decided to give you our portions. We're too old to handle something like this. Mubo nodded quickly. Yes. You're young. It'll be more useful for you.
Wanqing frowned slightly at their words.
Mom, Dad, these elixirs were so hard to get. If you give them to me, you won't have any left.
Shawan and Mubo shook their heads almost simultaneously.
It's fine. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Take them.
Seeing their frightened expressions, Wanqing reluctantly accepted the bottles. She sighed lightly and said, Fine. I'll take both doses then.
It'd be a waste otherwise.
She knew the risks, but she had no other choice. The cleansing elixir had cost her a great deal of effort to obtain, and if Shawan and Mubo weren't going to use it, she wouldn't let it go to waste. Hearing this, Shawan and Mubo looked even more worried.
You've already taken 1 dose. Can you handle 2 more? Won't it be dangerous? Shawan asked anxiously, her brows furrowed. Mubo nodded in agreement. Exactly.
You were unconscious for 3 days after the first dose.
What if something worse happens this time?
Wanqing shook her head, her expression resolute.
It'll be fine. At worst, I'll die. Holding the elixir bottles, an image of Yichen suddenly flashed through her mind. She was unwilling to accept it.
Deep down, she had always believed that Yichen wasn't worthy of her, that she was superior, and they belonged to different worlds.
But now,
Yichen had become someone she could only look up to, someone utterly out of her reach. If she didn't make a change, she would never even come close to his world. The gap between them made her feel deeply uncomfortable. With a determined look, Wanqing said firmly, risk is normal. She drank both doses of the elixir in one go. Almost immediately, a sharp pain shot through her limbs, so intense that her face twisted in agony. Not long after, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This time, she remained unconscious for even longer, and the stench emanating from her body was even stronger. Shawan and Mubo were utterly terrified by the sight.
Shawan, her face pale, exclaimed, What do we do now? What's going to happen to Wanqing? Is she still alive?
She felt as though she was on the verge of breaking down. All her hopes were pinned on Wanqing. If something happened to her, it would all be over. Mubo, equally panicked, looked at Shawan with a pale face, full of blame.
It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on giving her the elixirs, she wouldn't have taken both doses. Now look what's happened. If anything happens to Wanqing, we're finished.
Shawan hurried to Wanqing's side and, after confirming that she was still alive, breathed a sigh of relief.
Don't panic.
Wanqing is still alive.
Let's wait and see. Mubo finally calmed down, checking Wanqing again before muttering angrily, It's all Yichen's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have to take such risks with this damn thing. After an unknown amount of time, Wanqing woke up once more.
This time, she felt even filthier than before and rushed to clean herself. However, when she looked at her reflection after washing, she was shocked. Her body felt significantly lighter, her skin was as smooth as snow, and her appearance was even more stunning than before. She seemed to be glowing, looking as radiant as an ethereal being.
Shawan and Mubo were equally astonished by her transformation. Is that you, Wanqing? Shawan asked in disbelief. Mubo examined the completely transformed Wanqing from head to toe, exclaiming, Is this really my daughter? She looks like a goddess from the heavens. Seeing their reactions, Wanqing couldn't help but smile with excitement. It's me. I never imagined the cleansing elixir would be this miraculous. If Yichen sees my transformation, he'll definitely regret everything.
Shawan and Mubo's faces lit up with joy.
This is amazing.
Wanqing, now you look like a celestial being.
Can you get more cleansing elixir? We want to try it too. Mubo eagerly chimed in, yes, yes. Buy as much as you can. Wanqing smiled faintly and nodded. Alright, I'll see what I can do.
What they didn't know was that Yi Chen had ordered a halt to the production and sale of the cleansing elixir across the entire Dragon Nation. With the arrival of extraterrestrial beings imminent, Yi Chen couldn't risk the elixir falling into their hands. Just as the ban on the elixir took effect, a section of the sky above Xinjiang began to tremble violently, as though something was trying to break through. The grand spectacle shook the entirety of Xinjiang. As people gazed at the anomalies in the sky, despite their earlier preparations, their faces were now filled with fear.
What is happening? My God! Is this the end of the world? What's going on? It looks like something is about to emerge. What should we do? Should we run? Why panic? My cultivation has advanced greatly recently. Let's see who ends up dead. Are these the so-called extraterrestrial beings Yi Chen mentioned? Why are they coming here? Let's keep a low profile and see what they're here for. Even the mere distortion of space had already thrown the entire Xinjiang into turmoil. The major families noticed it as well, their faces stern as they braced for the unknown. Each had prepared strategies for dealing with these extraterrestrial beings. Under the watchful eyes of the people, a vortex formed in the sky above Xinjiang, and the spatial distortion intensified. Pop! The spatial barrier was forcibly pierced, creating a spatial tunnel. From within, two figures emerged. The first was a man dressed in a gray robe, his features exceptionally handsome. He scanned the scene before him with a faint smile. Finally, we're here. Behind him came another gray-robed man, exuding a colder, more aloof demeanor that seemed to look down upon everything. Both were disciples of Ling Tian Palace from the martial arts realm, named Zheng Tianyan and Wei Wuyu. Their purpose in the mortal realm was to gain experience. However, Zheng Tianyang and Wei Wuyu were not the only ones sent from the martial arts world, others had simply been teleported to different locations. Zheng Tianyang glanced down at Xinjiang beneath him, his face briefly showing excitement before regaining its composure. In a condescending tone, he addressed the crowd, I am a disciple of Ling Tian Palace. You mortals, kneel and show your respect. Wei Wuyu's gaze swept over the crowd with disdain. Kneel now. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful pressure that radiated from his body, spreading in all directions. The people of Xinjiang felt the oppressive force and were immediately shaken. Their expressions turned grave as they realized these beings were even more powerful than they had imagined. Their legs trembled, and many could not resist the compulsion to kneel. Most succumbed under the pressure, falling to their knees. Seeing this, Zheng Tianyang and Wei Wuyu were satisfied, smug smiles appearing on their faces. What a bunch of hillbillies, Zheng Tianyang mocked disdainfully. They've never seen the world. Without a second thought, he casually killed several individuals who displeased him. The people of Xinjiang, witnessing this, could only see in silent anger, uncertain of Zheng Tianyang and Wei Wuyu's full strength. At the Li family residence, Li Zhangling and Su Yingfeng stood respectfully before Yi Chen, awaiting his orders. Yi Chen looked at the two of them and said, pay them no mind. Let them do as they wish. Since you two are willing to follow me, you may come with me. Upon hearing this, Li Zhangling and Su Yingfeng were overjoyed. They already knew about the existence of the extraterrestrial beings from Yi Chen and had hoped to accompany him to the martial arts world. His permission was a dream come true. The two, brimming with excitement, exclaimed in unison, thank you, Yi Chen, for granting us this opportunity. Yi Chen nodded and gestured for them to prepare. Go make your preparations. In the martial arts world, you can continue your trade, but how far you go will depend on your own efforts. Yi Chen knew he couldn't keep them by his side at all times. While he would provide initial support, their success would ultimately be up to them. Li Zhangling and Su Yingfeng, veterans in their fields and loyal to Yi Chen, agreed without hesitation and quickly got to work. Meanwhile, Zheng Tianyang and Wei Wuyu had arrived in Xinjiang, reveling in the fearful looks of the crowd. Wanqing, disguised with a mask, was among those observing from the crowd. Even with her face partially hidden, her beauty shone through, drawing the attention of both men. Their gazes met, and they both looked at her in astonishment. Though they could sense she was an ordinary person, the pure and flawless aura she exuded left them shocked. Without hesitation, both men approached Wanqing simultaneously. Startled by their sudden movements, Wanqing tried to flee, but it was too late. What do you want? She asked nervously as the two blocked her path. Zheng Tianyang took a deep breath, his expression serious. To think the mortal realm could produce someone with a spiritual body. Miss, we are disciples of Ling Tian Palace. Are you interested in joining us? We can guide you on the path of cultivation.
Wei Wuyu, his gaze filled with admiration, added, indeed.
You are a natural spiritual body.
If you join Ling Tian Palace, your future will be limitless. Mu Wanqing was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that this must be due to the 3 doses of the cleansing elixir she had consumed.
For now, she decided to play along. Frowning slightly, she asked, "Can I become as strong as you? Will I be able to control many swords like you do? Can you teach me that?" She vividly recalled Yi Chen's methods against the Yi clan and had etched them into her memory.
If Zhang Tianyang and Wei Wuyu were inviting her to join Ling Tian Palace, she wanted to ensure it would be worthwhile. Hearing her questions, the 2 men smiled confidently.
Of course. Swordsmanship is merely a technique.
Once you join Ling Tian Palace, you can learn anything you desire, Zhang Tianyang assured her with a smile.
Wei Wuyu nodded and demonstrated his abilities.
With a flick of his wrist, a dozen small swords formed from spiritual energy appeared, floating in the air around him. Smiling, he said, "This is sword chi.
With your physique, learning sword techniques will be effortless. If you join Ling Tian Palace, you could even become our revered holy maiden." Mu Wanqing's eyes lit up at their explanation.
Excitement filled her expression as she nodded enthusiastically.
All right, I'll go.
Though she didn't fully understand what being a holy maiden entailed, the prospect of walking the path of cultivation was enough to make her agree without hesitation. Zhang Tianyang and Wei Wuyu relaxed upon hearing her agreement. A spiritual body capable of becoming a holy maiden was a rare find, and bringing her back to the sect would undoubtedly earn them great rewards.
Zhang Tianyang's eyes lit up with excitement as he said, "This will be the best decision of your life. If you are chosen as the holy maiden of Ling Tian Palace, your future will be limitless." He wasn't lying.
Ling Tian Palace had been searching for a disciple to become their holy maiden, and the primary requirement was a spiritual body.
To their astonishment, Mu Wanqing possessed an innate spiritual body, which explained their eagerness. In fact, they wanted to take Mu Wanqing back immediately.
They were certain that if others discovered her, there would be competition, and someone might offer even better conditions to win her over. To avoid complications, they decided to leave with her as soon as possible.
Mu Wanqing, hearing Zhang Tianyang's words, showed a hint of excitement. However, she quickly steadied herself and asked seriously, "Is Ling Tian Palace truly powerful? How powerful? And what are you doing here?" She wasn't naive enough to trust them just because they said a few flattering words.
While the name Ling Tian Palace sounded impressive, she wanted to understand its strength and status in the martial arts world. Her ultimate goal was to surpass Yi Chen's power. Zhang Tianyang was briefly taken aback but soon smiled proudly. Ling Tian Palace is one of the top sects in the martial arts world. We have countless disciples and many powerful figures. Few dare to oppose us. If you become our holy maiden, you will be the center of attention wherever you go. Wei Wuyu nodded in agreement.
Exactly.
But first, you must qualify to be chosen as the holy maiden.
Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's heart soared with joy.
A smile appeared on her lips as she nodded.
What brings you two to this place?
Having witnessed Yi Chen's immense power, Mu Wanqing had always felt dissatisfied with her own limitations.
Now that she had the opportunity to embark on a path of cultivation, how could she not be thrilled?
She was confident that once she began her journey, she would surpass everyone else. Zhang Tianyang and Wei Wuyu exchanged glances, a trace of surprise in their eyes. They hadn't expected Mu Wanqing to accept her new identity so quickly. What surprised them even more was her calm demeanor. They had assumed she would be shocked or overwhelmed by the news, yet here she was, asking questions as if she already knew about the martial arts world. For a brief moment, they wondered if Mu Wanqing had prior knowledge of the martial arts world. However, the thought quickly passed. After all, this was the mortal realm, where even those who practiced martial arts couldn't truly grasp the concept of cultivation.
Zhang Tianyang smiled.
Wei Wuyu and I are here for training.
We didn't expect to find someone like you in the mortal realm.
So, we plan to take you back first and return for training later.
Wei Wuyu nodded. Little sister, what's your name? Mu Wanqing smiled back and said, I'm Mu Wanqing.
Please guide me well in the future, senior brothers. Zhang Tianyang and Wei Wuyu smiled, pleased with her intelligence and cooperation.
At Mu Wanqing's request, they also brought Zhao Lan and Mu Bo along.
With that, the group set off for the martial arts world. Wanqing wasn't the only one brought to the martial arts world.
Throughout Xinjiang and even the entire Long Kingdom, many individuals with cultivation potential were discovered and taken.
These people were highly favored by the major sects of the martial arts world because of their simple backgrounds and untapped talent. Some even approached Yi Chen with invitations, but he refused them all.
Joking aside, with his level of power, why would he need to join his sect?
At the Li family residence, a tall, cold man stood at the gate, his aura chilling.
Who are you?
What are you doing here? The guard asked, frowning.
The man raised his head, his expression icy. I am from the Yi clan.
Tell Yi Chen that the martial arts world will be his burial ground. The guard frowned deeply, his face puzzled. He clearly remembered that the Yi clan had been wiped out. Where had this man come from, and how dare he make such bold claims?
Sneering, the guard said, pretending to be from the Yi clan? Do you really think Yishin wouldn't crush you? Know your place and scram.
The man's face darkened at the guard's words.
A mere guard dared to disrespect him?
He was on the verge of attacking when a calm voice interrupted.
Someone from the Yi clan? From the martial arts world? Yi Chen's figure appeared, walking toward them. The man squinted at Yi Chen, his gaze arrogant as he asked, Are you the Yi clan's outcast, Yi Chen, who destroyed the clan?
Li Shawan scoffed at the man.
The Yi clan is long gone. Where did you come from, making up such nonsense? Even if you're from the martial arts world, what can you do to Yishin?
The man narrowed his eyes at Li Shawan and Yi Chen, releasing a powerful aura as if ready to strike. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed. His calm gaze fixed on the man, and he said coldly, You have 3 seconds to leave my sight, or you die.
Yi Chen had no patience for trivialities. If the man didn't leave, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. The man felt the killing intent emanating from Yi Chen and was taken aback.
He had come to test Yi Chen's strength but hadn't expected it to be so overwhelming. You better not go to the martial arts world.
The Yi clan won't let you off,
the man snarled before fleeing without looking back.
Watching him leave, Yi Chen sighed. I thought he'd be stronger.
Li Shawan smirked. One sentence from Yishin, and he ran like a scared dog.
Yi Chen chuckled, shaking his head. Let's go inside. It's time for us to depart. Hearing this, Li Shawan's eyes lit up with excitement.
The moment she had been anticipating was finally here. Yishin, where will our first stop in the martial arts world be? She asked eagerly.
Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chen replied, We'll head to Bashan City first.
According to his sources, his father, Yi Hichu, had entered the martial arts world through that city. Not only Yi Chen, but many aristocratic families in Xinjiang were already aware of the martial arts world and were planning to visit it.
The entire Dragon Kingdom in Xinjiang became lively. Great! I want to go to the martial arts world. Me too. If I go to the martial arts world, I'll definitely become the strongest.
I never thought there was such a place as the martial arts world in this world. I wonder if it'll be difficult to enter the martial arts world. The cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom were all discussing this matter. Although they had heard of the martial arts world, they didn't know how to get there.
At the Chang family, Chang Shochi, with an excited expression, looked at the young man standing before him and said, Young Master Wu, are you really willing to take us to the martial arts world?
The young man, who looked to be in his 20s, exuded a rebellious aura. His name was Chang Manlong, a member of the Chang family from the martial arts world. By coincidence, he had encountered Chang Shochi and the others and decided to bring them to the martial arts world. Raising his eyebrows with a disdainful look, Chang Manlong said, Of course.
However, the martial arts world is far more competitive than here.
Whether you can achieve great things will depend on your own efforts. When the time comes, I can plead with the family to let you join the Chang family.
Hearing this, Chang Shochi's face was filled with excitement.
He hadn't expected their Chang family, like the Yi family, to have connections in the martial arts world.
Chang Shochi asked excitedly, Then, is the Chang family stronger than the Yi family?
In his view, the Yi family was the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, so they must also hold significant power in the martial arts world.
He was eager to know the Chang family's status there. Chang Manlong frowned slightly at this question and said coldly, The Yi family?
Our Chang family will surpass the Yi family sooner or later.
If you don't want to go to the martial arts world, you can stay here.
In truth, the Chang family was an ordinary family in the martial arts world and couldn't compare to the powerful Yi family. Chang Shochi was being overly ambitious. Although Chang Shochi frowned at Chang Manlong's words, he soon felt relieved.
He feared Yi Chen.
But then he remembered that Yi Chen was an outcast of the Yi family,
so their strength had nothing to do with him, and he felt balanced again. Moreover, going to the martial arts world would allow him to grow stronger. Maybe Yi Chen would even beg him for help. Thinking of this, Chang Xiuqi became excited. Nodding repeatedly, Chang Xiuqi said, "Of course. Of course, we want to go to the martial arts world. We must go." Seeing Chang Xiuqi's response, Chang Manlong smirked with satisfaction and said, "Then hurry up and prepare." Chang Xiuqi nodded repeatedly and quickly went to pack. Meanwhile, other families were also approached by people from the martial arts world, and many were chosen to be taken there. As they headed to the martial arts world, Yi Chen, along with Li Shawan and the others, also set out for the martial arts world. Bashan City. This was the first city at the boundary between the martial arts world and the mortal world. At that moment, Bashan City was bustling with activity. People from the martial arts world had returned from the mortal world, and many from the mortal world who were brought to the martial arts world were gathered there. Since the return of those from the mortal world, people had already started leaving Bashan City. Mu Wanqing was among them. However, a month after leaving Bashan City, she returned, wanting to see if Yi Chen had come to the martial arts world. She wanted Yi Chen to realize how wrong he was to reject remarrying her. Chang Shiqing was also in Bashan City. At this moment, Chang Shiqing was much more composed. Her eyes were cold, her figure slender, and her face even more refined than before, making her an absolute beauty who captivated everyone's attention. "Shiqing, we should leave Bashan City soon," reminded Zhu Lingyun, who was beside her. Zhu Lingyun was entirely captivated by Chang Shiqing, following her wherever she went. However, when Chang Shiqing encountered difficulties, Zhu Lingyun chose to retreat. Upon returning to the War Department, he even disappeared completely. So, when Chang Shiqing returned, she blocked him from contacting her. Unexpectedly, the War Department still arranged for them to work together, leaving Chang Shiqing helpless. She glanced coldly at Zhu Lingyun and said, "No rush. It's not time to leave yet." Zhu Lingyun frowned and said, "Shiqing, are you waiting for Yi Chen? After what he did to you, why wait for him? He's not worth it." Chang Shiqing gave Zhu Lingyun a contemptuous look and said, "Who said I'm waiting for him? Yi Chen and I are worlds apart. What I have now is something he could never achieve, no matter how hard he tries. And don't waste your efforts on me, I won't be with you." Zhu Lingyun's face turned ugly at her direct words. How could he accept this? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Lingyun said, "It doesn't matter. Shiqing, I won't give up. As for Yi Chen, I'll deal with him for you." He already knew what Yi Chen had done in Shengjing and felt indignant for Chang Shiqing. Chang Shiqing sneered and said, "No need. I'll handle my own matters." She hadn't forgotten how Zhu Lingyun had abandoned her when things got tough. Zhu Lingyun frowned, feeling helpless. Mu Wanqing, on the other hand, had already begun her cultivation journey. As a natural spirit body, her progress was remarkable. She was tall, dressed in white, and wore a veil, looking like an otherworldly celestial maiden. Beside her were Zhao Lan and Mu Bo. Zhao Lan, looking around, exclaimed excitedly, "Wanqing, everyone's looking at you." Mu Bo nodded and smiled, "Of course. Wanqing is now the holy maiden of Lingtian Palace. Who wouldn't be amazed?" Mu Wanqing frowned slightly and said, "Mom, Dad, don't say such things in public. We're in the martial arts world now, and there will be many places to visit. There's no need to make a fuss." Zhao Lan and Mu Bo nodded immediately. Zhao Lan asked, "Wanqing, are you sure Yi Chen will come? If he finds out you're the holy maiden of Lingtian Palace, do you think he'll regret it?" Mu Bo raised an eyebrow and said, "Wanqing, there's no need to care about Yi Chen. We're worlds apart now, and there's no reason to meet him again." Mu Wanqing nodded and smiled, "I understand, Mom and Dad. I just want Yi Chen to see how wrong his choice was." Zhao Lan and Mu Bo nodded, their eyes filled with excitement, eager to see Yi Chen's regret. Now, they were already feeling an urgent desire to meet Yi Chen. Zhao Lan excitedly said, "I knew it. Our Wanqing is the best. Yi Chen must regret it so much now. But it's fortunate she didn't remarry him. If she had, how could Wanqing have become the holy maiden of Lingtian Palace?" Mu Bo sighed in relief and said with a smile, "I used to think Yi Chen was amazing, but now it seems he's nothing special. If he comes to the martial arts world without any background or status, he'll be nobody." Zhao Lan nodded in agreement and said, "Exactly. We used to beg him to remarry Wanqing, but now, even if he begged us, we wouldn't accept him." Mu Wanqing's lips curled into a slight smile as she said, "Mom, Dad, we're now disciples of Lingtian Palace.
Even if Yi Chen enters the martial arts world, he'll just be a rogue cultivator.
There's no way he can compare to us.
Meanwhile, at the Chang family, Chang Xiuqi had also arrived in Bashan City with the Chang family members.
Chang Manlong temporarily settled them down and suggested they develop themselves in Bashan City to observe Chang Xiuqi's capabilities. Chang Xiuqi agreed to everything.
He was already very grateful that Chang Manlong had brought them to Bashan City, so he would agree to any condition.
At this moment, Chang Manlong looked at Chang Xiuqi and frowned, saying, "By the way, I couldn't find any clues about that so-called Dragon Kingdom War Department you mentioned, nor any information about your daughter, Chang Shiqing. Are you sure the Dragon Kingdom War Department even exists?"
Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi's heart sank, and he became visibly nervous.
He had seen the Dragon Kingdom War Department with his own eyes. It had even saved the Chang family. Chang Shiqing was ranked first on the hidden dragon list. How could Chang Manlong say there was no information about the War Department? This was impossible.
But Chang Manlong had no reason to lie to him.
How is that possible? How could there be no news about the Dragon Kingdom War Department? In our Dragon Kingdom, everyone knows about it. My daughter Shiqing is even the top ranked on the hidden dragon list. How could there be no news about her? Chang Xiuqi was anxious. Chang Manlong shook his head and said with certainty, "Do you think I'd lie about something like this?"
As for Yi Chen, from what I know, he's also coming to the martial arts world, but he's coming on his own. After saying this, Chang Manlong gave Chang Xiuqi a meaningful look. He had a rough idea of the grievances between Yi Chen and the Chang family. If Chang Xiuqi wanted revenge, Chang Manlong wouldn't stop him.
Upon hearing Chang Manlong's words, Chang Xiuqi's eyes lit up with excitement.
I never expected Yi Chen to dare come to the martial arts world. The more glorious he was in the mortal world, the more miserable he'll be here. In the mortal world, we begged him to restore the marriage, but he refused.
Now, our Chang family is far out of his reach.
At this moment, Chang Xiuqi was extremely pleased and couldn't wait to see Yi Chen struggling and failing in the martial arts world. Chang Manlong smiled faintly, puffed out his chest, and said, "I'm only responsible for passing on this information.
What happens next is up to you.
But I am curious, what exactly did Yi Chen do to make you hate him so much?"
Chang Xiuqi raised an eyebrow and, with a fawning expression, said, "Young Master Chang, Yi Chen was incredibly arrogant in the Dragon Kingdom and offended many people. If he comes to the martial arts world, those people definitely won't let him off." Chang Manlong nodded slightly.
At the same time, Chang Shiqing learned that Chang Xiuqi had brought the Chang family members to Bashan City.
Chang Shiqing frowned in confusion and said, "Who brought my father here?"
Zhu Lingyun frowned and said seriously, "I heard it was someone from the Chang family in the martial arts world, named Chang Manlong.
He brought your father and the others here. I think it's a good thing. Being in the martial arts world is better than being in the mortal world. Plus, you can see them more often.
Our Zhu family might also come to the martial arts world soon. At that time, our two families can establish ourselves here and grow together."
Zhu Lingyun was full of hope for the future of the two families.
More importantly, he was confident he could win over Chang Shiqing. However, hearing Zhu Lingyun's words, Chang Shiqing frowned even deeper, her expression growing colder. She hated people who acted on their own without consulting her. Zhu Lingyun's actions had crossed her boundaries.
Chang Shiqing raised her head slightly and said, "Enough? I understand. We'll talk about future matters later." With that, she headed toward the Chang family's temporary residence.
Since the Chang family had come to the martial arts world, she had to take a look. Soon, Chang Shiqing arrived at the Chang family's location. When Chang Xiuqi saw her, he was stunned for a moment before finally reacting. Chang Manlong, on the other hand, was immediately captivated by her. Despite having seen many beauties in the martial arts world, this was the first time he had encountered someone as stunning as Chang Shiqing.
Chang Xiuqi, almost unable to believe his eyes, tentatively asked, You're Shiqing?"
Chang Shiqing smiled gently, nodded slightly, and said, "Dad, it's me."
"Did you really come to the martial arts world?"
As she finished speaking, Chang Manlong's voice came from the side. "So you're Chang Shiqing. It was I who brought your father and the others to the martial arts world, so I am your family's great benefactor." Chang Manlong lifted his head slightly, adopting a condescending tone. Chang Shiqing frowned slightly and looked at Chang Xiuqi.
Chang Xiuqi quickly said, "Yes, Shiqing. We're fortunate to have young Master Chang.
Without his connections, our Chang family would be like Yi Chen, without any backing in the martial arts world.
We must properly thank young Master Chang."
Chang Manlong's face showed a satisfied smile as he said, "Our Chang family is a prominent family in the martial arts world.
How could I let you waste away in the mortal world?
However, since you're now in the martial arts world, you must follow our family's rules."
Shurqing, I heard you're ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list of the Dragon Kingdom War Department? You must be quite capable.
I could make an exception and bring you into the real Chang family. His smug tone suggested that everything the Chang family had was due to his generosity.
Chang Xiuqi had no objections and even agreed wholeheartedly.
But Chang Shurqing was different. After spending time in the martial arts world with the War Department, she had seen a lot and couldn't be easily swayed by a few words.
Take her back to the Chang family? Did she look that gullible? Chang Manlong's condescending attitude made her extremely displeased.
Chang Shurqing raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "No need, but thank you for your kindness. In the future, we'll handle our Chang family's matters ourselves."
Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi's expression froze, and he became uneasy.
Chang Manlong immediately frowned, his expression turning cold.
What? Does your family intend to separate from our Chang clan? Do you know the consequences of betraying the Chang clan?
Chang Shurqing, remember, this is the martial arts world. In the mortal world, you were at the mercy of others, but in the martial arts world, you must follow our rules.
Taking you back to the Chang family is already a favor to you. Don't be ungrateful.
Chang Shurqing's expression grew colder, and a trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes as she looked at Chang Manlong. Seeing Chang Shurqing's hostile demeanor, Chang Xiuqi's face changed drastically. He quickly said, "Shurqing, apologize to young Master Chang quickly. From now on, we'll have to rely on him in the martial arts world. Besides, young Master Chang said Yi Chen is also coming to the martial arts world soon.
Don't you want to see him struggling and humiliated here?"
Chang Shurqing frowned, her face showing displeasure. However, since Chang Xiuqi said so, she decided to let it go. But she was genuinely surprised to hear that Yi Chen was also coming to the martial arts world.
If he's doing so well in Xinjiang, why would he come to the martial arts world?
Chang Shurqing asked, frowning. Having just finished her conversation with Zhu Lingyun, she now heard that Yi Chen was coming to the martial arts world, stirring an indescribable feeling in her heart. Of course, she wanted to see Yi Chen regret his choices. But now, she felt as if she and Yi Chen were no longer part of the same world. Chang Xiuqi shook his head with a pleased expression and said, "Who knows why he's coming? But if he sees how much you've changed, he'll definitely regret rejecting our proposal to restore the marriage.
As your father, I just want him to be unhappy."
Chang Manlong raised an eyebrow, a smile forming on his face as he said, "Shurqing, as long as you ask, I can take care of Yi Chen for you."
Chang Manlong was confident in his abilities, believing it would be effortless for him to deal with Yi Chen.
Chang Shurqing shook her head and directly refused, "No need.
I'll handle my own matters. Dad, I'll visit you when I have time."
Chang Xiuqi had already placed his trust in Chang Manlong.
Since she couldn't persuade Chang Xiuqi, Chang Shurqing didn't force the issue. She also understood that she couldn't afford to offend Chang Manlong at the moment. Chang Xiuqi became anxious.
Chang Shurqing was his hope for the Chang family's future and his greatest support.
Now that she was leaving, when would she return? "Shurqing, can't you stay at home? How are things at the War Department? Have you faced any difficulties? If you don't want to stay there, you can come back.
Our Chang family isn't the same as before, we can protect you now," Chang Xiuqi said hastily.
Chang Manlong confidently added, "That's right, Shurqing.
There's no need to work for others anymore. Now, you only need to follow the Chang family's orders." Chang Shurqing was speechless. The strength of the War Department was far beyond their imagination. She had been lucky to return there before, so how could she possibly agree to leave? She firmly refused. "Dad, I'm doing well. I won't leave the War Department. Don't bring this up again." At that moment, Zhu Lingyun entered, his face full of excitement. "Shurqing, someone has seen Yi Chen." As soon as he said this, both Chang Shurqing and Chang Xiuqi's eyes lit up. Chang Xiuqi said coldly, "That boy really dares to come here. Let's go take a look." Chang Shurqing nodded slightly, "Let's go and see." However, Chang Xiuqi soon frowned and glanced at Zhu Lingyun. Initially, he had high hopes for Zhu Lingyun and had even considered having Chang Shurqing marry him. But after Zhu Lingyun abandoned them without notice last time, Chang Xiuqi's opinion of him had changed. With a meaningful expression, Chang Xiuqi said, "I didn't expect to see young Master Zhu in the martial arts world." Zhu Lingyun awkwardly smiled and explained, "Patriarch Chang, it was all a misunderstanding before. I'll explain later.
For now, let's go see Yi-chen. I'm sure many people want to laugh at him.
Chang Xiuqi frowned slightly, let out a cold snort, and headed toward the door.
With Chang Manlong as his backer, Chang Xiuqi now felt more confident and no longer treated Zhu Lingyun with courtesy.
Zhu Lingyun noticed Chang Xiuqi's attitude, frowned, and glanced at Chang Manlong behind them.
He asked, "And who is this?"
Chang Xiuqi raised his head slightly and said calmly, "This is young Master Chang from the main branch of the Chang clan in the martial arts world.
Our Chang family is just a subordinate branch. Young Master Chang, would you like to go see Yi-chen?"
Chang Xiuqi asked, his face immediately showing a fawning expression. Zhu Lingyun frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He didn't like how Chang Xiuqi was treating him now. But when he looked at Chang Manlong, he didn't dare to say more.
Chang Manlong nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's go take a look."
Chang Shiqing sighed softly as she watched the scene. At the same time, Yi-chen appeared in Bashan City with Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan. Li Zhengling and the others had also arrived but had come separately, slightly altering their appearances to avoid trouble. Yi-chen's appearance immediately attracted attention, especially from the noble families of the mortal world, who were eager to laugh at him.
"I can't believe Yi-chen actually dared to come. This is the martial arts world.
He may have been arrogant in the mortal world, but no one will indulge him here."
"Exactly.
I used to think he was impressive, but now he seems ordinary. His tricks have long been played out by people in the martial arts world. Why are Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu still following him? With their beauty, they could easily find someone better. Maybe they haven't truly seen the power of others yet. I heard the Yi clan in the martial arts world is incredibly strong.
Yi-chen destroyed their base in the mortal world. The Yi clan definitely won't let him go."
The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussions.
The other families also noticed Yi-chen but didn't take him seriously. In their eyes, Yi-chen couldn't possibly compete with them.
Yi-chen, however, paid no attention to their comments. Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu, on the other hand, looked visibly upset.
"Brother Yi-chen, they're such ingrates.
Without the cleansing potion, they wouldn't even be here in the martial arts world," Chang Shiyu said, frowning. Li Shawan frowned as well, her face full of displeasure. "If it weren't for you, Yi-chen, anyone else would have wiped them out by now." Yi-chen smiled faintly, his expression calm as he said, "Let them talk.
It doesn't hurt us. No need to be angry." Chang Shiyu nodded reluctantly and said helplessly, "Brother Yi-chen, only you would not care."
Just as she finished speaking, they noticed Chang Xiuqi leading a group, including Chang Shiqing, all looking at them with unfriendly expressions. "Shiyu, it's time to come home," Chang Xiuqi said coldly. Chang Xiuqi was already filled with hatred for Yi-chen. How could he possibly let Chang Shiyu stay with him? Hearing this, Chang Shiyu's face instantly turned pale.
The crowd around them became curious upon seeing this scene. "What's going on? Isn't that Yi-chen?
I didn't expect him to come to the martial arts world too.
That's Chang Xiuqi, the head of the Chang family. What's he doing? Why is he stopping Yi-chen? Is he asking Yi-chen for forgiveness and trying to restore the marriage between Chang Shiqing and Yi-chen?"
"No, he's calling for Chang Shiyu.
He's asking Chang Shiyu to come home. What's going on? What's this about? Does he no longer want to reconcile with Yi-chen?"
The surrounding crowd began discussing the situation with great interest. At this moment, Chang Shiyu instinctively stepped back. She had come to the martial arts world specifically to avoid returning to the Chang family, but now, to her dismay, the Chang family had also arrived in the martial arts world. Facing Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing, she didn't know what to do. Chang Shiyu shook her head, her eyes resolute, and said, "I'm not going back.
From now on, I'll stay with Brother Yi-chen."
As soon as she said this, Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing's faces darkened.
Chang Xiuqi gave Yi-chen a disdainful look and said, "What's the point of staying with him?
In the martial arts world, he has no backing, just a pile of trouble.
Staying with him will only cause you problems. Come back with me." Chang Shiqing nodded in agreement and said, "Come back with us. We won't interfere with your marriage anymore."
Right now, all Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing wanted was to take Chang Shiyu back, keeping her away from Yi-chen. After all, they were eager to see Yi-chen make a fool of himself. Chang Shiyu frowned, her face showing frustration, and said, "You don't need to worry about me. Besides, with Brother Yi-chen's strength, he doesn't need any backing." Chang Manlong raised his eyebrows, looking at Chang Shiyu with a surprised expression. He was already amazed by Chang Shiqing's beauty, but he hadn't expected her sister Chang Shiyu to be just as stunning. This truly surprised him. Chang Manlong stepped forward with a condescending demeanor and said, Chang Shiyu, as a member of the Chang family, how can you defy your elders? He's just a rogue cultivator, not worth your devotion. Your father and sister are only looking out for your best interests. Zhu Lingyun, however, looked extremely displeased. What Chang Manlong said was something he had wanted to say, but now it had been taken from him. The crowd around them also began to understand the situation. TSK, the Chang family head really knows how to play his cards. His attitude toward Yi Chen changes faster than flipping a coin. Good thing Yi Chen didn't agree to reconcile back then. Otherwise, they'd be hosting another divorce banquet now. Ha ha ha. But it's understandable. I heard the Chang family has backing in the martial arts world, so naturally, they wouldn't care about Yi Chen anymore. Backed by powerful connections? No wonder. The Chang family head must be on the rise now. Yi Chen really should have stayed in the mortal world. Coming to the martial arts world is just asking for trouble. Even in Bashan City, there are plenty of people waiting to mock him. What do you think Yi Chen will do? The crowd's eyes turned to Yi Chen, eager to see how he would handle the situation. Chang Shiyu, seeing the aggressive stance of Chang Shochi and the others, became anxious. Just as she didn't know what to do, Yi Chen's voice broke the tension. Shiyu already said she's not going back. Didn't you hear? Yi Chen frowned, his face showing irritation. The Chang family causing trouble right after he arrived in Bashan City made it clear to him that he had been too lenient with them before. Exactly. You're her family. Shouldn't you respect Shiyu's choice? Li Shawan chimed in, standing up for Chang Shiyu. Chang Shochi gave Yi Chen and the others a scornful glance and said, I'm Shiyu's father. It's my responsibility to make decisions for her. Yi Chen, you're not worthy of Shiyu. Don't think you're great just because you destroyed the Yi family's base. In the martial arts world, you're nothing. I suggest you go and apologize to the Yi family and end yourself so you don't drag others down with you. After speaking, Chang Shochi felt a sense of relief, finally venting his frustrations. Ever since witnessing Yi Chen destroy the Yi family's base, he had been living in constant fear. He had even tried to reconcile with Yi Chen, only to be rejected. Now, in the martial arts world with the backing of the main Chang family through Chang Manlong, he felt more secure. Chang Shiqing raised an eyebrow with a schadenfreude-filled expression. She then stepped forward, adopting a superior attitude, and said, Yi Chen, do you regret rejecting our proposal to restore the marriage? Chang Manlong, satisfied with Chang Shochi and Chang Shiqing's attitude, smirked and said, Yi Chen, a person should know their place. Forcing Shiyu to stay with you will only ruin her future. Respect is for equals, and you're clearly not on the same level. Yi Chen shook his head, clearly unimpressed, and said, Aren't you overthinking? I never regret my decisions. Chang Shochi nodded in agreement and said, Young Master Chang is right. Yi Chen, are you trying to ruin Shiyu's future? It's bad enough that you're useless. Don't drag Shiyu down with you. How can you repay the Chang family for raising you? Hearing this, Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan both looked exasperated. They couldn't understand how the Chang family had already forgotten Yi Chen's overwhelming strength, which had left them all in awe when he destroyed the Yi family's base. Now, after just a short time in the martial arts world, they were treating Yi Chen as if he were worthless. What were they thinking? Chang Shiyu frowned and said, Dad, weren't you trying to reconcile with brother Yi Chen before? Why are you saying these things now? Aren't you afraid of brother Yi Chen's retaliation? Exactly. Chang family head, have you forgotten how many times you came to our house begging to restore the marriage with Yi Chen? How could you forget so quickly? Li Shawan said disdainfully. Chang Shochi's face turned red with anger, and he said in a fit of rage, Humph. I did have that idea before, but thank goodness we didn't follow through. Otherwise, how could we have come to the martial arts world? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression calm, and said, In that case, you should be thanking me. But let's keep things clear, I promised Shiyu she could do whatever she wanted. Since she doesn't want to return to the Chang family, don't force her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chang Shiyu was someone Yi Chen had brought to the martial arts world, and he intended to keep his promises to her. Chang Shochi's face turned dark. Despite all he had said, Yi Chen still dared to reject him. This was asking for trouble. Yi Chen, don't push your luck. Shiyu must come back with me today. Otherwise, the Chang family will disown her, Chang Shochi said through gritted teeth. Then he unleashed the powerful aura of his cultivation, looking ready to strike. Chang Shiqing also frowned, her cold gaze fixed on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is your chance, Chang Shiqing said arrogantly, raising her head. Chang Manlong, smiling, turned to Chang Shiqing and said, Chang Shiyu, if you don't come over now, I'll have to kill your brother Yi Chen. Though his face carried a smile, intense killing intent emanated from Chang Manlong as he looked at Yi Chen. Even if he didn't kill Yi Chen now, he planned to find an opportunity to do so later. To him, Chang Shiqing and Chang Shiyu were already his possessions. The crowd around them immediately tensed up. Are they really about to fight? It seems like the Chang family head has grown much stronger. With so many people on the Chang family's side and just Yi Chen alone, he's at a disadvantage. Yi Chen is strong too. Strong or not, I think Yi Chen might lose this time. Exactly. The Chang family even has someone from the martial arts world with them. That guy looks so arrogant, as if Yi Chen is nothing in his eyes. Why is Chang Shiyu insisting on staying with Yi Chen? She's already in the martial arts world, and her family has a strong backing. Why follow Yi Chen? Who knows? The crowd watched the scene with excitement, their faces filled with anticipation. Faced with the Chang family's overbearing demeanor, Yi Chen felt exasperated. He glanced at them disdainfully and said, "Get lost. If you don't want to die, stop trying to make your presence known in front of me." At this moment, Yi Chen had clearly lost all patience with Chang Xiuqi and the others. Chang Xiuqi's face turned ashen. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at Yi Chen with killing intent and said, "Yi Chen, you've brought this on yourself." In his mind, he believed he had already given Yi Chen enough chances. Since Yi Chen remained unyielding, he saw no choice but to kill him. He felt entirely confident in his abilities. At that moment, Li Shawan stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yi Chen. "Lord Yi, let me handle this," Li Shawan said, stepping into the fray. Her action immediately caught everyone's attention. What's going on? Li Shawan is openly opposing the Chang family head for Yi Chen? Is she crazy? She has no business interfering in this situation. She's dragging the Li family into this. Do you think the Chang family head will attack Li Shawan? Obviously. He's already preparing to strike. Do you think he'll stop now? Making a woman step in at a critical moment, what a move. The crowd was stunned by the scene. No one had expected Li Shawan to take action at such a moment. If Chang Xiuqi injured her, Li Zhangling wouldn't let it slide, potentially impacting the relationship between the two families. Chang Xiuqi's expression darkened as he saw Li Shawan standing beside Yi Chen. He said angrily, "Yi Chen, you're letting a woman fight for you? Are you even a man? You're nothing but a leech relying on women." He was trying to provoke Yi Chen into action. But Yi Chen remained unfazed. With a slight smile, he said, "What's wrong with relying on women? At least I have someone to rely on. Who's more pitiful here? Shawan, don't hold back." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Shawan's eyes lit up, and an excited expression appeared on her face as she charged toward Chang Xiuqi without reservation. Chang Xiuqi's face turned even darker. "Li Shawan, I was going to let this slide because you're young. But since you've chosen this path, don't blame me for being ruthless." He no longer held back. Meanwhile, Chang Manlong frowned, looking at Yi Chen with jealousy. Chang Shiqing would rather leave the Chang family to stay with Yi Chen, and now another woman was willing to shield Yi Chen with her life. He couldn't understand what made Yi Chen so special that two beautiful women would go to such lengths for him. "Shiqing, this Yi Chen is clearly just mooching off others. Has Li Shawan lost her mind, stepping up for him like this?" Zhu Lingyun said disdainfully. However, his tone carried a hint of bitterness. He couldn't figure out why Yi Chen had such charm. Chang Shiqing frowned, her eyes fixed on Li Shawan. She remembered clearly that Li Shawan had average qualifications in cultivation, far inferior to her own. Yet now, Li Shawan dared to stand in front of Yi Chen. Was she insane? Chang Shiqing glanced at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with disdain. He's nothing but a clown. He won't make any waves in the martial arts world. Zhu Lingyun nodded, smiling in agreement. Exactly, Shiqing. I'm glad you think that way. From now on, Yi Chen and we are worlds apart. Chang Manlong raised an eyebrow, adopting a condescending tone. Since you all hate him so much, just kill him. It's such a simple solution. Zhu Lingyun nodded enthusiastically. That's a great idea. Shiqing, what do you think? Meanwhile, Chang Shiyu looked at Li Shawan standing in front of Yi Chen with a worried expression. Brother Yi Chen, who's stronger, Sister Shawan or my father? Chang Shiyu asked nervously. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. Who do you want to win? Hearing this, Chang Shiyu's face turned pale, and she became even more anxious.
I don't know. Brother Yi Chen, I know my father is in the wrong, but I don't want him to die.
After saying this, Chang Shiyu felt a bit relieved. No matter what, Chang Shouqi was still her father, and she didn't want him to die.
Yi Chen wasn't surprised.
Smiling, he said, "Don't worry.
Your father won't die. He's not a bad person, just weak-willed and easily manipulated." Chang Shiyu nodded in agreement. That's right, that's exactly how he is. Brother Yi Chen, is there any hope for my father?
It seems like that Chang Manlong just wants to use him.
Yi Chen shrugged and said, not much hope.
Now that he's in the martial arts world, someone will eventually teach him a lesson. At this moment, Chang Shouqi's face grew darker and darker. He had thought defeating Li Shawan would be easy, but now he realized he had underestimated her. He was beginning to struggle. Finally, with a momentary lapse in concentration, he was defeated outright.
Chang Shouqi's face turned extremely grim. How could this happen? Li Shawan, full of excitement, turned to Yi Chen and said, Lord Yi, look. I've defeated the Chang family head. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present.
No one had expected Li Shawan, of the same generation as Chang Shiqing, to defeat Chang Shouqi. At this moment, everyone around was in shock, their faces filled with disbelief.
Am I dreaming? My God! Is this real? Li Shawan defeated Chang Shouqi? How is that possible? The head of the Chang family is a senior. Even if his talent isn't great, he should still be stronger than Li Shawan, right? Is the Chang family head really so weak that he couldn't even beat Li Shawan?
I never thought Li Shawan was hiding such strength. She's even better than the precious daughter of the Chang family, Chang Shiqing.
Yi Chen really lucked out, being favored by Li Shawan. TSK, Yi Chen is truly fortunate.
In the mortal world, he relied on women, and now in the martial arts world, he's still relying on women.
Why can't I be so lucky?
And it's not just Li Shawan by his side, there's also Chang Shiyu. He's living the dream with both of them. The crowd was filled with shock, envy, and jealousy at the scene before them. The most stunned, however, was Chang Shiqing. She had always looked down on Li Shawan, seeing her as nothing more than a decorative vase, someone unworthy of attention. But now, the vase she had always disregarded had defeated her father, Chang Shouqi? For a moment, she couldn't accept the reality in front of her. Chang Shiqing, her face full of disbelief, shook her head and said, "This is impossible.
Li Shawan is just a vase. How could she have such high cultivation and even defeat my father?"
As a daughter of an aristocratic family, she naturally compared herself to others. Chang Shiqing always believed that in terms of appearance and talent, she surpassed Li Shawan.
So seeing Li Shawan triumphant over Chang Shouqi was something she couldn't believe.
She even suspected that Li Shawan had used some kind of trick to win.
Zhu Lingyun also frowned, his face showing confusion as he said, "What's going on with the Chang family head? How could he lose to Li Shawan?"
Shiqing, Li Shawan must have cheated. There's no way the family head could lose. Even Chang Manlong was shocked. As someone from the martial arts world, he had a clear understanding of power levels. He had never taken the mortal world seriously, but seeing Li Shawan and Chang Shouqi's fight made him re-evaluate his perception of the mortal world. Chang Manlong frowned, his face becoming serious as he said, "How is this possible?
Has the mortal world developed to this extent?"
Of course, he didn't say this aloud. As someone from the martial arts world, someone well-versed in its ways, he wouldn't express such thoughts in front of Chang Shouqi and the others. Chang Shouqi, meanwhile, was still in shock, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't bring himself to accept what had happened. How could he have lost? And to a junior, no less. How could he face anyone if this got out? Shaking his head, he muttered in disbelief, "Impossible. How could I lose to a little girl? Yi Chen, you coward, hiding behind a woman. If you have the guts, come out and fight me." Chang Shouqi, humiliated and furious, turned his rage on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, remained calm, a faint smile on his face. "If Li Shawan can beat you, do you really think you're worthy of me fighting you? For someone your age, with such pitiful strength, how dare you act arrogantly in front of me? Anyone with eyes can see who the real trash is. I was willing to spare your Chang family for Shiyu's sake, but you've pushed your luck too far. Your Chang family is truly disgusting." Yi Chen's words made the Chang family members' faces turn extremely sour. Chang Shouqi, in particular, was so angry that he could barely contain himself.
Being humiliated in front of so many people was like being trampled underfoot. Yi Chen, you've gone too far.
Chang Shiqing said coldly.
Chang Xiuqi, seething with anger, shouted, Shiqing, why are you wasting time talking to him? Kill him now. If we don't, how can the Chang family establish itself in the martial arts world? Shiyu, this is the person you're willing to follow even if it means breaking ties with us? Do you really want to sever your relationship with the Chang family? Attack him now and restore our family's honor.
Chang Shiqing frowned slightly but still moved to attack Yi Chen.
Zhu Lingyun followed closely behind.
Chang Manlong, however, stood to the side, frowning deeply. It was clear that the situation had spiraled out of his control. Given the circumstances, he didn't dare to act rashly. Just then, Chang Shiyu stepped in front of Yi Chen, her eyes filled with determination. She stared coldly at Chang Shiqing and said, if you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first, Chang Shiqing.
Yi Chen has never wronged the Chang family.
It's you who've repeatedly bullied him.
Do you really think Yi Chen is someone you can push around?
If you truly anger him, even if the Chang family dies 10 times, it won't be enough.
Stop now. Chang Shiyu's sudden action made Chang Shiqing's expression change drastically, forcing her to stop.
Hearing Shiyu's words, Chang Shiqing frowned, her face full of displeasure.
Shiyu, you're too far gone. Do you really think Yi Chen is that powerful just because he destroyed the Yi family? You're too naive. If I wanted to destroy the Yi family, it would be just as easy. Do you truly believe he can destroy our Chang family? You trust him? I certainly don't. Move aside. Zhu Lingyun added, Shiyu, your sister is right. Step aside now. This guy doesn't understand that you're opposing the entire Chang family for him.
Chang Xiuqi, furious, shouted, Chang Shiyu, you've disgraced the Chang family.
Get back here now, or I'll sever all ties with you.
Hearing their aggressive words, Li Shawan's face showed disdain.
It seems Chang Shiyu is the only sensible one in the Chang family. Chang Shiqing, Chang family head, what right do you have to force Shiyu? You wanted her to marry into the Luo family for the Chang family's benefit, and later to the Yi family for stability. Have you ever treated her as a true member of the Chang family? She's just a tool for your alliances. If she returns, who will you make her marry next? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, pulling Chang Shiyu behind him. His expression turned cold as he said to Chang Shiqing, you may not care about Shiyu's feelings, but to me, she's family.
Chang Shiqing, Chang Shiyu has nothing to do with your Chang family anymore. At this moment, Li Shawan stepped forward and confronted Chang Shiqing.
Chang Shiqing's face darkened, and she moved to strike Yi Chen. But Li Shawan was faster, blocking Chang Shiqing's attack in an instant.
Chang Shiyu's eyes became firm as she stood alongside Li Shawan, shielding Yi Chen behind them. With unwavering determination, Chang Shiyu nodded and said, fine, since you're so eager to sever ties, then as you wish. From today onward, I, Chang Shiyu, sever all relations with you. Chang Xiuqi is no longer my father, and Chang Shiqing is no longer my sister. From now on, we will not interfere with each other, and if there's any enmity, it will be settled with blood.
Chang Shiyu made a big decision.
She had always hoped Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing would change. Last time, she thought she saw hope for their transformation, but to her disappointment, the martial arts world had changed their mindset once again. Their behavior had become even more extreme, rushing to cause trouble for Yi Chen immediately after arriving in the martial arts world. It was utterly disgraceful. Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi and Chang Shiqing froze on the spot. They had only mentioned severing ties with Chang Shiyu to pressure her into obedience. They never expected that she would take it seriously this time. Chang Xiuqi's face turned dark as he said, fine, fine, fine. Chang Shiyu, you've grown wings and dare to rebel now? If you want to sever ties, so be it. From today onward, the Chang family has nothing to do with you. Let's see how you survive in the martial arts world without us. Chang Shiqing frowned, her expression also turning sour. She hadn't expected Chang Shiyu to go so far as to cut ties with the Chang family for Yi Chen. Chang Shiyu, do you even know what you're doing? The Chang family is your last support, and you want to sever ties? Have you lost your mind? Chang Shiqing said, her tone filled with disappointment. At this moment, her heart was filled with hatred for Yi Chen. In her view, Yi Chen was nothing more than an ordinary cultivator who needed Li Shawan's protection. How could he possibly have the confidence to drag Chang Shiyu down with him? Li Shawan, hearing this, rolled her eyes and said, what happens to Shiyu in the future is none of your concern. Just remember, from now on, your Chang family has nothing to do with her, and she doesn't need to protect you anymore. Chang Manlong and Zhu Lingyun frowned deeply as they watched this. Both were seething, their hatred for Yi Chen growing stronger. To them, Yi Chen was nothing but a useless man who relied on women. Yet two beautiful women were fiercely defending him. How could they accept this? Chang Manlong couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Chang Shiyu, listen up. I am the young master of the Chang family in the martial arts world and technically your superior. Stop being stubborn and return to the Chang family. Don't let us down, assuming, of course, you don't want him to die." As he spoke, Chang Manlong unleashed an overwhelming aura that pressed toward Yi Chen. The surrounding crowd's faces changed drastically as they felt the pressure. Those with weaker cultivation directly collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with fear. My God! So strong! Who is he? Why is he involved in the Chang family's affairs? Didn't you hear? He's the young master of the Chang family in the martial arts world. He must have brought Chang Xiuqi and the others here. So he's the Chang family's backer. His strength is terrifying. Yi Chen is doomed this time. Even Li Shawan can't help him now. Yi Chen is too arrogant. No wonder people are upset seeing him with two women. Exactly. With the Chang family's young master involved, who here could resist? The real issue is Yi Chen's charm. Even after severing ties, Chang Shiyu insists on staying with him. What can you do? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Chang Shiqing, Zhu Lingyun, and Chang Xiuqi's expressions all turned grim. Chang Shiqing frowned in surprise as she looked at Chang Manlong. She had assumed he would simply watch from the sidelines but didn't expect him to intervene. However, Chang Manlong's actions made her suspicious of his motives. Zhu Lingyun felt a chill in his heart, his face full of vigilance as he looked at Chang Manlong. He hadn't expected Chang Manlong to act at this moment, nor to unleash such overwhelming power to pressure Yi Chen. The sheer strength of his aura was shocking. Zhu Lingyun realized that if Chang Manlong truly supported Chang Xiuqi in the future, his hopes of marrying Chang Shiqing would become much harder to achieve. The most pleased person, however, was Chang Xiuqi. He smiled and approached Chang Manlong, saying, "Young Master Chang, thank you for helping us." Chang Manlong waved dismissively and said, "We're all family. No need for thanks." With that, he adopted an air of superiority and walked toward Chang Shiyu. Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan, however, were utterly confused. Thanks to Yi Chen, they didn't feel any of the pressure emanating from Chang Manlong. Li Shawan frowned and muttered, "Why are they smiling? What do they mean? I don't get it. Is he an idiot?" Chang Shiyu raised her eyebrows and nodded thoughtfully, saying, "That's possible. What should we do if he comes over?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, "If he comes over, he's asking for a beating." Both Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu nodded. As Chang Manlong approached, they simultaneously kicked him. Chang Manlong's face turned pale with shock. He hadn't expected them to move under such intense pressure. How was this possible? Under his overwhelming aura, they shouldn't have been able to act at all. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise, even he would have been seriously injured. "What's going on? How can you move?" Chang Manlong asked, his face filled with disbelief. Li Shawan frowned, looking at him with annoyance, and said, "Why wouldn't we? Are you here to capture Shiyu?" Chang Shiyu glared at Chang Manlong coldly and said, "I'm no longer part of the Chang family. You'd better not meddle in my affairs." Yi Chen nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. Stay out of this, or don't blame us for being rude. Forget it. Let's go. It's not worth wasting time with these people." Yi Chen pulled Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu, preparing to leave. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chang Manlong's face turned ashen. It was clear he had been completely disregarded. Chang Xiuqi and the others also looked furious. At that moment, they felt like clowns dancing in front of Yi Chen, who didn't even care to acknowledge them. "Stop! Yi Chen, you can't leave!" Chang Shiqing shouted. She raised her head slightly, adopting an air of arrogance, and said, "Yi Chen, don't you realize I've changed? From today onward, we're from two different worlds. I hope you never appear before me again." Hearing this, Yi Chen froze for a moment. At this moment, Zhu Lingyun spoke up with an arrogant expression and said, "Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to chase us all the way to the martial arts world. Let me tell you the truth, Shiqing will never restore her engagement with you in this lifetime. So, why don't you just go back to where you came from? Otherwise, it won't be long before you meet your end here." Chang Manlong glanced at Chang Shiqing and Chang Xiuqi in surprise and said, "They actually had an engagement? Old Chang, why didn't you mention this before? Yi Chen, is it? Since the engagement has been annulled, stop clinging to her.
She's not someone you're worthy of. Hearing Chang Manlong's words, Chang Xiuqi raised his head slightly, a smug expression on his face, and said, "Did you hear that? Now hurry back to the mortal world." Yi Chen, listening to their self-righteous remarks, was utterly speechless. With a calm expression, Yi Chen glanced coldly at Chang Shiqing and said, "If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't act crazy around me." He didn't want to waste any more time with them, so he turned to leave, pulling Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu with him. However, hearing Yi Chen's words, Chang Shiqing and the others frowned immediately. Zhu Lingyun sneered and said, "Shiqing, don't believe him. He's just playing hard to get, trying to get your attention. His goal is definitely to restore your engagement. Don't fall for it." Chang Xiuqi nodded in agreement and said, "Exactly. Yi Chen, don't think I don't know your little schemes. You followed us to the martial arts world, hoping to reconcile with us, but let me tell you, it's never going to happen. Just give up." Yi Chen didn't want to hear their nonsense any longer. Looking at them disdainfully, he said, "Chang Shiqing, don't flatter yourself. I didn't come to the martial arts world because of you." Yi Chen had no desire to stay there any longer. He felt that if he did, he might actually lose control and destroy them. However, Chang Shiqing and the others thought differently. They assumed Yi Chen, embarrassed after being exposed, was fleeing in anger. Zhu Lingyun's expression turned sour, and he said, "Shiqing, we can't let him go. If we do, he'll keep pestering you, and it'll never end." If there weren't so many people around, Zhu Lingyun would have already taken action. He believed Chang Shiqing's sudden coldness toward him was all because of Yi Chen. He was desperate to kill Yi Chen immediately. Chang Xiuqi also nodded in agreement and said, "Exactly. That kid grew up in our family. Do you think I don't know what he's up to? He's using a push-pull tactic to keep us on the hook. He didn't expect us to come to the martial arts world, so he followed us here. He's a troublemaker and should be dealt with as soon as possible." Chang Shiqing frowned, looking at Yi Chen's departing figure with a calm expression. "I understand, but with Shiyu following him, I'm afraid that if we kill Yi Chen, Shiyu will blame us. She's still my sister." Chang Shiqing felt conflicted. She hadn't expected Yi Chen to come to the martial arts world because of her. If she killed him, wouldn't that make her appear heartless? Hearing this, Chang Manlong frowned slightly, his tone cold and commanding. "Hesitation. If you hate him so much, kill him already. Why waste time overthinking?" With that, he waved to someone in the crowd, and a man stepped forward respectfully. Chang Manlong whispered a few instructions into his ear before dismissing him. Looking confident, Chang Manlong glanced at the others and said, "It's done. Someone will deal with that boy soon. Chang Xiuqi, Chang Shiqing, let's return and wait for the news." Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi's face lit up with joy. With a flattering tone, he said, "Thank you, young Master Chang, for your trouble. Once this boy is dealt with, we can leave Bashan City, right?" He knew Bashan City was just their first stop in the martial arts world. Naturally, he didn't want to linger here, he wanted to explore the martial arts world further. Zhu Lingyun's expression shifted slightly, glancing at Chang Shiqing but saying nothing. As a member of the War Department, he was somewhat familiar with the surrounding areas of Bashan City. Hearing Chang Xiuqi's desire to leave, he also grew curious. Chang Manlong nodded proudly and said, "Once that boy is taken care of, we can leave." Chang Xiuqi's attitude pleased him more and more. As for Chang Shiqing, even though they shared the same family name, they weren't closely related. Naturally, Chang Manlong had ulterior motives for her. Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi became even more excited, his face filled with anticipation. With Chang Manlong taking action, he no longer worried about Yi Chen. Chang Shiqing, however, frowned. Chang Xiuqi's attitude toward Chang Manlong deeply displeased her. As the head of the Chang family, how could he act so servile? What kind of spell had Chang Manlong cast over him for him to trust his every word? Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already taken Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu to a nearby inn. Initially, they had planned to explore Bashan City, but their mood was completely ruined. Chang Shiyu looked at Yi Chen with guilt and said, "Brother Yi Chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." She had thought that by following Yi Chen to the martial arts world, she could escape her family. She hadn't expected to run into them so quickly, nor that they would immediately target Yi Chen so aggressively, even plotting to kill him. She felt her family had gone mad. Yi Chen shook his head slightly, his expression calm, and said, "Shiyu, I truly see you as my sister, so there's no need to be so polite with me unless you consider me an outsider?" Hearing this, warmth filled Chang Shiyu's heart, her eyes reddening slightly. She quickly shook her head and said, No, brother Yi Chen,
you're the only person who truly cares about me.
From today onward, you're my only family.
She held a special feeling for Yi Chen, but hearing his words, she decided to bury those feelings deep in her heart. Li Shawan, with a serious expression, added, Shiyu, don't forget about me.
I care about you too. You can't leave me out. Hearing Li Shawan's words, Chang Shiyu smiled and nodded. Thank you, Sister Shawan.
Seeing the two of them, Yi Chen smiled faintly and called the innkeeper to prepare a hearty meal for their first proper dinner in the martial arts world. However, the innkeeper frowned and, with a disdainful tone, said, What do you want to eat?
Tea is free, drink as much as you like.
The waiter had seen many people from the mortal world recently. Most of them ordered the cheapest meals and often caused trouble afterward, trying to avoid paying. So, when Yi Chen and his group arrived, he instinctively thought they were the same. Yi Chen frowned and said to the waiter, Bring one of each of your specialty dishes. The waiter's face immediately changed, filled with disbelief.
What did you say? Are you sure you want one of everything? Do you know how much that will cost?
The waiter's voice was so loud that everyone around them heard it, and their attention turned to Yi Chen's table.
What? He ordered everything? Aren't they new here? Are they planning to dine and dash?
A bunch of country bumpkins, probably don't even know you need spirit stones to pay for meals. That guy is so lucky, surrounded by two beauties like that.
I'm so jealous. Those beauties should be mine. This guy is just showing off.
Just look at him, clearly a kept man. He's not worthy of those two fairies.
The crowd was filled with envy, jealousy, and scorn as they watched.
In another corner of the inn, Wanqing sat with Zhao Lan and Mu Bo. They all looked at the scene with disdain. Zhao Lan raised her eyebrows, her expression smug.
What's that trash showing off for now? Mu Bo smirked and said, Who knows?
Maybe he thinks money works the same way in the martial arts world as it does in the mortal world. Wanqing lifted her chin slightly, her cold and proud face showing a trace of contempt. Mom, Dad, we're from entirely different worlds than Yi Chen now. We're only here to watch how he ends up.
But whatever you do, don't go out there. If he recognizes us, he might try to cling to us.
Zhao Lan and Mu Bo nodded seriously, agreeing with her reasoning. Zhao Lan said firmly, Exactly.
Wanqing, you're always so thoughtful.
Who knows, that guy might have heard you came to the martial arts world and came here just to find you.
Mu Bo's face showed shock. That's very likely.
Otherwise, with his strength, he could have stayed comfortably in the mortal world.
Coming to the martial arts world? He's definitely here for you, Wanqing, he's trying to reconcile.
Wanqing frowned, her face growing even colder. I will never reconcile with him, not even if he begs me. Hearing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo both sighed in relief.
Meanwhile, Yi Chen frowned and said to the waiter, What's the problem?
Or are you saying that such a large and doesn't have any specialty dishes?
The waiter sneered. Of course we do.
Since you insist, we'll bring them out. Just don't regret it later. Following the waiter's orders, a table full of delicious dishes was soon brought to Yi Chen's table. The crowd around them watched with growing interest.
This guy actually dared to order everything. That table must cost more than a mid-grade spirit stone. Can he even afford it? That guy's definitely new here.
There's no way he has a mid-grade spirit stone.
If he can't pay, those two fairies will end up as collateral. Good idea.
I wouldn't mind taking one of them myself.
Ha! Let's see who's more capable.
The crowd buzzed with excitement. No one took Yi Chen seriously, they were all focused on Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu. Hearing the surrounding remarks, Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu frowned, their faces filled with worry as they looked at Yi Chen.
Li Shawan, her brow furrowed, asked anxiously, Lord Yi, is what they're saying true? What if we don't have enough spirit stones?
It was her first time in the martial arts world, and she didn't understand how things worked. Hearing about needing spirit stones for meals made her nervous. Chang Shiyu was also panicking.
Brother Yi Chen, if not, maybe we should run?
But seeing the waiter and the guards at the door, she shrank back, realizing escape was not an option.
Run? You won't even make it out the door.
Fairies, don't let yourselves be deceived by sweet words.
Why not follow me? I can protect both of you, a man said arrogantly from the table next to Yi Chen's.
The crowd turned to look at the man, their faces showing surprise.
I thought he looked familiar. It's Lu Jiang.
The Lu family has the resources.
They're a prominent family in Bashan City.
If those two fairies are smart, following Lu Jiang wouldn't be a bad choice.
That guy's going to be furious.
He was trying to show off, but now he'll lose both the girls and his dignity.
Ha ha. Still, the guy's pretty good looking. Maybe someone would buy him just for fun.
The crowd burst into laughter as they joked amongst themselves.
Wanqing, watching from the corner, smirked with satisfaction.
Shawan said with a broad smile, "The trash is finished. There's no way he has a mid-grade spirit stone. And those two girls, giving up their lives as noble ladies just to follow Yi-chan, are now going to be sold as payment."
Exactly. If their families find out, they'll probably die from anger. Mubo added, laughing uncontrollably. The three of them were clearly enjoying Yi-chan's predicament.
Wanqing raised an eyebrow, her expression full of disdain.
Yi-chan, why can't you stay grounded? Why do you keep trying to make a scene in front of me? Don't think I'll save you if you put yourself in a desperate situation, it's not happening.
Yi-chan was utterly speechless. How could these people jump to such conclusions? Raising an eyebrow, Yi-chan smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, there's no need for you to worry about us. And your courage is commendable, but if you keep being rude, I might get angry." The crowd's faces darkened at his words. They hadn't expected Yi-chan to dare to threaten them. He clearly wasn't taking them seriously.
Especially Lu Jiang.
In Bashan City, everyone treated him with respect, yet Yi-chan was blatantly ignoring him. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Jiang said coldly, "Boy, you've succeeded in angering me.
Now you'll face my wrath."
Lu Jiang turned to strike Yi-chan, but just as he moved, Shawan stepped in front of Yi-chan and launched a counterattack. "If you want to harm Lord Yi, you'll have to get through me first," Shawan said coldly. Chang Shiyu's face was filled with excitement. Just as she was about to make a move, Yi-chan's voice rang out.
"Aren't fights forbidden in this inn? Doesn't the owner enforce the rules? Or does this place allow rules to be ignored? If that's the case, then I won't hold back," Yi-chan said with a calm expression, raising an eyebrow. He showed no tension. Did they really think they could take advantage of his unfamiliarity with the rules? Hearing this, the onlookers frowned.
They had assumed Yi-chan would be led around by Lu Jiang since this was Bashan City, and Lu Jiang was a familiar figure here.
But Yi-chan's words not only put Lu Jiang in an awkward position but also dragged the innkeeper into the spotlight.
Now, even if the innkeeper didn't want to intervene, he had no choice but to step in.
This guy is smarter than he looks. Why didn't I think of that? Fighting is forbidden in the inn. If Lu Jiang makes a move, he'll be thrown out. If the innkeeper doesn't enforce the rules, who would dare eat here in the future? That kid has seriously angered Lu Jiang. Do you think Lu Jiang will let him go once he leaves the inn? Tisk, tsk. If the guy hadn't been so flashy, Lu Jiang wouldn't have targeted him.
The onlookers whispered among themselves, frowning as they watched the scene unfold. Lu Jiang, hearing Yi-chan's words, froze briefly before his expression darkened.
He had truly underestimated Yi-chan.
At this point, he didn't dare act rashly. Staring at Yi-chan with a gloomy face, he said coldly, "I really underestimated you. You'd better not leave the inn, or I'll kill you."
Yi-chan glanced at Lu Jiang disdainfully and didn't respond.
Instead, he raised a friendly middle finger.
The crowd watching the scene was collectively stunned, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Is this guy insane? He's provoking Lu Jiang even when he's courting death. Isn't he afraid Lu Jiang will grind his bones to dust? He's too reckless for his own good. He'll regret it soon enough.
Begging for mercy won't help him later.
Unless he never leaves the inn.
There's no way he can afford to stay in the inn indefinitely.
Can he even pay for his meal?
This guy is digging his own grave.
No one can save him. Exactly. Being targeted by Lu Jiang means he's as good as dead, or worse. The crowd's murmurs were full of disdain and mockery, certain that Yi-chan wouldn't make it out of Bashan City.
Lu Jiang, emboldened by the crowd's chatter, smirked smugly.
"Did you hear that, kid?
Kneel and beg for forgiveness now, and I might spare your life."
Chang Shiyu and Shawan were furious upon hearing Lu Jiang's words. Make Yi-chan kneel and apologize? That was absolutely impossible.
Shawan's face turned cold as she said, "Lord Yi, let me teach him a lesson." To Shawan, Yi-chan was akin to a god.
She couldn't tolerate Lu Jiang's arrogance.
But Yi-chan stopped her with a smile and said, "He's just a clown.
No need to bother. Let's eat."
Shawan raised an eyebrow, a smile forming on her lips, and nodded.
"All right, Lord Yi." Since Yi-chan had said so, Lu Jiang wasn't worth worrying about.
Chang Shiyu also let out a sigh of relief.
But Lu Jiang was about to explode.
As the eldest son of the Lu family, he had never been so blatantly disrespected. Yi Chen's remark about him being a clown made him want to kill Yi Chen on the spot. Fuming with rage and his eyes filled with murderous intent, Lu Jiang said, "Fine, fine, fine.
You've successfully angered me. The moment you step out of this inn will be the moment you die." Even as the Lu family's young master, Lu Jiang had to abide by the inn's rules and couldn't start a fight inside. But despite Lu Jiang's threats, Yi Chen remained completely unfazed, acting as if he hadn't heard a word. The onlookers were exasperated by Yi Chen's attitude. This guy is completely impervious to reason. Where does he get the confidence to act so bold? Is he not afraid of death? Offending Lu Jiang is a death sentence. If it were me, I'd be furious too. This guy is way too arrogant. Just wait and see. He might not even survive long enough for Lu Jiang to act, the innkeeper might throw him out first. Exactly. Does he even have the spirit stones to pay for the meal? The crowd whispered angrily, their expressions filled with disdain. In the corner, Mu Wanqing frowned, utterly speechless. Zhao Lan sneered and said, "Is he courting death? How dare he be so arrogant?" Mu Bo furrowed his brows, his face serious. Could he have noticed us? Otherwise, how could he act so bold? Hearing this, Zhao Lan's face immediately became grave. That's very possible. What should we do? Wanqing, should we leave now to avoid him latching onto us? Mu Wanqing frowned deeply, confused by where Yi Chen got the confidence to stand against Lu Jiang so boldly. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head and said, "Not yet. Let's watch for a little longer." Zhao Lan looked worried and said, "Wanqing, don't let yourself be fooled by Yi Chen again. You're in a completely different league now, and your future is still ahead of you." Mu Bo nodded impatiently. "Exactly. Let's leave after this. Don't meet him again." Mu Wanqing sighed, nodding in agreement. "I understand. Don't worry. I just want to know what gives Yi Chen the confidence to stand up to Lu Jiang." Hearing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo exchanged a glance and felt relieved. They were absolutely against Mu Wanqing reconciling with Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan were enjoying the feast, their faces full of amazement. Even though they were noble ladies in the mortal world, this meal completely redefined their understanding of fine cuisine. Unable to contain themselves, the two began eating voraciously. Chang Shiyu noticed that Yi Chen was barely eating and frowned. "Brother Yi Chen, you should eat too. There's so much food, we can't finish it all." Li Shawan nodded. "That's right. Lord Yi, eat up." Both of them simultaneously picked up food and placed it on Yi Chen's plate. Yi Chen smiled and said, "You two go ahead and eat. Don't worry about me." The closeness between them was enough to make anyone envious, especially Lu Jiang, whose face was dark with anger. He wanted nothing more than to take Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan away at that very moment. Before long, the table was cleared. The waiter stood nearby, watching Yi Chen with disdain, ready to prevent him from running away. The other guests smirked, anticipating the spectacle to come. That guy's going to face his reckoning. Let's see what he'll do now. It felt good eating, but now the truth will come out. Showing off in front of women always has a price. The crowd was certain that Yi Chen was doomed. Yi Chen, however, remained unhurried, sitting calmly at his table, watching the flow of people downstairs. Lu Jiang frowned deeply, narrowing his eyes and clenching his fists, looking ready to attack at any moment. Seeing Yi Chen's calm demeanor only made him angrier. With a cold face, Lu Jiang said, "Kid, it's about time you paid the bill, don't you think?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his tone impatient. "What does whether I pay or not have to do with you? Are you the owner?" Lu Jiang, gritting his teeth, replied, "Of course, it has nothing to do with me." "Then why are you yelling here?" Yi Chen said disdainfully. Lu Jiang felt like he was about to explode with anger. Yet, in the inn, he couldn't do anything. The crowd watching the scene began to feel a bit sorry for Lu Jiang. Despite being in Bashan City for so long, this was the first time they had seen Lu Jiang this infuriated. They were sure Lu Jiang would eventually tear Yi Chen to pieces. "You good. Very good. I'll make you wish you were dead soon." Lu Jiang roared, his anger at its peak. If Yi Chen provoked him any further, he might really attack. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Jiang disdainfully and said, "Quite patient, I see. But your temper is too volatile. You two," he turned to Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan, "mustn't learn from him." Both of them nodded earnestly. This completely enraged Lu Jiang. He stormed over to Yi Chen's table and flipped it over, grabbing Yi Chen in an attempt to beat him to death. "Courting death." Lu Jiang growled through gritted teeth. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. Lu Jiang finally made a move. That kid had it coming. If I were in Lu Jiang's place, I'd do the same. But what the kid said is true. Why would Lu Jiang get so worked up over a country bumpkin just because of a woman? Doesn't matter. Lu Jiang's already angry, and that's going to have serious consequences. Have you all forgotten? This is an inn.
The onlookers buzzed with discussion.
Mu Wanqing frowned as well, finding Yi Chen's behavior provoking enough to make her want to act. This guy is just asking for it.
Zhao Lan said with a furrowed brow.
Mu Bo shook his head and said, Yi Chen really is infuriating. Mu Wanqing, narrowing her eyes at Yi Chen, said, he's doing this on purpose to provoke Lu Jiang and force me to come out.
Zhao Lan and Mu Bo's faces changed dramatically upon hearing this.
That Yi Chen has such a cunning mind? Mu Bo said in disbelief.
Zhao Lan, visibly nervous, said, I never thought he'd planned so deeply.
Wanqing, what do we do now? Should we go out?
Mu Wanqing frowned, looking serious. Part of her wanted to confront Yi Chen, to assert her superiority and deal him a fatal blow.
Just then, Yi Chen spoke calmly, Innkeeper, aren't you going to step in? If I'm beaten to death, who's going to pay you your spirit stones?
A middle-aged man, the innkeeper Weili, walked out with a slight cough.
Lu Jiang, that's enough.
Wait until he leaves the inn, then you can deal with him however you like. Lu Jiang's face darkened significantly. With the innkeeper now involved, he didn't dare make another move. Reluctantly, he let go of Yi Chen, his expression filled with malice.
Fine. Just make sure you don't leave. Lu Jiang growled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and replied, that's none of your business.
Weili, looking at Yi Chen with mild exasperation, said, Kid, it's time to pay for your meal, don't you think? Though he had been observing the situation from the start, Weili hadn't intended to intervene until Yi Chen forced him to act. Now that he had stepped in, he wasn't about to let Yi Chen off easily. Hearing this, the crowd turned their attention back to Yi Chen, eager to see what would happen if he couldn't pay. Mu Wanqing smirked triumphantly as she walked out from the corner, immediately drawing the crowd's attention.
How much is it?
I'll pay, her cold voice rang out. The crowd frowned in surprise.
That guy's luck is insane, another beauty is stepping in. Her outfit, she looks like a disciple of the Ling Tian Palace. Didn't they already leave?
Why is she still here?
She's stunning. And with those other two, how is this guy so blessed? No wonder he's so arrogant. It's infuriating. Why do women these days care only about looks and not substance?
At the crucial moment, a beauty steps in to save him.
I'm so jealous. The onlookers' envy and hatred were palpable. Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan exchanged glances before turning to Yi Chen, curious about Mu Wanqing's sudden appearance. As Yi Chen's ex-wife, how would he handle this?
Weili was equally surprised. Based on the information he had, the woman in front of him was the newly chosen saintess of the Ling Tian Palace.
Now, she was paying for Yi Chen's meal? Could she also be interested in him?
This thought quickly passed, and Weili smiled broadly.
Kid, you're lucky to have someone like her paying for you.
Be sure to thank her properly later. He didn't care who paid, as long as someone did.
Yi Chen, however, showed no reaction.
To him, Mu Wanqing seemed like a stranger. Mu Wanqing, looking at Yi Chen with a superior air, said, we're even now.
Don't follow me anymore, or don't blame me for being unkind.
Yi Chen didn't even glance at her and said calmly, we have nothing to do with each other.
What's there to settle?
Turning to Weili, Yi Chen said, don't just take someone else's spirit stones.
Here's mine, enough for the meal, plus a room. He tossed a high-grade spirit stone onto the table. The crowd was stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. What? He actually has a high-grade spirit stone? I was waiting to laugh at him. That's a high-grade spirit stone. Isn't he supposed to be a country bumpkin? Where did he get that? This is such a slap in the face.
Lu Jiang was waiting to ambush him, but now he's staying here instead.
Even Lu Jiang can't produce a high-grade spirit stone. This guy's loaded. No wonder he was so confident about eating here.
The crowd was dumbfounded. It turned out they were the real paupers. The one with the ugliest expression was Mu Wanqing. She could never have imagined that Yi Chen actually had a high-grade spirit stone. Originally, her plan was to look down on Yi Chen from the highest position and sever all ties with him. Now, her actions seemed completely unnecessary, especially since Yi Chen had just refused her in front of so many people. She felt like she was about to explode with anger. Her face turned slightly red, and through gritted teeth, she said, since you have spirit stones, why didn't you take them out earlier?
Do you find it amusing to toy with everyone? Exactly. What a waste of our time. You're really good at pretending. Who would have thought you had a high-grade spirit stone?
I was ready to laugh at him, but now it seems the joke's on me.
This guy must have done it on purpose. Daring to toy with young Master Lu, he must have a death wish. What's his background? He even knows a disciple of Ling Tian Palace? So what if he knows her? It doesn't seem like their relationship is good.
The onlookers started discussing amongst themselves. Lu Jiang narrowed his eyes, his expression growing colder.
This country bumpkin actually has a high-grade spirit stone. Lu Jiang muttered through gritted teeth.
Thinking back to the things he had said to Yi Chen earlier, his face flushed hot with embarrassment. This was a blatant slap to his face.
But Lu Jiang had no intention of leaving.
If Yi Chen could produce one high-grade spirit stone, he was sure Yi Chen had more. In Lu Jiang's eyes, everything on Yi Chen was already as good as his. At the same time, his gaze shifted to Wanqing.
He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, he even knows these sect disciples?
The Lu family had some influence in Bashan City, but compared to a super sect like Ling Tian Palace, they were insignificant. Lu Jiang knew this well, so he needed to confirm Yi Chen and Wanqing's relationship.
At this moment, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo approached Wanqing.
Hearing Yi Chen's words, both of their faces turned furious.
Yi Chen, we've tolerated you for long enough. We didn't expect you to shamelessly follow us here. Wanqing only came out to make it clear that there's nothing between you two anymore. Don't follow us again, or we won't be polite.
Zhao Lan said sharply, her tone full of venom. Mu Bo also looked at Yi Chen with disdain and said, Yi Chen, if you're a man, stop pestering Wanqing.
She's now part of Ling Tian Palace. The two of you are destined to be from different worlds, so stop your wishful thinking.
Hearing this, the crowd buzzed with excitement.
What's going on? Wow, another beauty, and she's a disciple of Ling Tian Palace? How does this guy attract such women? And all three are absolute beauties. This guy's luck is off the charts. But didn't you hear?
She's here to cut ties with him, not to stand by him.
Even so, I'm still jealous. Look at us, we don't even have a single woman, let alone a beauty. The onlookers stared curiously at Wanqing and her group.
Yi Chen, hearing their words, felt completely speechless.
He glanced at them indifferently and said, Fine, I understand. You can leave now.
Yi Chen had no intention of engaging with them, but to avoid future trouble, he decided to respond, lest they misinterpret his silence. Hearing this, Wanqing and the others immediately assumed they were right. Zhao Lan sneered, since you understand, then hurry up and get lost. She crossed her arms, looking down at Yi Chen with disdain.
Lu Jiang, seeing this, couldn't help but smile. Country bumpkin, did you hear that? Get out.
No one here welcomes you, Lu Jiang said with a mocking grin. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, his face showing a trace of impatience.
The one who should get lost is you. Wanqing, keep your two dogs on a leash. If they bite again, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Chen was completely done with Wanqing.
He wanted no further connection with her, but her repeated antics were truly irritating. Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu frowned at the situation.
They couldn't understand why Wanqing treated Yi Chen this way.
After all, they had lived together for 3 years.
How could she not know what kind of person Yi Chen was?
A man like Yi Chen, an extraordinary and unparalleled individual, was someone she not only divorced but also refused to leave alone after their separation.
That's right. Yi Chen didn't ask for your help.
You're just being self-righteous, what does it have to do with us?
Chang Shiyu said angrily.
Li Shawan glanced at Wanqing and said, Wanqing, one day you'll regret this.
Although the two of them hadn't spent the most time with Yi Chen, they had witnessed his abilities. For Yi Chen, eliminating someone like Wanqing was a trivial task.
Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo's faces turned ugly, their eyes filled with fury.
Yi Chen, how dare you call me a dog? You're courting death.
Zhao Lan yelled like a shrew, lunging at Yi Chen, only to be stopped by Wanqing. Mu Bo also wanted to act but froze at Wanqing's signal. Wanqing frowned, her face displeased, and said, Yi Chen, you still care about me.
But we were never on the same path, and we still aren't. Don't follow me anymore. Yi Chen sighed deeply and said, Fine. Rest assured, I didn't come to the martial world for you. Let's just be strangers if we meet again. He felt utterly helpless. First Chang Shiqing, now Wanqing, couldn't he even come to the martial world in peace?
Deciding not to waste more time, Yi Chen turned to Wei Li and said,
Boss, take us to our room. Yi Chen then left without looking back. Wei Li smiled brightly, quickly leading the way for Yi Chen.
Mu Wanqing and the others, however, interpreted this as Yi Chen avoiding them, still caring about her. Mu Wanqing sighed with frustration. Zhao Lan frowned, her expression heavy with concern.
Wanqing, you deserve better. Don't be fooled by Yi Chen again.
At that moment, Lu Jiang adjusted his demeanor and approached Mu Wanqing with what he thought was an elegant posture. This young lady, I am Lu Jiang of the Lu family.
Would you honor me with a meal? He said with a smile.
Zhao Lan and Mu both smiled at this, their attitudes growing more condescending.
No need.
I don't accept favors for no reason. Mom, Dad, let's stay here too, Mu Wanqing said coldly. Hearing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo's expressions changed drastically, unable to understand why Mu Wanqing would make such a decision.
Wasn't it said that once they explained things to Yi Chen, they would leave? Why were they now staying here? Could it be that she still had lingering feelings for Yi Chen?
The more they thought about it, the darker their expressions became.
Mu Bo looked at Mu Wanqing with a serious expression and asked, Wanqing, didn't you say you still had something to do? Should we leave first?
Mu Wanqing frowned and glanced at Zhao Lan and Mu Bo. No rush. I want to know where Yi Chen got a high-grade spirit stone. Mu Wanqing, now a saintess of Ling Tian Palace, had a systematic understanding of cultivation. In a border city like Bashan City, even mid-grade spirit stones were already considered extremely valuable to local cultivators. But now, Yi Chen, who had just arrived from the mortal world, had produced a high-grade spirit stone.
How could this not attract her attention?
Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were different, though. They had entered Ling Tian Palace entirely because of Mu Wanqing. Everything they had revolved around her, so they had never cared much about cultivation.
Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, the two of them couldn't understand at all.
It's just a high-grade spirit stone, Wanqing. There's no need to dwell on it, Zhao Lan said with a frown, clearly displeased.
Mu Bo nodded in agreement. Mu Wanqing frowned deeply and said seriously, I've decided to stay.
If you two want to leave, I can arrange for someone to take you back to Ling Tian Palace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo's expressions changed drastically. If they left, how would they stay close to Mu Wanqing in the future? Their relationship with her would only grow more distant, and that was the last thing they wanted. While they decided to stay at the inn, Yi Chen, Li Shawan, and Chang Shiyu were escorted to a small courtyard. Wei Li's face showed a respectful expression as he said, Lord Yi, does this place meet your satisfaction? Hearing Wei Li's words, Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan snapped out of their daze, their faces full of disbelief as they looked at Yi Chen, then at Wei Li.
Li Shawan's expression shifted slightly.
Her eyes widened as she took in the scene before her. She couldn't believe it, this was the martial world.
How could Yi Chen know the owner of Bashan City's inn?
If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she never would have believed it. The two of them looked at Yi Chen simultaneously, waiting for him to explain.
Yi Chen nodded slightly and said, It's fine.
You've worked hard all these years. As he spoke, Yi Chen casually tossed a pill to Wei Li. Wei Li caught it instantly, his face filled with joy, and he immediately knelt before Yi Chen.
Not hard at all. Thank you, Lord Yi, for your reward. Everything Wei Li had today was thanks to Yi Chen's silent support behind the scenes.
Outside, he didn't dare show it, but now, with no outsiders present, he didn't hesitate to express his gratitude.
Yi Chen waved his hand, lifting Wei Li to his feet. Go and cultivate. If anything comes up, you can find me.
Wei Li was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes. He felt that everything he had done was worth it. After Wei Li left, Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan finally recovered from their shock.
Yi Chen, how do you know the innkeeper? Have you been to the martial world before?
Chang Shiyu asked, her face full of disbelief.
Li Shawan also looked at Yi Chen curiously.
Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. It was a chance encounter.
He's one of our own. We can stay here as long as we want. Hearing this, Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan were overjoyed.
Though they were curious about Yi Chen's connections, they didn't press further. After all, everyone had their secrets, and there was no need to pry.
Chang Shiyu, full of excitement, said, That's great. Now Lu Jian won't be able to bother us.
Li Shawan nodded and laughed. That Lu Jiang is so full of himself, thinking we'd go with him.
What a joke. If I could have fought, I would have killed him right then. Yi Chen chuckled and said, It's not worth getting angry over people like that. We can ignore him.
If he crosses someone with a bad temper and real strength, he'll be the first to run. Still, I didn't expect to encounter so much trouble as soon as I arrived in the martial world.
It seems no one wants me here.
Chang Shiyu frowned, her face showing sorrow. Yi Chen, I didn't know my sister and the others would change their attitude again. Before, they were begging me to take them to see you. My sister even wanted to restore your marriage contract. Yi Chen shook his head, smiling helplessly. I never intended to see them. I just didn't expect them to overthink things, assuming I came to the martial world for them.
Ridiculous. Li Shawan frowned and said worriedly, Lord Yi, what about your ex-wife, Mu Wanqing?
I remember she was just a mortal, but now it seems she's started cultivating. She was likely noticed and recruited as a disciple by someone in the martial world, Yi Chen explained.
He didn't want to talk much about Mu Wanqing.
They had already parted ways, and it was best to leave things as they were, each going their own way.
Li Shawan nodded in understanding and said, that explains it. But, Lord Yi, are we going to stay here and not go out anymore? I already said, there's no need to pay attention to Lu Jiang.
When it's time to go out, we'll go out, Yi Chen replied calmly.
For the next period, Yi Chen and his companions stayed in the courtyard to cultivate.
Meanwhile, Lu Jiang, waiting outside the inn, was growing increasingly frustrated.
He couldn't believe Yi Chen was really not coming out. Mu Wanqing felt the same. Zhao Lan, impatient, complained, what's wrong with this scum?
He's staying inside all day with Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu.
Shameless.
Mu Bo nodded in agreement, his face full of disdain. Clearly, he wasn't here for you.
Otherwise, why would he bring Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu?
Every day, listening to Zhao Lan and Mu Bo chatter in her ears, Mu Wanqing's expression grew more annoyed.
Can you two stop?
I'll handle Yi Chen myself, Mu Wanqing said, frowning and full of irritation. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were stunned by her response. They couldn't believe Mu Wanqing dared to speak to them like this.
Zhao Lan, her face dark, retorted, fine. We won't say anything anymore. You're all grown up now and don't need us meddling, right? Fine. We won't interfere again. Mu Bo, looking disappointed, shook his head and said, Wanqing, we're only thinking of you. But it seems you resent us now.
You're the saintess of Ling Tian Palace, and we're just ordinary cultivators.
I suppose we're not worthy of you anymore. Hearing their words, Mu Wanqing's face turned grim.
She realized that Zhao Lan and Mu Bo had always been using moral blackmail to control her. As her parents, she had always tried to understand them. But now, their controlling nature was starting to disgust her. Mu Wanqing looked at Zhao Lan and Mu Bo and said, Mom, Dad, we're in the martial world now. Our status has changed, and it's time to make some adjustments.
If Yi Chen still hasn't given up on me, we can actually use him to work for us.
As the saintess of Ling Tian Palace, Mu Wanqing wasn't just talented in cultivation. With her transformation, her thinking had become much more strategic. She wanted to establish her own power base within Ling Tian Palace, which required loyal followers. She felt that Yi Chen's unwavering loyalty to her made him a perfect candidate to become her follower.
Zhao Lan and Mu Bo frowned slightly upon hearing her words. Zhao Lan, showing dissatisfaction on her face, said, Wanqing, isn't it enough that you have me and your father?
Using Yi Chen for our purposes doesn't sit right with me.
Who knows what his intentions are? Mu Bo also looked reluctant, saying, why use an outsider when you already have your own people?
Even if he still likes you, he's surrounded by Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu. Even if you want him to work for us, he's holed up in the inn and hasn't stepped out.
What are we supposed to do? Wait here forever? Mu Wanqing, full of confidence, replied, we'll wait here.
Mom, Dad, we're cultivators now, we have plenty of time. I'll make sure he completely submits to me.
Since Mu Wanqing was so determined, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo could only reluctantly agree.
However, they secretly resolved that the next time they saw Yi Chen, they would make him give up completely and stay away from Mu Wanqing. Meanwhile, not far from the courtyard where Yi Chen was staying, a shadow moved swiftly like a ghost, closing in on his room. At that moment, Yi Chen, Chang Shiyu, and Li Shawan were chatting.
Suddenly, a powerful aura of suppression descended upon them. Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan immediately felt an immense weight on their bodies, unable to move.
Their expressions changed drastically. Just as they tried to get up, the door was kicked open. A man with a sinister expression and a face full of malice appeared before them. Seeing Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu, the man's eyes filled with greed. Boy, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Today will be your last. The man's voice, filled with murderous intent, rang out, and a flash of blood-red light shot toward Yi Chen. The sudden attack might have been fatal for anyone else. But unfortunately for the man, his target was Yi Chen.
Frowning, Yi Chen stood up coldly, showing no intention of dodging the blood-red attack. This action shocked the man. He had assumed that under his oppressive aura, Yi Chen would be unable to move. But now, right in front of him, Yi Chen had moved as if unaffected. The man quickly regained his composure and unleashed another blood-red attack, followed by yet another, clearly intent on killing Yi Chen at all costs. With a smug expression, the man sneered, "You've surprised me, but now, even if you want to escape, it's too late." Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan, witnessing the scene, were pale with fear. They wanted to stand up but were unable to move, their anxiety mounting. Yi Chen, however, remained calm. Facing the onslaught of red light, he simply waved his hand. Instantly, the blood-red streak slowed as if caught in slow motion. Under Yi Chen's control, the red light seemed to come alive, reversing direction toward the man. The man's expression changed drastically. He had never seen anything like this, his own attack being controlled by someone else. When he realized what was happening, he tried to dodge. But the red lights, now under Yi Chen's command, moved faster than before. In an instant, they pierced through the man's back, completely impaling him. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined he would die by his own hand. As the man collapsed to the ground, Yi Chen summoned a flame in his palm. Under his control, the flame flew onto the man's body. In the next second, the man was reduced to ashes by the flame. Yi Chen's seamless actions left Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan stunned. Li Shawan, her face full of disbelief, asked, "Lord Yi, who was that man just now? How did he just disappear like that?" Chang Shiyu also nodded repeatedly, her face filled with confusion. "Yeah, brother Yi Chen, why did that man want to kill you? How did he even find us? Should we leave this place now?" Yi Chen dusted off his hands and calmly replied, "I don't know, and I don't care. If they dare to come after me, none of them will leave alive." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan were left in awe. Their admiration for him deepened. At that moment, Wei Li arrived with a group of people at the courtyard. Clearly, he had already learned about what had happened and had come to help, though he was too late. Wei Li, trembling, knelt before Yi Chen. "Forgive me, Lord Yi, for failing to guard the premises properly. Please punish me," Wei Li said, full of guilt. Yi Chen, with an indifferent expression, glanced at Wei Li and said, "It's fine. Some people can't be stopped. If they want to die, let them." Wei Li sighed in relief. He glanced around, intending to handle the corpse, only to find nothing, not even a trace. Yi Chen, still calm, said to Wei Li, "No need to look. I burned the body. You can go now." Wei Li's eyes widened in disbelief. He even wondered if he had misheard. Burned it?" Wei Li stammered. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Yes, burned it. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Stunned by Yi Chen's overwhelming presence, Wei Li nodded mechanically and left the room. Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan, taking a deep breath, looked at Yi Chen with sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, in another luxurious courtyard within Bashan City, Chang Xiuqi and Chang Manlong were gathered together. "Master Chang, how is it? Is Yi Chen dead yet?" Chang Xiuqi asked eagerly. Chang Manlong, full of confidence, replied, "What's the rush? By the end of tonight, Yi Chen will definitely be dead." Chang Xiuqi nodded excitedly. "Great! Finally, we won't have to see him again. That brat is like gum stuck to our shoes, impossible to shake off." But just as he finished speaking, Chang Manlong's expression turned grim. His eyes narrowed, and a wave of killing intent radiated from him. In his hand was a jade pendant, its glow extinguished and now broken in two. This was a soul stone, infused with a trace of the owner's soul, allowing one to monitor the life or death of the individual linked to it. Now, the soul stone in Chang Manlong's hand had cracked, which meant the person linked to it was dead. Chang Manlong's face darkened to an extreme degree. The owner of this soul stone had been one of his most trusted subordinates, someone who had accomplished many tasks for him. And now, they were dead just like that. How could he not be upset? Chang Xiuqi noticed Chang Manlong's sudden change in expression and frowned. "Master Chang, what's wrong?" Chang Xiuqi asked cautiously, sensing something was off. Chang Manlong crushed the already broken soul stone in his hand with a cold expression and said, "It failed. The person sent to kill Yi Chen has been killed." Upon hearing this, Chang Xiuqi's face turned pale with shock, and he stammered in disbelief, How is that possible? Master Chang, how could Yi Chen possibly kill one of your people? He might have had some skills in the mortal realm, but in the martial world, he's nothing." Chang Manlong's expression grew colder, his face full of killing intent as he said, "Yi Chen. Daring to kill my man. I will make him pay.
Whether or not Yi Chen was the one responsible, Chang Manlong had already decided to pin all the blame on him. Chang Xiuqi, who had initially feared that Chang Manlong would hold him accountable, was now secretly pleased. This was the outcome he had hoped for. Feigning agreement, Chang Xiuqi said, "Exactly, Master Chang.
Yi Chen is a menace and must not be allowed to live." Chang Manlong glanced at Chang Xiuqi and asked, "Where is Shi Chang? Why haven't I seen her? I'll be returning to the Chang family in a few days. If she wants to have a good future within the family, she must follow me back." Hearing this, Chang Xiuqi felt a pang of anxiety.
Looking at Chang Manlong nervously, he said, "Shi Chang went out and hasn't returned yet. Master Chang, I'll make sure to bring her back when I see her."
Chang Manlong's expression darkened even further, his displeasure evident.
Meanwhile, in a corner of the inn, Mu Wanqing frowned with a hint of displeasure on her face. Nearby, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were talking about something. Not far from them, Yi Chen, Chang Shiyu, and Li Shawan exited the inn.
The sight of Yi Chen immediately caught Mu Wanqing's attention.
A faint smile appeared on her lips. She stood up, adopting a high and mighty demeanor, and walked over to Yi Chen.
"Yi Chen, you don't need to return to the mortal world. You can stay by my side and start working for me from today." Mu Wanqing's sudden actions left Yi Chen and the others bewildered.
Yi Chen frowned and looked at Mu Wanqing.
"Why are you still here? Do we still have any connection? How can you just decide things for me like this?" Mu Wanqing's presumptuous attitude irked him greatly. Zhao Lan immediately scowled and said, "Yi Chen,
Wanqing is offering you this opportunity because she sees your potential.
Hurry up and accept it, follow us." "Exactly. This is your lucky day."
Wanqing is now the saintess of Ling Tian Palace, with an exalted status. If you follow her, you could even become a disciple of Ling Tian Palace.
Your future will be thanks to her. Shouldn't you be thanking her?" Mu Bo said arrogantly. Yi Chen found their remarks absurd and said with a sarcastic smile, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I'm not interested. Find someone else." Mu Wanqing frowned slightly.
She had thought Yi Chen would be thrilled to hear this news. She hadn't expected him to reject her.
But she quickly rationalized it.
In her mind, Yi Chen was merely being prideful. After all, they had once been married. It was probably difficult for him to accept becoming her subordinate now.
"Yi Chen, I understand what you're thinking.
Don't worry, if you follow me, I'll make sure no one bullies you," Mu Wanqing said earnestly.
Yi Chen smirked, having seen through Mu Wanqing's manipulative ways before. With a calm expression, he said, "Follow you? That's quite a joke. Let's go."
Yi Chen motioned to Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan, leading them out of the inn.
Yi Chen had no intention of maintaining any contact with Mu Wanqing. However, seeing Yi Chen's reaction, Mu Wanqing frowned in confusion. "Considering how deeply you've cared for me, I even gave you a way out. Why didn't you seize the opportunity?" Mu Wanqing murmured, perplexed.
Zhao Lan sneered, "You see, Wanqing, this is just Yi Chen's game.
Don't bother with him.
The more chances you give him, the more arrogant he'll become."
Mu Bo nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Men like Yi Chen shouldn't be indulged. If he's truly devoted to you, there's no need to go out of your way. He'll come running on his own. Just wait and see."
Mu Wanqing furrowed her brows, deep in thought.
Meanwhile, as Yi Chen and his companions left the inn, Chang Shiyu asked curiously, "Brother Yi Chen, was Mu Wanqing trying to make you her follower?"
Yi Chen chuckled and nodded.
"You're a clever one, aren't you? Then will you agree to it, Lord Yi?" Li Shawan asked nervously.
After all, Mu Wanqing had lived with Yi Chen for 3 years.
Yi Chen shook his head with a calm expression. "Of course not. We're divorced, so we're just strangers now."
Li Shawan immediately understood. As they strolled through the streets, someone began following them stealthily from a distance. At a restaurant in Bashan City, Lu Jiang, who had been drinking, immediately stopped when he heard that Yi Chen had left the inn. Leading a group of people, Lu Jiang headed directly toward Yi Chen.
"Look! Young Master Lu is here." "Young Master Lu? Lu Jiang? What's he up to now? So many people. What's going on? Wait. Isn't that the guy Lu Jiang ran into at the inn earlier? Is Lu Jiang going to settle the score with him? That guy was so arrogant at the inn. Walking out like this, he's just asking for trouble." Amid the crowd, many recognized Yi Chen. Before long, Lu Jiang and his group blocked Yi Chen's path with an air of superiority. "Boy, where can you run now? Lu Jiang said confidently. So this is the guy Lu Zhang's after?
He's got some nerve. Kid, kneel and beg for mercy.
Maybe young Master Lu will spare your life. Yeah, kneel. A country bumpkin like you, daring to act arrogant in front of young Master Lu? What were you thinking? The people around Lu Jian looked at Yi Chen with disdain.
In their eyes, once Yi Chen left the inn, he had lost his protection. This meant that Yi Chen would have no power to resist them.
Moreover, Yi Chen walked out so boldly, which was undoubtedly an act of courting death. Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan became nervous upon seeing Lu Jiang in his group.
After all, this was their first time facing people from the martial world, and they had no idea how strong their opponents were.
Feeling anxious was only natural.
Yi Chen frowned as he looked at the sudden appearance of Lu Jiang and his men.
His gaze swept around before settling on Lu Jiang. Do we know each other? Yi Chen asked calmly.
Chang Shiyu, feeling tense, quickly explained, Brother Yi Chen, he's the one who came to cause trouble for us when we were eating at the inn.
Yi Chen immediately showed an expression of realization. Oh, so it's you. Why are you blocking my way with so many people? Are you here to cause trouble again?
The surrounding onlookers twitched their lips upon seeing Yi Chen's reaction, feeling speechless.
Is this guy doing this on purpose? He actually pretended not to recognize young Master Lu?
He really has no regard for others.
No wonder young Master Lu is angry. Who wouldn't be? This guy is just asking for a beating. But now that he's fallen into young Master Lu's hands, he's definitely dead. Exactly.
If it were me, I'd be kneeling and apologizing right away.
Maybe then young Master Lu would spare me.
The crowd found Yi Chen's attitude ridiculous. However, Lu Jiang's expression darkened upon seeing Yi Chen's demeanor. He had waited outside the inn for Yi Chen for several days and even stationed people at the entrance to keep watch.
And now, Yi Chen was pretending he didn't even recognize him? That was as good as treating him as heir. As the young master of the Lu family in Bashan City, being belittled by Yi Chen again and again filled him with fury.
Lu Jiang narrowed his eyes, exuding a strong killing intent.
Yi Chen, do you remember how you disrespected me before? Brat, you're way too arrogant. Do you even know who's standing in front of you? This is young Master Lu of the Lu family in Bashan City. You country bumpkin. You hear that? Now kneel and beg for mercy. You really don't know your place.
Two fairies, this brat has offended young Master Lu.
He probably won't survive.
If you follow young Master Lu instead, your future will be limitless.
That's right. How could this country bumpkin compare to young Master Lu? Following young Master Lu is the best choice.
Brat, if you want to live, just hand over these two fairies to young Master Lu.
Maybe then, he'll spare your life. Lu Jiang's followers chimed in one after another. No one present regarded Yi Chen as a threat.
They all thought he was as good as dead. Chang Shiyu's expression turned serious as she clenched her fists, preparing to make a move at any moment.
Brother Yi Chen, what should we do?
She glanced around and realized they were completely surrounded. Even if they wanted to run, there was no way out. Li Shawan's expression was also tense, and she looked ready to fight at any moment.
Lord Yi, it looks like we won't be able to leave so easily this time, Li Shawan said seriously. However, Yi Chen remained calm and unaffected. He glanced at Lu Jiang and said, Scram. Stop looking for trouble. He didn't even see Lu Jiang as a threat. If Lu Jiang refused to back off, Yi Chen wouldn't mind dealing with him. But Yi Chen's words stunned everyone present.
They had made Lu Jiang's identity perfectly clear, assuming Yi Chen would be terrified upon hearing it and immediately kneel to beg for mercy.
But to their shock, Yi Chen didn't even acknowledge it and even told Lu Jiang to scram? Is this guy insane? He actually told young Master Lu to scram? Where does he get the confidence? What kind of backing does he have? Maybe he's just given up and wants young Master Lu to kill him quickly? People like this really exist, huh? He's not brave, he's just ignorant.
The crowd was utterly shocked. They had lived in Bashan City for years and had never seen anyone dare to act so recklessly in front of Lu Jiang. Not far from them, Wanqing and her group had also arrived.
Hearing the crowd's discussion, Wanqing frowned. Shawan, as if proving a point, said, See, Wanqing? He's just as reckless in the martial world. Acting this arrogant, he must be eager to die. Bo sneered with disdain. He still thinks he's in the mortal world. No one here will tolerate him. Now that he's offended Lu Jiang, he's dead for sure. Wanqing's frown deepened.
Let's go take a look, she said, walking toward Yi Chen. She wanted to offer Yi Chen a way out and then make him submit to her. One of Lu Jiang's men suddenly stepped forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and attacked Yi Chen. "Brat, you're looking for death," the man shouted as he struck. The others hesitated for a moment, then prepared to join in. But seeing who had made the first move, they stopped. The attacker was Lu Jiang's top fighter, Lu Sherdao. They didn't dare steal his glory. "Young Master Lu, don't let that guy go." "Yeah, that brat is just asking for death." The people around Lu Jiang talked among themselves. At that moment, they all thought Yi Chen was doomed. However, just then, Li Shawan stepped forward. Her face was ice cold as she instantly parried Lu Shidao's attack and countered. Chang Shiyu was not far behind. She moved swiftly, launching an attack on Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang's expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected that instead of Yi Chen resisting, it was the two women at his side who would strike first. "You're asking for death." Lu Jiang gritted his teeth. His men immediately rushed forward. The surrounding crowd was speechless. What's going on? Why are the two fairies fighting instead? This guy is way too lucky. He has women standing up for him. And not just any women, they're absolute beauties. Young Master Lu might not even be as lucky as this guy. How can he just let the women fight for him? What is he thinking? Lu Jiang has so many men, and they only have two people. The outcome is obvious. The spectators were shocked. Looking at Yi Chen, they were filled with jealousy. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained relaxed, occasionally giving pointers. Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan's movements became increasingly fluid. Lu Shidao's expression grew serious. He could clearly feel that Chang Shiyu was improving mid-fight. How is this possible? Lu Shidao muttered, his face darkening. Seeing this, Lu Jiang frowned and coldly ordered, "Lu Shidao, kill that brat." Lu Jiang was extremely speechless. He was supposed to kill Yi Chen. But why did Lu Shidao and the others provoke Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan? He was planning to kill Yi Chen first and then take Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan back for some fun. Hearing Lu Jiang's words, Lu Shidao and another man immediately reacted. The two of them directly abandoned Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan and rushed toward Yi Chen. The crowd, witnessing this scene, was slightly stunned. They couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Yi Chen. This brat is dead for sure. He even needed women to protect him just now, and now the two people are coming at him directly. He's absolutely done for. He was so arrogant before. Let's see how miserable he looks in a moment. This is the consequence of offending young Master Lu. It's best not to provoke young Master Lu in the future, or else this will be your fate. Look at that brat, he's so scared he's frozen in place, not even running. The surrounding crowd was fixated on the scene. They all wanted to see Yi Chen getting attacked from both sides. Seeing this, Lu Jiang's lips curled into a smirk, his face full of satisfaction as he said, "This is the price of offending me, Lu Jiang, you're absolutely dead." Mu Wanqing furrowed her brows, her face serious as she said, "Is this guy trying to force me to step in? To give him a way out?" Zhao Lan, hearing Mu Wanqing's words, grew anxious. "That guy is digging his own grave, Wanqing. This is just his trick to make you intervene. If you help him now, he'll do this kind of thing again in the future. He needs to solve his own problems." Mu Bo nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, Wanqing. You absolutely can't fall for it. Otherwise, we'll have to keep compromising from now on." Mu Wanqing glanced at the two of them and, without hesitation, walked toward Yi Chen. "Mom, Dad, you don't understand. Your daughter is now the holy maiden of Ling Tian Palace. I'm alone and weak. I need supporters, and Yi Chen is one of them," Mu Wanqing said seriously. Since Mu Wanqing had already said this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo naturally couldn't argue any further. With Mu Wanqing's appearance, the crowd's attention immediately shifted. Especially Lu Jiang, his eyes landed on Mu Wanqing, revealing shock. "The holy maiden of Ling Tian Palace is here." Lu Jiang frowned. Mu Wanqing, carrying an air of superiority, swept her gaze across the crowd before finally settling on Lu Jiang and speaking coldly, "Lu Jiang, I want this man." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Shidao and the other man stopped and frowned at Lu Jiang, seemingly waiting for his decision. Yi Chen also looked speechless. He glanced at Mu Wanqing and muttered, "She just won't go away. I already said we have nothing to do with each other, why is she still here?" He really didn't want anything to do with Mu Wanqing. Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan also frowned, looking displeased. "Brother Yi Chen, we can handle this ourselves," Chang Shiyu said, her face full of discontent. Lu Jiang furrowed his brows, staring at Mu Wanqing.
He knew very well what Mu Wanqing represented Ling Tian Palace.
If he refused, he would be offending Ling Tian Palace.
Lu Jiang took a deep breath, preparing to speak. But the next second, a hearty laugh rang out in his ears. Ha ha ha.
Yishan, you're finally here. An old man who looked around 50 or 60 emerged from the crowd. When Li Shawan saw the old man, her eyes immediately lit up, her face filled with excitement as she ran up to him.
Grandpa.
This man was none other than Li Zhangling. Under Yi Chen's arrangements, he had already arrived in the martial world and quickly established connections in Bashan City.
Right behind Li Zhangling, a man dressed in luxurious robes also walked out. When the crowd saw this man, their expressions changed drastically. It was none other than Bashan City's lord, Bai Joyo.
By now, Li Zhangling and Bai Joyo had become close friends.
Hearing Li Shawan call out, Bai Joyo's eyes showed a hint of a smile.
However, seeing this scene, Lu Zhang's face turned pale with fear. He didn't even dare to lift his head. The Lu family had a decent status in Bashan City, but compared to the city lord, they were nothing.
And Li Shawan just claimed to be the granddaughter of a close friend of the city lord. He had actually wanted to take her and play with her?
At this moment, Lu Jiang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing how lucky he was that he hadn't acted yet. Bai Joyo swept his gaze across the crowd before finally focusing on Lu Jiang and speaking in an indifferent tone. Lu family's boy, what did he do to offend you that you want to kill him?
Lu Jiang immediately shook his head vigorously and said, No. We were just messing around. Bai Joyo raised an eyebrow and said coldly, messing around? Know your limits. Don't forget, fighting is strictly prohibited in Bashan City. Even your Lu family is no exception.
Lu Jiang was instantly terrified, his face filled with anxiety as he stammered, Yes, Lord City Master.
I won't dare do it again. Bai Joyo's expression turned cold as he said, Humph. Again? You think I don't know what your Lu family has been up to in Bashan City all these years? From now on, you'd better behave, or I won't hesitate to drive you out of Bashan City.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jiang collapsed onto the ground in fright. If they were driven out of Bashan City, his family would be finished. Bai Joyo glanced at Lu Jiang in disdain and said coldly, Get lost. Hearing this, Lu Jiang felt as if he had been granted amnesty.
He scrambled to his feet and fled. As for Yi Chen, he didn't even have the energy to care anymore.
By this time, Li Zhangling had already walked up to Yi Chen, his face filled with respect.
Brotherly, I assume this is the Yi Chen you spoke of? Truly young and promising, Bai Joyo said, sizing up Yi Chen.
He found it hard to believe Li Zhangling's words. Yi Chen was simply too young. Li Zhangling nodded solemnly and said, That's right, this is Yi Chen.
Bai Joyo nodded slightly, though his expression still carried skepticism. If that's the case, then please come inside.
Li Zhangling frowned slightly but didn't say much. Instead, he walked beside Yi Chen and whispered, Yi Chen, City Master Bai will soon see your strength.
Yi Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, It's fine. Soon, under Bai Joyo's lead, Yi Chen and the others left the scene. Mu Wanqing's expression turned extremely sour as she watched this unfold. How could this happen? Why is the head of the Li family in the martial world? And how does he know the city lord of Bashan City?
Mu Wanqing muttered, full of confusion. Zhao Lan frowned, looking displeased.
That brat just got lucky. If it weren't for that Li fellow showing up, he'd be dead for sure. Mu Bo nudged Zhao Lan and said, Looks like that brat is already one of Wanqing's people now.
But still, he's got some luck, meeting acquaintances even in the martial world. Zhao Lan looked at Mu Wanqing seriously and said, Wanqing, you should think it over again.
It doesn't have to be Yi Chen, you can find someone else. Now that she had embarked on the path of cultivation, she disliked Yi Chen even more than before. She believed that anyone in the martial world was far superior to him. That's right, Wanqing. Building your own power is fine, but you have to choose the right people. Yi Chen is obviously unsuitable.
He has so many women around him and loves to stir up trouble.
If he follows you in the future, you'll constantly have to clean up his messes. It's completely not worth it, Mu Bo also explained seriously.
Mu Wanqing watched Yi Chen and the others leave, furrowed her brows for a long time, then finally exhaled and said helplessly, I'll think about it carefully.
Let's go back first.
She had thought that Yi Chen was just a clueless newcomer in the martial world. She never expected that as soon as he arrived, he would know the city lord of Bashan City. Even the head of the Li family from the mortal world, Li Zhangling, had also come to the martial world with him. If she wanted to make Yi Chen serve her, it wouldn't be easy at all.
Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were overjoyed.
As long as Mu Wanqing agreed not to let Yi Chen follow them, they would agree to anything. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Li Zhangling had already been brought to the city lord's mansion by Bashan city's lord, by Joyo. By Joyo pulled Li Zhangling aside and asked seriously, "Brotherly, are you sure this is the Yishin you spoke of? Not Yishin's son?" On the way here, he had thought it over and still felt that Yi Chen was far too young to be called a Shin, god. Li Zhangling smiled slightly and said seriously, "Brother Bai, I didn't say anything wrong. He is indeed Yishin himself. I have told you before I, too, came from the mortal world, and it was with Yishin's help that I was able to break through so quickly. I would never be ungrateful." Bai Joyo suddenly understood, and his heart was deeply shaken as he looked at Yi Chen. He couldn't imagine how Yi Chen had managed to cultivate in such a barren environment as the mortal world. Not only that, but he even helped Li Zhangling and the others. How did Yi Chen do it? Li Shawan also looked at Yi Chen with admiration and said, "That's right. Yishin is amazing, but they thought he was weak, what a joke. Lord City Master, don't listen to others. Yishin is truly powerful." Chang Shiyu quickly added. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, smiled and said, "Don't exaggerate. City Master Bai, I appreciate the trouble you went through." Since this was Bai Joyo's territory, he had to show some respect. The more Bai Joyo looked at Yi Chen, the more he liked his humble and composed demeanor. "Yi Chen, do you have a marriage arrangement?" Bai Joyo asked. Yi Chen was slightly puzzled but shook his head and replied, "No, and I have no plans to get married for now." After dealing with both Mu Wanqing and Chang Shiyu, he no longer wanted to get entangled in marriage. Hearing Yi Chen's response, Bai Joyo frowned slightly, showing a regretful expression. "Well, all right then." Meanwhile, Li Zhangling and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zhangling had always advised Li Shawan to be rational about her relationship with Yi Chen. However, as she and Yi Chen grew closer, he began to have some ideas of his own. If Yi Chen and Li Shawan really ended up together, his status would skyrocket. So when he heard Bai Joyo's question, he was extremely nervous. Li Zhangling looked at Li Shawan and asked, "Shawan, what exactly happened on the street just now?" Li Shawan immediately reacted, putting on a grievance-filled expression as she said, "It was nothing, really. A few days ago, when we went to an inn for a meal, that Lu Jiang looked down on us and assumed we couldn't pay. He then harassed me and Shiyu and even mocked Yishin. But Yishin easily resolved it, so Lu Jiang held a grudge. Today, when we went out, he blocked us and said he would kill us." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Joyo's brows furrowed, and his expression turned cold. As the city lord of Bashan City, everyone entering the city had to abide by its rules. Lu Jiang's actions were a clear violation of those rules. He was blatantly disregarding Bai Joyo's authority. Humph. Does the Lu family really think they can ignore me as city lord? It seems it's time to remind them who truly rules Bashan City. Bai Joyo snorted coldly, his expression darkening. At that moment, Yi Chen spoke up. "City Master Bai, there's no need to rush. Right now, Bashan City is in a complicated situation. If you take action hastily, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Why not wait until those who should leave the city have left? Then we can act. For now, we can make an example of someone," Yi Chen said calmly. Hearing this, both Li Zhangling and Bai Joyo's eyes lit up. Bai Joyo's face was full of admiration as he said, "That's a great idea. Excellent. Young people really do think differently, so clever. We'll do as you say." At this moment, Bai Joyo still only saw Yi Chen as a talented young man, while Li Zhangling was seen as his protector. Li Zhangling sighed inwardly as he listened to Bai Joyo. He had already told Bai Joyo that Yi Chen was incredibly powerful, so why didn't he believe it? He still viewed Yi Chen as a junior. What a wasted opportunity. "Brother Bai, I told you long ago that Yishin is extraordinary, but you still don't believe me. Following Yishin will guarantee an unlimited future," Li Zhangling said seriously. Bai Joyo was momentarily stunned, but then he smiled and said, "Brotherly, I'm just a city lord. What unlimited future do I have? My only goal is to guard Bashan City and ensure it doesn't fall into the hands of others. That's enough for me." He understood what Li Zhangling meant. If he hadn't seen Yi Chen in person, he might have been tempted. But now that he had met him, Yi Chen was much younger than he had imagined. How could he easily believe it? Li Zhangling still wanted to say more, but Bai Joyo pulled him away to eat. Meanwhile, Lu Jiang, his face pale, had returned to the Lu family residence. Seeing his son in such a state, the Lu family head, Lu Qingzhou, Lu Jiang's father, frowned. It was the first time he had seen Lu Jiang return home looking so miserable.
Lu Qingzhou furrowed his brows and asked, "What happened? Why are you in such a panic?" Hearing his father's question, Lu Jiang suddenly burst into tears. As he sobbed, he recounted the whole story, but, of course, he glossed over the part where he had bullied Yi Chen and the others. After hearing the story, Lu Qingzhou's expression darkened. What's wrong with Bai Joyo? He actually sided with outsiders and humiliated our Lu family in front of so many people. Does he even want to remain as city lord? Son, don't worry, I will go settle this with Bai Joyo right now, Lu Qingzhou said angrily. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Qingzhou considered himself quite powerful, one of the top experts in Bashan City. He even believed he was no weaker than Bai Joyo. Moreover, Bai Joyo was known for his low profile and rarely appeared in public. That was why the Lu family dared to be so arrogant in Bashan City. When Lu Jiang heard his father's words, his eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly said, "Father, Yi Chen has just been taken to the city lord's mansion by Bai Joyo. Why don't we go there now and make Bai Joyo hand over Yi Chen and those two women?" Lu Jiang's face was full of excitement. When he had first returned home, he had been terrified, but his father's words instantly reignited his fighting spirit. Lu Qingzhou nodded, his eyes narrowing coldly as he said, "Let's go. We'll go to the city lord's mansion and make Bai Joyo hand them over." The position of city lord in Baishan City doesn't necessarily have to belong to him. Lu Jiang hurriedly followed, but Lu Qingzhou wasn't foolish enough to go alone. He gathered the Lu family members and explained what Lu Jiang had told him. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members were instantly filled with indignation and demanded to confront Bai Joyo. Under Lu Qingzhou's leadership, the Lu family moved in an imposing formation toward the city lord's mansion. Of course, this sudden movement of the Lu family immediately caught the attention of the people in Baishan City. What's going on? Isn't that the Lu family's patriarch? Where are they going with so many people? They're heading in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Are they actually going there? They look aggressive, this isn't something small. What are they going to the city lord's mansion for? Could it be because Lu Jiang was warned by the city lord? This was clearly the Lu family's fault. And now they're going after the city lord? What are they planning to do with so many people? The Lu family is getting way too arrogant. Are they trying to overthrow the city lord? As the crowd watched, they started whispering among themselves, their expressions serious. They all felt that the Lu family had gone too far. Among the crowd, Wanqing was also present. "Lu Jiang, what is the Lu family doing at the city lord's mansion?" Wanqing frowned. Shawan, however, looked intrigued and said, "Who cares? With so many people, a fight is bound to break out. Maybe Lu Jiang ran home to complain, and now the Lu family patriarch is demanding that the city lord hand over Yi Chen." Bo nodded in agreement and said, "If I had the Lu family's power, I'd do the same. A city lord can be replaced, but the family must not be humiliated." Wanqing glanced at Zhao Lan and Bo, frowning even more deeply. She had to admit that her parents had a point. In the crowd, Chang Shiqing was also present, standing beside Zhu Lingyun. "Shiqing, it looks like the Lu family is heading to the city lord's mansion. Let's follow them and see what happens," Zhu Lingyun said. Soon, Lu Qingzhou arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion with the Lu family. Standing arrogantly, Lu Qingzhou shouted, "Lu Qingzhou of the Lu family requests to see the city lord. I ask the city lord to open the gates." Due to the use of spiritual power in his voice, nearly everyone in Baishan City heard his declaration. Behind Lu Qingzhou, the Lu family members wore expressions of arrogance, their faces full of confidence. In their eyes, even if they didn't replace the city lord, this incident would still boost their family's prestige to the highest level in Baishan City. "Father, I bet Bai Joyo is just a coward hiding inside. Let's see how long he can stay hidden," Lu Jiang said indignantly. Others joined in, echoing his words. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, Bai Joyo listened to the commotion outside, his expression darkening. "I haven't even gone after them yet, and they dare to come knocking on my door first. Do they think I'm already dead?" Bai Joyo's face was grim. He stood up and headed toward the entrance. Yi Chen and the others immediately followed. Before long, Bai Joyo burst out of the city lord's mansion. His expression was ice cold as he glared at the Lu family before locking eyes with Lu Qingzhou. "Lu Qingzhou, why have you brought so many people here?" Bai Joyo asked coldly. Lu Qingzhou raised his head slightly, his face full of confidence, and said, "City lord, I heard that today you took in my son's enemy from the streets. I ask you to hand him over." The moment these words were spoken, the onlookers erupted in an uproar. Many had personally witnessed Lu Jian blocking Yi Chen in the street. And now, Lu Qingzhou had brought an entire force to the city lord's mansion, demanding that Bai Joyo hand over a person. This was outright defiance of Bai Joyo's authority. The Lu family is really getting too bold. If we didn't know any better, we'd think they were the actual rulers of Bashan City. They must have the confidence to be this arrogant. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare storm the city lord's mansion. Are they trying to take the city lord's position for themselves? That's entirely possible. We don't even know what Lu Jian told them, but they're outright attacking the city lord's mansion now.
The crowd whispered among themselves.
Hearing these murmurs, Lu Jiang felt excited. This was a crucial moment. If they succeeded, he would become the next city lord.
He scanned the people behind Bai Joyo, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
That's him, father. That's Yi Chen.
Lu Qingzhou nodded slightly, then turned to Bai Joyo and said, City lord, we only want that boy.
Please hand him over to the Lu family. His tone was completely unyielding, as if he believed Bai Joyo had no choice but to agree. Yi Chen was speechless. He sneered in disdain and muttered, These guys just won't let go. They actually chased me all the way here.
Bai Joyo narrowed his eyes, his expression growing even colder as he said, Yi Chen is my guest. I will not hand him over. I'll give you one chance. Leave now, and your Lu family can remain in Bashan City.
Otherwise, get out of here. Bai Joyo was already furious. There was no way he would give Yi Chen up. If he did, what kind of city lord would he be?
Li Zhangling and the others frowned, looking completely speechless. They had just talked about the Lu family over dinner. Who would have thought they would show up on their own?
Lu Qingzhou frowned, his expression darkening as he said, City lord, are you sure? Are you really going to fight me? If you lose, Bashan City will belong to my Lu family. Hearing this, Bai Joyo sneered, So this was your real intention? Fine. We'll do as you say. But if you lose, none of you will be leaving here alive.
Bai Joyo had initially planned to let them go, but now he wanted to eliminate them completely. Lu Qingzhou's heart sank when he heard Bai Joyo's words, but it was too late to back down.
Father, don't let him intimidate you.
If he were really that strong, he wouldn't have kept such a low profile all these years, Lu Jiang quickly reminded him.
Yi Chen, no matter who comes today, no one will be able to save you. Lu Jiang was extremely proud. In his view, this time, Yi Chen had absolutely no chance of escaping.
Lu Qingzhou slightly raised his head, his face full of confidence, as if he didn't take Bai Joyo seriously at all.
Bai Joyo.
If I were you, I would step down from the position of city lord and go enjoy a carefree life.
Why bother competing with our great family here?
Lu Qingzhou said smugly.
Exactly.
If we hadn't seen him today, we would have thought Bashan City had no city lord at all.
City lord, hand him over. Or just kill that Yi Chen. What city lord? From today on, Bashan City is getting a new ruler. Strength is what matters. Bai Joyo is definitely no match for Lu Qingzhou.
The Lu family members spoke arrogantly. Over the years, Bai Joyo had kept a low profile. Various families had tested the waters little by little, and they had concluded that Bai Joyo was too weak, just a coward hiding in his shell.
The surrounding onlookers frowned, feeling that Lu Qingzhou and his people were being overly arrogant. The Lu family is getting too reckless.
Acting so arrogant in front of the city lord, they clearly don't respect him at all.
Are they trying to overthrow him and take over the city? My God.
The Lu family isn't just here to demand someone, they're using this as an excuse to force the city lord to step down.
I wonder how the city lord will respond. Who do you think will win? The Lu family is completely lawless now.
The crowd watched with serious expressions, discussing the situation. Wanqing furrowed her brows, her face tense as she muttered to herself, Yi Chen always brings trouble wherever he goes.
A person like this is not suitable to be around me. It would be best if he never appeared in front of me again.
At that moment, Wanqing had already decided she would not let Yi Chen follow her. Chang Shiqing also frowned as she watched the scene unfold, especially when she saw Yi Chen standing beside Bai Joyo, making her even more confused.
How did Yi Chen end up in a feud with the Lu family?
They actually came straight to the city lord's mansion to demand him.
And how did he form a connection with the city lord? Chang Shiqing was full of doubt.
She had seen Yi Chen when he first arrived in the martial world.
How long had it been?
In such a short time, not only had he made enemies with the Lu family, but he had also built a relationship with Bashan City's lord? What had he done in this short period? Zhu Lingyun was just as puzzled.
Shaking his head, he said, "No idea. This guy is a walking disaster. He never has peace wherever he goes. It would be best if someone just got rid of him now so we don't have to see him again." Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Zhang's smug expression grew even stronger, as if he had already won. "Yi Chen, I'm going to make you wish you were dead," Lu Jiang said, his face filled with excitement. At that moment, Bai Joyo narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. "The Lu family. I haven't even come looking for you, yet you dare to bring yourselves to my doorstep? You want the position of city lord? You're not worthy." Although Bai Joyo usually kept a low profile, it was because he spent most of his time cultivating. Yet now, Lu Qingzhou had brought his people to the city lord's mansion, openly challenging his authority. Naturally, Bai Joyo wouldn't just let this slide. With a casual wave of his hand, powerful auras erupted from within the city lord's mansion. In no time, a group of powerful figures, all wearing identical uniforms, appeared behind Bai Joyo. The moment the Lu family saw this, their pupils shrank, and their expressions grew serious. They had always assumed that Bai Joyo was the strongest person in the city lord's mansion, never expecting that there were others as well. Lu Qingzhou's face darkened as he said, "City lord, we were just joking earlier. Please don't take it seriously. We will leave immediately." Lu Qingzhou was no fool. With so many powerful figures standing before them, how could the Lu family possibly be a match for them? When the situation called for it, it was best to back down. Right now, his only thought was to escape as quickly as possible. Seeing this, the Lu family members felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being stared down by the Grim Reaper. What's going on? Where did all these people come from? Wasn't Bai Joyo supposed to be the only city lord? Who are these people? My God! I never expected the city lord's mansion to have such hidden strength. The ones who should be afraid now are the Lu family. They thought they could take over? Looks like their plan is falling apart. Falling apart? The Lu family is done for. One moment they were saying Yi Chen was finished, now they're saying the Lu family is finished. So who's actually finished? This is getting interesting. The surrounding crowd erupted into discussions. The appearance of the people behind Bai Joyo instantly lifted the spirits of the onlookers, making them realize how serious this was. Lu Zhang's face immediately turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. He had already imagined himself as the young city lord of Bashan City, but this sudden change left him completely stunned. How could this happen? How could this happen? How does Bai Joyo have so many people on his side? Lu Jiang muttered in disbelief. Not only him, even Lu Qingzhou's face turned extremely ugly, and his arrogance from earlier had completely disappeared. Yi Chen and Li Zhangling exchanged glances, both revealing a slight smile. These people really don't learn their lesson. And to think the Lu family has been in Bashan City for so many years, yet they still underestimated the city lord's mansion and came here so recklessly to force Bai Joyo to step down, it's truly laughable. Li Shawan said disdainfully. Yi Chen chuckled and said, maybe they really thought they were stronger than the city lord. They never stopped to consider why everyone else in the city behaved themselves all these years. Perhaps they were just too stupid. Bai Joyo smirked and said, utter foolishness. If they had spoken nicely at the start, Bai Joyo might not have been so angry. But now that they had forced the situation this far, they weren't leaving so easily. Bai Joyo's expression remained calm as he ordered, capture everyone from the Lu family. Kill anyone who resists. With that command, the powerful figures behind him immediately charged at the Lu family members. At first, Lu Qingzhou's men had wanted to resist, but the moment they heard Bai Joyo's words, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to fight back. Lu Zhang's expression was one of extreme despair and unwillingness. He simply couldn't comprehend how things had gone from being in their favor to this complete disaster. Lu Zhang turned to Lu Qingzhou and shouted, Father! Why aren't you resisting? If we don't fight back, we won't have any chance at all. Didn't you want to be the city lord? And that damn Yi Chen, get over here. How dare you not take me seriously? I'll kill you. Lu Zhang roared in madness. But in the end, this was nothing more than a pathetic joke. The surrounding onlookers shook their heads. They had thought the Lu family was powerful. This Lu family. I really thought they were something impressive. I thought the Lu family would have an intense battle with the city lord. The Lu family? Do they even need the city lord to personally take action? Not at all. This is the power of the city lord. After this lesson with the Lu family, no one in Bashan City will dare to covet the city lord's position again. Obviously. We didn't even know how strong the city lord was. The people from the Lu family are just reckless fools. They dared to cause trouble without even knowing the strength of the city lord's mansion. This was just asking for death. The crowd was buzzing with discussions as they watched the scene unfold. They had completely changed their previous views. Joyo scanned the crowd, his expression indifferent as he said, "If anyone else wants the position of city lord, come at me. Joyo, will take you all on." As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The moment the crowd felt Joyo's overwhelming presence, their expressions changed drastically. Now that they truly understood his power, who would still dare to have thoughts about the city lord's position? That would be nothing but suicide. The matter with the Lu family ended quickly. Yi Chen did not stay at the city lord's mansion. Instead, he left with Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu. Li Zhangling, however, remained in Bashan City. After receiving news about Yi Hichu in Bashan City, he left to investigate. Yi Chen took Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu to the gates of Bashan City. Li Shawan was full of excitement and asked, "Yi Chen, where are we going next?" Chang Shiyu was also curious and asked, "Brother Yi Chen, where are we going?" Yi Chen smiled at them and said, "We're going to the Imperial City. I heard someone saw traces of my father there, so we'll go take a look." Of course, Yi Chen had received this information from the War Department. Hearing this, Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu immediately nodded. They were following Yi Chen, so wherever he went, they would go too. From what Yi Chen knew, the Imperial City was at the center of the martial world, where all the major clans and sects were gathered. But reaching the Imperial City required crossing a large portion of the martial world. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. Traveling with Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu was also a good opportunity to see more of this world. Nightshade City. At this moment, Yi Chen stood at the city gates. This city was much larger than Bashan City. Standing at the entrance, they seemed tiny in comparison. Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu stared at the massive city gate, their faces filled with shock. They had seen many places before, but they had never seen a city this enormous. After the initial shock, their faces were filled with excitement. "This city is massive," Li Shawan exclaimed in awe. Chang Shiyu nodded vigorously, her face full of amazement. "With a city this big, just how many people live here?" Yi Chen chuckled and said, "We'll know once we go inside." However, just as they entered, a sharp voice sounded behind them. "Yi Chen? Why is he here in Nightshade City too? Wanqing, didn't I say so? He's like a ghost that won't go away, always secretly following us." Zhao Lan's sarcastic voice rang out. Mu Bo's voice followed immediately, "Exactly. He acted all high and mighty before, pretending not to care about Wanqing, and now he's sneaking around, tailing us like a pathetic dog." Yi Chen frowned upon hearing this. No matter where he went, he always seemed to run into this ridiculous family. He had no interest in dealing with them. He didn't even bother looking back. But Mu Wanqing quickly strode forward and stopped in front of him. She stared at Yi Chen with a mocking tone and said, "Yi Chen, I know exactly what you're trying to do. Secretly following me, hoping to cling to me like a parasite? Let me tell you, I am now far beyond your reach." Before Yi Chen could even respond, Li Shawan couldn't hold back anymore. She had met shameless people before, but she had never seen anyone as shameless as Mu Wanqing. It was simply beyond her comprehension. Back in Sacred Capital, Mu Wanqing had personally witnessed Yi Chen's strength and had practically begged for his forgiveness. And now, just because she had become some so-called holy maiden, she thought she was superior? Li Shawan sneered and said, "Mu Wanqing, can you stop being so full of yourself?" Hearing this, Mu Wanqing frowned, a flash of anger appearing in her eyes. Back in Sacred Capital, she had indeed regretted underestimating Yi Chen, thinking he was powerful. But now she understood. It was only because her perspective had been too narrow. Since coming to the martial world, she had truly seen what real strength was. And her own status had now reached a level that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Mu Wanqing shot Li Shawan a cold look and said mockingly, "Li Shawan, Yi Chen is just a man I threw away, but you treat him like a treasure, following him around like a little lapdog. That's the difference between you and me. Do you understand?" Li Shawan's expression turned icy. "You're ignorant. One day, you will regret this." Mu Wanqing laughed and said, "Regret? How ridiculous. Even Yi Chen wouldn't dare say such a thing to me. But I advise you all, don't provoke me. In the martial world, no one but me can protect you." Yi Chen listened to Mu Wanqing's arrogant words and shook his head indifferently. "Enough. There's no point in arguing. Let's go."
There's no need to waste time with her, Yi Chen said as he motioned for Li Shawan to follow him. Mu Wanqing, however, wasn't pleased. She pointed at Yi Chen and shouted, Yi Chen, what do you mean by this? Are you pretending to be innocent? You came to Nightshade City just to follow me, so stop acting. Yi Chen glanced at her and said, I didn't follow you. Mu Wanqing scoffed. Oh really? We're heading to the Imperial City. If you're not following me, then make sure I don't see you there. Yi Chen shrugged and said, sorry, but we're also going to the Imperial City. With that, Yi Chen pulled Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu away, leaving Mu Wanqing fuming behind them. This guy. Was he being this blatant now? Mu Bo was also furious and turned to Mu Wanqing. Wanqing. Yi Chen is clearly trying to cling to you. We should keep our distance. If the elites of the martial world see you with someone like him, it would be utterly humiliating. Mu Wanqing nodded and said, you're right. Mom, Dad, let's leave immediately. I refuse to believe he'll keep following us. Yi Chen, of course, didn't care about Mu Wanqing's self-importance. He continued walking with Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu. The three of them wandered around Nightshade City as the sky darkened. Eventually, they found an inn and walked inside. A waiter approached them. Honored guests, are you looking for a room? Yi Chen nodded and said, yes, 2 upper rooms. Also, prepare a fine meal for us. We'll be staying here tonight. The innkeeper's face lit up with excitement when he heard Yi Chen's words. All right. Honored guests, please come inside. The innkeeper enthusiastically welcomed Yi Chen and his companions inside. Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu were full of anticipation. Everything in the martial world was new and exciting to them. Especially since Nightshade City was much larger than Bashan City, the variety of new things here dazzled them. However, their arrival immediately attracted attention from those around them. Especially because Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu were exceptionally beautiful. Many people looked at Yi Chen, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Just as they stepped into the inn, a man dressed in luxurious robes, with a delicate and feminine face, followed behind them. Behind him was a group of attendants, clearly his followers. When the innkeeper saw the man, his eyes lit up with excitement. Ignoring Yi Chen and his group, he rushed forward with a flattering smile and said, Young Master Zhang, you're here. Please come in, your private room is ready and waiting for you. This man was none other than Zhang Chengcheng, the eldest young master of the Zhang family in Nightshade City. Zhang Chengcheng was a student of the Imperial Capital Academy. Relying on his decent talent, he had been bullying others in Nightshade City. His sister, Zhang Shanxian, had caught the attention of the crown prince of the Imperial City and had become an imperial concubine. With such a powerful backer, the Zhang family rapidly grew in influence within Nightshade City. With this status, Zhang Chengcheng did whatever he pleased in Nightshade City, and few dared to oppose him. He had already noticed Yi Chen and his group earlier and had deliberately followed them to the inn. Zhang Chengcheng ignored the innkeeper completely and walked straight up to Yi Chen with an air of arrogance. Bring them along. I'm treating them today. Zhang Chengcheng didn't even consider asking for Yi Chen's opinion, he completely disregarded him. The followers behind Zhang Chengcheng showed expressions of envy the moment they heard his words. They had spent so much time trying to curry favor with Zhang Chengcheng just to gain their current status, yet Zhang Chengcheng still barely remembered their names. But Yi Chen and his companions? Zhang Chengcheng had followed them all the way to the inn and was even offering to treat them to a meal, something that had never happened before. The innkeeper also looked at Yi Chen with envy and hurriedly said, Honored guest, young Master Zhang is treating you. Hurry up and thank him, this is the greatest opportunity of your life. You need to seize it. Yi Chen frowned at the sudden appearance of this group and said, No need. Just do as I originally asked. As for Zhang Chengcheng, he didn't even consider him worth his attention. Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu also remained indifferent, acting as if Zhang Chengcheng and his men didn't exist. Yi Chen's attitude and words instantly made Zhang Chengcheng narrow his eyes, his expression darkening. With a cold gaze, Zhang Chengcheng stared at Yi Chen and said, Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know what happens to those who offend me? Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Young Master Zhang favoring you is a blessing, you should be grateful. Exactly. So many people wish to be acknowledged by young Master Zhang, and now he's personally inviting you to dinner. Shouldn't you be thankful? No one in Nightshade City has ever dared refuse young Master Zhang. This guy is really asking for trouble. He's acting tough now, but once he realizes Zhang Chengcheng's status in Nightshade City, he'll be begging for forgiveness. My God! He actually refused?
Is this guy insane? How could he not see such a great opportunity? The surrounding people looked on with envious and jealous expressions. They all wished that Zhang Chengcheng had invited them instead. The innkeeper's face stiffened at Yi Chen's words, and he dared not speak further. He simply couldn't understand why someone would refuse Zhang Chengcheng's offer. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Shawan glanced at Zhang Chengcheng with pure disgust and said, "Ugh. So greasy. With that face, you look like you crawled out of hell. Not just kidney deficiency, but complete exhaustion. Put. Seriously. And yet he still struts around in public. Isn't he afraid of scaring people? Nightshade City must have really high tolerance, Changshi Yumat." Yi Chen chuckled slightly and turned to the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, can you still make arrangements for us? If not, we'll just go to another place." There were plenty of inns in Nightshade City, it wasn't as if they had to stay here. Yi Chen's words left everyone in the inn completely stunned. Then, they looked at him with deep sympathy. Zhang Chengcheng was used to being above everyone else in Nightshade City. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention, surrounded by people fawning over him. No one had ever spoken to him the way Yi Chen, Li Shawan, and Chang Shiyu just had. Hearing Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu's ridicule, Zhang Chengcheng's face turned from pale to dark, his expression as ugly as could be. His heart burned with fury, and he glared at Yi Chen with intense killing intent. In his eyes, everything was Yi Chen's fault. If not for Yi Chen, Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu would never have dared mock him. "You think you can just mock me and leave? How naive," Zhang Chengcheng said coldly. "Young Master Zhang, let me handle this." At that moment, a man stepped out from behind Zhang Chengcheng, his body radiating a powerful aura as he pressured Yi Chen and his group. His name was Zhang Jian, one of Zhang Chengcheng's followers. He had decent strength but had never had the chance to prove himself. Now that he had this opportunity, he wouldn't let it slip away. Zhang Chengcheng nodded slightly and said, "Take them down. I'll reward you handsomely." Hearing Zhang Chengcheng's words, Zhang Jian's face filled with excitement. He strode toward Yi Chen and raised his leg, aiming to kick Yi Chen's knee. He wanted Yi Chen to kneel before Zhang Chengcheng in front of everyone. However, while his plan seemed solid, reality was a different story. The next second, a miserable scream echoed through the inn. But the scream didn't come from Yi Chen, it came from Zhang Jian. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. They had clearly seen Zhang Jian attack first, so why was he the one getting hurt? What happened? Why is Zhang Jian the one who got injured? But I didn't even see the other guy make a move. This is unreal. Can someone explain what just happened? Why is that kid completely unharmed? The crowd was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Even Zhang Chengcheng frowned. He was the closest person to the action, and he had seen Zhang Jian attack. But now, Zhang Jian was rolling on the ground, screaming in agony, completely crippled. Zhang Jian lay on the floor, his face twisted in pain as he howled. Yi Chen glanced at him with disdain and said, "With that level of skill, you thought you could stand up for your master? You should be glad you're still alive." Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Chengcheng with an indifferent expression and said, "Get lost and stop looking for trouble. Of course, if you want to die, I don't mind personally sending you to meet the King of Hell." Faced with Zhang Chengcheng's arrogance, Yi Chen wasn't polite at all. Some people only became more arrogant the more kindly they were treated. Yi Chen had already learned this lesson. However, Yi Chen's words made the faces of those around him grow even paler. Is he insane? How dare he talk to young Master Zhang like that? He's asking for death. Threatening young Master Zhang in Nightshade City, this is pure suicide. Where does this kid get his confidence from? Who does he think he is? They must be from somewhere else. They have no idea how much influence the Zhang family has in Nightshade City. If they knew, they'd be scared out of their minds. Too reckless. Offending young Master Zhang means certain death. Who gave this kid the courage to act like this? The entire crowd was stunned by what they had just witnessed. The Zhang family's power was well known. Yet, Yi Chen had completely disregarded them. Everyone thought Yi Chen was doomed. Zhang Chengcheng, too, had never been spoken to in such a way before. His entire body trembled with rage, and his face contorted with fury, making no attempt to hide his anger. Through clenched teeth, Zhang Chengcheng said, Good. You are the first person in Nightshade City to ever dare threaten me. Since that's the case, I'll let you experience what I can do. Men, I don't care what methods you use, just leave him alive. As for those two women, capture them, but don't harm a single hair on their heads."
His words instantly ignited excitement among his followers. They all locked their gazes on Yi Chen, eyes burning with eagerness. "Don't worry, young Master Zhang. We'll make sure to take good care of him. Kid, you should be grateful that young Master Zhang took notice of you. Instead of appreciating it, you dared to disrespect him. You're just asking for death. The last person who acted arrogant in front of young Master Zhang has long been buried. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. Maybe you'll still have a chance to live. Why waste time talking to him? Trash like this should just be beaten to death and fed to the dogs." Zhang Qingqing's followers spoke one after another. To them, Yi Chen was as good as dead. The surrounding crowd also shared the same belief. After all, in all of Nightshade City, no one dared to oppose Zhang Chengcheng. Listening to the commotion, Zhang Qingqing's lips curled into a smug grin. With just a wave of his hand, his men immediately rushed forward, eager to attack Yi Chen and his companions. Yi Chen frowned at the scene before him. These people, if they weren't taught a lesson, they really thought they were invincible? Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu exchanged glances before charging into the fight. Yi Chen simply stood to the side, watching and occasionally offering pointers to the two. Zhang Qingqing's expression grew darker. His target was Yi Chen, yet to his surprise, it was Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan who made the first move. With a frown, Zhang Qingqing glared at Yi Chen and sneered, "Hiding behind women? You're nothing but trash." Yi Chen gave Zhang Qingqing an indifferent glance and replied, "At least that's better than being some weakling who acts high and mighty in Nightshade City. If you're so capable, why not try showing off outside the city?" Zhang Qingqing's pale face turned slightly red with anger. His eyes burned with rage as he drew his sword and lunged at Yi Chen. "I am a student of the Imperial Capital Academy. My talent is exceptional, and my cultivation is among the best in Nightshade City. How dare you look down on me? You're courting death!" Zhang Qingqing roared. However, just as he was about to strike Yi Chen, a flash passed before his eyes. The next moment, everything went black, and he felt his body being flung backward uncontrollably. Then, just as quickly, he felt himself being lifted again before another searing pain struck his face. He had no idea how many times he had been slapped, but by the time he regained his senses, his face had swollen up like a pig's head. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Zhang Qingqing, who was he? The eldest young master of the Zhang family. The brother of the crown prince's concubine. And someone had actually dared to hit him? Did they have a death wish? It took a long moment for everyone to snap out of their stunned silence. My God! Is he insane? How could he be so reckless? Does he think he can just walk out of Nightshade City alive after this? What the hell is he trying to do? That's young Master Zhang. Hitting him is basically a death sentence. The crowd was utterly shocked. Even Zhang Qingqing's followers were frozen in fear. Some even felt their scalps go numb. They were Zhang Qingqing's men, his protectors. Now that their young master had been beaten into a pig's head, they couldn't escape responsibility. Kid, are you crazy? How dare you hit young Master Zhang? You're dead. The Zhang family will never let you go. Young Master Zhang's sister is the crown prince's concubine. Even if you leave Nightshade City, you'll be hunted down. Damn it! If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Zhang Qingqing's followers were now in complete panic. Yi Chen, however, remained calm. He sneered and said, he walked right up asking to be hit. Don't blame me, ask him why he made such a stupid decision. Zhang Qingqing, his face swollen beyond recognition, was burning with fury. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation in front of so many people. How could he continue living in Nightshade City after this? You're dead. Zhang Qingqing growled through clenched teeth. At this moment, all he wanted was to tear Yi Chen to pieces. However, the news of Zhang Qingqing being beaten quickly reached the Zhang family. The members of the Zhang family were furious. The Zhang family head, Zhang Tianyang, gathered his men and rushed to the inn with an imposing presence. To them, it was perfectly fine for them to bully others, but if someone dared to touch one of their own, it was an unforgivable crime. Damn it! Someone actually dared to harm a member of my Zhang family? That person must have a death wish. Zhang Tianyang said, his face filled with anger. Brother, you must teach that person a lesson. Otherwise, people will think our Zhang family is weak. That's right. Capture him and feed him to the dogs. It's been a long time since anyone dared to lay a hand on our Zhang family. Could the city lord be behind this? The Zhang family members discussed among themselves. Soon, they arrived at the inn. By now, a large crowd had already gathered outside, watching the commotion. Seeing the Zhang family arrive, the crowd quickly made way, opening a path for them. The Zhang family strode into the inn and immediately saw Zhang Chengcheng, his face swollen beyond recognition.
Zhang Tianyang's expression darkened instantly.
He had never expected his son to have been beaten so badly. But just as he turned toward Yichen, preparing to explode in rage, he suddenly froze.
Zhang Tianyang wiped his eyes and even pinched himself hard.
A sharp pain shot through him, confirming that he wasn't dreaming.
In the next second, his face lit up with excitement as he rushed toward Yichen. However, to the onlookers, it seemed as if Zhang Tianyang was consumed with rage and was about to avenge Zhang Chengcheng.
The Zhang family patriarch is here, he's dead for sure. This kid is way too bold. Attacking Zhang Chengcheng in broad daylight is the same as slapping the Zhang family in the face.
It's too late for them to escape now. The Zhang family patriarch is clearly furious.
This kid isn't just going to die, he'll suffer a fate worse than death.
Why are young people so hot-headed these days? They think they can hit anyone? He must be regretting it so much right now. Impulsiveness always comes at a price.
He should kneel and beg for mercy.
The crowd murmured among themselves, silently mourning for Yichen.
In their eyes, now that the Zhang family patriarch had arrived, Yichen was absolutely doomed. Even Zhang Chengcheng's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Tianyang. With a pitiful expression, he cried out, "Father! Father, you're finally here. Please avenge me." Yichen frowned at the scene before him, looking visibly annoyed. It was clear that he had seen this kind of scenario before. First, he beat the son, then the father came for revenge.
It was an endless cycle. Raising an eyebrow, Yichen said coldly, "If you're here for revenge, hurry up and make your move." He didn't want to waste any more time dealing with these people. However, as soon as he finished speaking, thud! Zhang Tianyang suddenly dropped to his knees. His voice trembled as he said, "Young master, you're finally here." His sudden action left the entire crowd completely dumbfounded. Some even thought they were hallucinating. They had been waiting for Zhang Tianyang to take action and avenge Zhang Chengcheng. So what was happening now? Why was Zhang Tianyang kneeling? And what did he mean by calling Yichen young master? Everyone exchanged confused glances, struggling to process what they were witnessing. My God! What's going on? What just happened? Why is the Zhang family patriarch kneeling? Wasn't he supposed to seek revenge? Am I dreaming? Wasn't that kid supposed to be the one begging for mercy? If I didn't know how powerful the Zhang family is, I'd think they were the ones begging for forgiveness. Who is that kid? How did he make the Zhang family patriarch kneel? The surrounding crowd was filled with disbelief. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that the Zhang family patriarch would kneel before a young man. Even Yichen, Li Shawan, and Chang Shiyu were momentarily stunned. Li Shawan, completely baffled, asked, "What's going on? Why is he kneeling?" Chang Shiyu shook her head in confusion and looked at Yichen. "Does he know you, brother Yichen?" She knew why Yichen had come to the martial world. With Zhang Tianyang's sudden shift in attitude and the way he addressed Yichen, there was no doubt that he had recognized him. Meanwhile, Zhang Changchun looked completely incredulous as he rushed to Zhang Tianyang's side. "Father, what's wrong? Weren't you here to avenge me? What are you doing? Order them to kill him. Otherwise, how can I ever show my face in Nightshade City again?" Zhang Chengcheng was panicking, utterly confused. He had clearly seen his father arrive in a fury. Wasn't he supposed to be avenging him? So why was he kneeling now? He couldn't make sense of it at all. And he hadn't even registered what Zhang Tianyang had just said. Zhang Tianyang, however, suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zhang Chengcheng's already swollen face. Slap! Zhang Chengcheng was sent sprawling onto the ground. With a face full of anger, Zhang Tianyang scolded, "Revenge? Being slapped by the young master is an honor. Now kneel down and apologize to him. And don't stop until he forgives you." Zhang Chengcheng was completely dumbfounded. Clutching the side of his face, he remained motionless, unable to process what had just happened. Yichen frowned at the sudden turn of events, looking completely speechless. "You know me?" From Zhang Tianyang's words, Yichen had already guessed that he must have known his father, Yi Hichu. That would explain why he called Yichen young master without hesitation. Zhang Tianyang nodded repeatedly, his face filled with excitement. Yes. You are the young master. Our Zhang family has been waiting here specifically for your arrival." Yichen raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid of mistaking me for someone else?" Zhang Tianyang shook his head with absolute certainty. Impossible. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't mistake you for someone else. Besides, no one in this world would dare impersonate the young master. Yichen frowned slightly, feeling a headache coming on from all this young master talk. Stop calling me young master. Just call me Yi Xiao. Zhang Tianyang's face lit up with joy. Yes, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, please come back to the Zhang family with me. I will arrange for you to be sent to the Imperial City to meet the master immediately. Zhang Tianyang was actually a piece Yi Hichu had placed in Nightshade City, a pawn meant to welcome Yi Chen when the time came. However, 20 years had passed, and with their strong backing, the Zhang family had flourished in Nightshade City. Had Zhang Chengqing not foolishly provoked Yi Chen, the Zhang family might have completely missed this chance to rise even further. Yi Chen shook his head, his expression calm. There's no rush. Since you know who my father is, tell me about him first. Yi Chen wasn't going to blindly trust Zhang Tianyang and just follow him. Since Zhang Tianyang called Yi Hichu his master, Yi Chen wanted to know exactly what kind of person his father was, how he had managed to abandon his own son at the Chang family and neglect him for 20 years. If Yi Chen hadn't been naturally gifted, he would have long since perished. Zhang Tianyang immediately nodded, his face filled with an eager smile. Of course. You can ask me anything. Let's move to a private room so we can talk properly. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. With his approval, Zhang Tianyang immediately led the way, his face beaming with joy. Li Shawan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Shen, is this about your father? That's great. It looks like coming to Nightshade City was the right choice. Chang Shiyu also nodded, her face filled with happiness. This is really wonderful. Yi Chen simply smiled faintly, not showing much emotion. As Yi Chen and his group left, Zhang Chengqing stared at their departing backs, still in a daze. A cold chill ran down his spine. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Had he just narrowly escaped death? Yi Chen followed Zhang Tianyang into a private room. As soon as he sat down, thud! Zhang Tianyang dropped to his knees once again. Stand up! Yi Chen exerted a slight force and lifted Zhang Tianyang into the air. Zhang Tianyang said, "Thank you, young master." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you call me young master, you must know about my father. Speak clearly and tell me everything." Zhang Tianyang nodded and began to speak. As it turned out, the information Yi Chen had obtained earlier was correct. His father, Yi Hichu, had indeed come to the martial world from beyond in pursuit of his mother's whereabouts. Yi Hichu arrived in the martial world alone and was naturally ostracized everywhere he went. After experiencing many hardships, he finally settled in Nightshade City. Zhang Tianyang only swore loyalty to Yi Hichu after he arrived in Nightshade City. It was through Yi Hichu that he learned about Yi Chen's existence. This meant that Yi Hichu had foreseen everything. Perhaps he had already anticipated that one day, Yi Chen would find his way to the martial world. That was why he deliberately left behind clues. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement and looked at Zhang Tianyang. Then tell me quickly, where is my father now? Zhang Tianyang was momentarily stunned and then said, "Young master, actually, I haven't seen the master in 5 years. I don't know exactly where he is." Yi Chen frowned, suddenly feeling a wave of frustration. He had been so close. Yet in the end, it was another dead end. Seeing Yi Chen's disappointment, Zhang Tianyang hurriedly said, "Young master, there's no need to worry. Although I don't know where the master is, when he left, he told me if you want to find him, go to the Imperial City. Only by entering the Imperial City will you not only receive news of him but also find out about your mother." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately stood up. He turned to Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan and said, "Let's go. We're leaving right now." Zhang Tianyang quickly said, "Young master, there's no rush. I haven't even properly hosted you yet." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "No need. Today, I will enter the Imperial City. No one can stop me." Seeing Yi Chen's firm determination, Zhang Tianyang no longer tried to persuade him. Yi Chen walked out of the private room with a cold expression. Li Shawan and Chang Shiyu followed without hesitation. The three of them headed straight for the Imperial City. At the same time, Wanqing and her family had already arrived at the gates of the Imperial City. Looking at the towering city walls that reached into the sky, Jiaolan couldn't help but sigh. "Wanqing, this Imperial City is simply magnificent. Your mother has never seen a place like this in her entire life." Wanqing smiled and said, "Mother, this is the martial world. With my current status, who knows?
Maybe one day, I'll live inside the Imperial Palace.
Xiaolan laughed and said, of course. My daughter is the best. Mu Bo also nodded.
We used to have such a narrow vision. Luckily, you didn't reunite with Yi Chen back in Xinjiang, or else he would have dragged you down for the rest of your life.
Mu Wanqing waved her hand dismissively and said, why bring him up? I just hope he has some self-awareness and stops clinging to me.
As the three were chatting,
suddenly,
several figures approached from a distance. It was none other than Chang Shiqing.
The moment their eyes met,
Mu Wanqing raised her chin arrogantly. Back in Xinjiang, Chang Shiqing was the eldest daughter of the Chang family, always looking down on others with an air of superiority. Mu Wanqing had disliked her for a long time. But now, things were different. This was the martial world.
And she had already become a saintess.
In terms of both status and position, she was no longer beneath Chang Shiqing. Facing Chang Shiqing now, Mu Wanqing could finally stand tall.
Well, isn't this the esteemed Miss Chang Shiqing? What a coincidence to run into you here. Mu Wanqing said with a faint smile. Mu Wanqing, what are you doing in the Imperial City? Chang Shiqing frowned.
I was invited here, of course.
Mu Wanqing said proudly. Heh, you? Invited? Shouldn't you still be clinging to that useless Yi Chen?
A sparrow that flies up a branch is still just a sparrow.
Chang Shiqing mocked.
Mu Wanqing's expression darkened, and she snapped angrily, Chang Shiqing, don't look down on me. My ambitions have long since changed. This is the martial world.
My goal is to enter the Imperial City and use my own strength to make every cultivator in the Imperial City recognize me.
Chang Shiqing replied coldly, at least you have some ambition. But perhaps I will be faster than you because I have come to the Imperial City to meet the Emperor himself.
Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's expression subtly shifted. Meeting the Emperor? That was the highest honor.
After all, they came from small places.
Just setting foot in the Imperial City was already difficult enough. But Chang Shiqing, she was already about to meet the Emperor?
The tension between the two intensified.
But just then, boom!
A thunderous explosion erupted.
Right before them, a section of the Imperial City's massive wall was blasted open by an unimaginably powerful force.
Both of them froze in shock.
Since arriving in the martial world,
they had come to understand that the Imperial City was an absolute powerhouse. No matter how strong someone was, no matter what faction they belonged to,
causing trouble here was simply unthinkable. And yet,
someone had just blasted a hole through the Imperial City's walls.
Someone dared to openly declare war against the Imperial City? Before they could react, two figures soared across the sky. When they got a clearer look, both of them gasped. Those two weren't just anyone. They were Chang Shiyu and Li Shawan. They were stunned. What was going on? What were they trying to do? And in the next moment, they were utterly shocked. Because they saw Yi Chen soaring through the air, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. A deafening roar resounded across the sky. I, Yi Chen, have arrived.
All within the Imperial City, come out to greet me and kneel in worship.
Those who do not obey will be killed without mercy. A powerful sound wave swept across the sky, reverberating above the Imperial City.
The sheer, terrifying pressure
made everyone instinctively bow as if they were worshipping a god.
Chang Shiqing and Mu Wanqing were completely dumbfounded.
Was this the same useless Yi Chen they once knew?
Such terrifying power. Such overwhelming strength.
He was truly planning to take on the entire Imperial City alone? How? How was that possible? In an instant,
both of them felt an intense shock in their hearts.
They had underestimated Yi Chen all along.
Under the crushing pressure, the two of them involuntarily fell to their knees.
And Yi Chen did not even spare them a glance. He turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew straight toward the Imperial City. Inside the Imperial City,
the man known as the Invincible Emperor trembled with fear and knelt in midair.
Your Majesty humbly welcomes Yi Chen.
That's the end of the story. Hope you liked it. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thanks for watching. See you.